Chapter 730. After obtaining the dragon blood and dragon soul, Chin didn't participate in the competition for the dragon tooth. Although the 400 shadow trees were a bargaining chip that the Shadow Clan couldn't refuse, it was better to leave some leeway for himself and others. Afterwards, Radiant's temple appeared and used 3 billion spirit stones to suppress the limitless sword sect, obtaining the dragon tooth. The Shadow Clan's auction ended. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder presiding over the auction smiled and said, "Honored guests, this auction has come to an end. My clan has already prepared a banquet. Please come in and enjoy the food and rest." This sort of banquet was mostly superficial. Its true purpose was to remind guests that they should hurry up and leave. With everyone watching, even if someone had evil thoughts in their heart, because of face or other scruples, it wouldn't be good to directly leave and chase them down. But to the witchcraft sect that was determined to overturn the table, what was face? Their reputation wasn't good to begin with. I appreciate the Shadow Clan's good intentions. I have other matters to attend to, so I will bid my farewells here. The box door opened and the witchcraft sect group walked out. Their dark eyes swept over Chin and then they left in front of everyone's fearful eyes. As they looked at Chin, their eyes were filled with shock and awe, mixed with some other inexplicable emotions. To be targeted by the witchcraft sect and leave the auction unscathed wasn't an easy matter. It was just that they didn't know whether or not this mysterious troublemaker had enough strength to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, even if they were filled with glory and suppressed the 7 great sects, they would still suffer an incomparably miserable fate. Just thinking about the witchcraft sect's methods caused one to feel a chill run down their spine. The auction began to disperse. Under the guidance of the Shadow Clan cultivators, Chin sat in a corner with his eyes closed, as if he didn't realize the dangerous situation he was in. But his silence seemed more like he had a card up his sleeve. After he had crushed everyone just now, no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest. The pale Li Shao fell to his knees and kowtowed several times. Then, with the help of the female cultivator surnamed Sun, he left in a daze. He didn't beg for mercy, because to such a character, killing him was no different from crushing a bug. His life or death could be decided with a single thought. Fatty Wen and the others respectfully bowed and then ran away as fast as they could, fearing that if they were any slower, they would be infected with great trouble. When the surroundings quietened down, the one-eyed old man's voice rang out, "Esteemed guest, if you are not interested in the banquet, you can follow me to retrieve the dragon blood and dragon soul you won." With 400 shadow trees, even if Chin wanted to take 3 of the Holy Temple's treasures, the patriarch would likely acquiesce. But he only wanted to take 2. This restraint caused him to value Chin even more. Chin opened his eyes and stood up. All right. Naturally, he would not attend the banquet. The one-eyed old man gestured with his hand, guiding Chin forwards. "There is something I must tell you in advance. The items of the Holy Temple were taken out by my clan's saintess. According to the rules, the saintess will personally come forward to hand over the dragon blood and dragon soul. She was the first person to be acknowledged by Dragon City in the past 2,000 years. She was the new holy maiden of the Shadow Clan, and with a single leap, she became a peak figure of the Eastern Plains. Even if Chin didn't pay attention to her information, he had heard too much about her. He nodded and didn't say anything more. Just at this moment, a gorgeous group of people appeared around the corner in front of them. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all wore colorful and exquisite clothes. There were 16 tall and burly Shadow Clansmen carrying a giant carriage. The carriage was covered by a veil, so one could only see a blurry figure within. The one-eyed old man pulled Chin to the side. He bowed and explained, "My apologies, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. This is my clan's saintess." Chin nodded. His expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with tumultuous waves. Although it was only a blurry glance, he still recognized the person sitting in the carriage. After the group left, the one-eyed old man straightened himself. Chin casually asked, "May I ask where your clan's saintess comes from?" The one-eyed old man smiled. "My clan's saintess used to be a member of the Upper Prime Mountain Range Sky Declaring Pavilion. But from now on, she no longer has any relationship with them. The shameful fact that Her Highness used to be a maid had to be completely concealed. But to Qin Yu, this was more than enough. It really was Zhu Li. Even with Qin Yu's willpower, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. He never imagined that Zhu Li would have such good fortune today. It wasn't that he looked down on her, but that although everything in the world seemed to have no trajectory, the truth was that there was always a cause and effect. With Zhu Li's background and cultivation, how could she cause a resonance with Dragon City? Qin Yu shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. Perhaps during this period of time, Zhu Li had obtained some harvests he didn't know about. After all, he had personally experienced the miraculous powers of the little blue lamp, so why couldn't others have their own fortuitous encounters? Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu stopped. He turned to the one-eyed old man and said, "I would like to ask a friend to help me retrieve the dragon blood and dragon soul." Although he didn't worry that Zhu Li would expose his identity, his relationship with her wasn't good. If the two of them met, he feared that something unexpected would happen. It was best to avoid it as much as possible. The one-eyed old man misunderstood his thoughts. His remaining eye turned and he smiled, "Honored guest, if there is anything you need, the Shadow Clan can help you with." Of course, this help wouldn't be free. For the Shadow Clan, the more shadow trees there were, the better. Qin Yu smiled. "Even if Elder didn't mention it, I would have mentioned it in a moment. I still have 30 shadow trees in my hands and I would like to borrow your clan's transmission array." He had heard the Shadow Clan members refer to this person as Elder. The one-eyed old man said, "Of course. Towards true guests, my clan has always been happy to provide assistance to the best of our abilities." With just a few words, the transaction was completed. Qin Yu said, "But, I still hope that I can ask a friend to help me. I should always be more careful in everything I do. I ask Elder to make arrangements for me." The one-eyed old man nodded. "Of course." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Elder. I ask that you send someone to the banquet and invite the cultivator surnamed Li who sat beside me at the auction. He comes from the East Root Li family. If he knew this boy's background, he wouldn't be afraid of this boy playing any tricks. Moreover, the Shadow Clan wouldn't allow any mistakes to occur. Their need for the Shadowwood ensured that they would take the initiative to consider some matters for Qin Yu's sake. A one-time transaction, even though the amount was considerable, couldn't compare to the future flow of a river. Those with true foresight would naturally know what to do. A moment later, Li Shao, who was paralyzed in a corner of the banquet hall, nearly wet his pants in fright as he looked at the Shadow Clan member who had come to invite him. Luckily, the words that the Shadow Clan member spoke afterwards prevented him from embarrassing himself in front of everyone. Although he didn't understand the meaning behind that person's words, Li Shao clearly didn't have the strength to refuse. He trembled as he left with the Shadow Clan cultivator. Many people who already knew of the small interlude at the auction looked at his back with pity. They feared that this boy would never return. In a luxurious and exquisitely decorated hall, young Master Li bowed respectfully and took the storage ring from the woman's slender and fair hand. Although he knew that the person in front of him was the Shadow Clan Saintess, he didn't dare to look up. Thus, he naturally didn't discover the indifference on Zhu Li's face. Humph. It seemed that Qin Yu had recognized her just now, so he didn't personally come. Was it cowardice, embarrassment, or fear? Thinking of this, Zhu Li's anger burned even deeper. She originally wanted to warn him a few words and help him escape. Although she didn't know who was behind Qin Yu, how could he possibly interfere in a game on the level of a giant crocodile? That's right, to Zhu Li, who knew Qin Yu's background, all of his current composure and glory were nothing but a joke. It was true that a fox flaunting the tiger's might could allow him to be proud for a moment, but if he made a single mistake, he would die a horrible death. In the end, a person could only rely on their own strength. Why didn't he understand this truth? How naive was he? The Shadow Clan's auction had its finale item appear, causing the 7 great sects to compete and throw out trillions of spirit stones. For such a grand event, even though Zhu Li didn't appear, she was secretly watching. Qin Yu didn't want to meet with her, but he didn't know that Zhu Li had already seen him. Thus, there was this misunderstanding. After Li Shao left, Zhu Li pursed her lips. "Where is Elder One Eye?" Ask him to come see me. No matter how unbearable Qin was, she still owed him a favor, which was why she was where she was today. Since he didn't want to see her, Julie wouldn't run over to see him on her own initiative. If she helped him through today's crisis, then their debt would be settled. Afterwards, if he wanted to court death again, she would let him do as he please. Yes, Your Highness. The maid at the side respectfully bowed and hurried away. Although the Saintess had only been in the clan for several days, no one in the Shadow Clan dared to disrespect her. This was because she was someone chosen by Dragon City. As for the Shadow Clan, they were in truth nothing more than servants that crawled beneath Dragon City. Elder One Eye received the 30 shadow trees and was in a good mood. When he heard the Saintess summon him, he revealed a look of surprise. He ordered his subordinates to continue constructing the transmission array and followed the maid. One Eye greets Your Highness the Saintess. Julie smiled. Elder One Eye, there is no need to be so polite. I took the liberty to ask Elder One Eye to come here today because there is a matter I would like to discuss with you. She could feel the respect the entire Shadow Clan had for her. But this was mostly because of the halo of the Saintess that wove around her and not because of her. Just as she firmly believed, people could only rely on themselves. Before they had enough strength, they had to be cautious and careful. One Eye was in a good mood because of the Saintess' politeness. He smiled and said, Your Highness, if there is anything you need, please feel free to speak. If I can accomplish it, I will do my best. Julie said, Today, my clan's auction is unprecedentedly grand and the harvests are rich. But there are also some hidden dangers. For instance, that witchcraft sect is cruel and unreasonable. I fear they will take advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble. She paused for a moment and then continued to say, Although my clan has no obligation to guarantee the safety of the guests participating in the auction, if an accident were to happen to someone after the auction, I fear it would affect my clan's reputation. So, I asked Elder One Eye to come here and ask whether or not the clan should respond to this. After going in a large circle, she finally revealed the true reason. One Eye was startled. His thoughts raced and he respectfully said, Your Highness the Saintess is right. If an accident were to happen to an honored guest, my clan would lose all face. I will go and make arrangements right now to ensure that the honored guest can safely leave. I ask that Your Highness rest assured. Julie relaxed a little. She smiled and nodded. Elder One Eye is a man of great righteousness. Then, I won't delay you any longer. Please go and handle this matter. Elder One Eye turned and left, a smile in his eyes. He never thought that in this transaction with Qin Yu, he would be able to gain a favorable impression from the Saintess. This wasn't a loss at all. Julie watched him leave. Then, she lowered her eyes. The phantom of a dragon flickered between her eyebrows, her face indifferent. Qin Yu, I have already returned the favor I owed you in the past. Chapter 731. Without any surprise, Qin Yu took the ring containing the dragon blood from Li Youjia's hand and waved his hand, sending him away. Li Youjia, who had been feeling uneasy in his heart, suddenly relaxed. He knew that the previous matter had been resolved, and he felt as if he had just escaped from death. Thank you for your magnanimity, sir. This lowly one will take his leave. He knelt down and kowtowed. Then, he stood up and respectfully took several steps backwards. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Qin Yu's voice sounded out in his ears. Soon, Rong Wei will leave the hidden fog sect. Li Youjia let out a long breath. When Qin Yu spoke just now, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Li Youjia blankly thanked Qin Yu and left. After walking for some time, a gust of wind blew against him. It was only then that Li Youjia realized what Qin Yu had said. Rong Wei was about to leave. Even though he was only from a branch family, he knew the true reason why the East Source Li family was able to rise to such heights. Once Rong Wei was gone, would the Li family still be taken care of by the hidden fog sect? The answer was obvious. But if they knew about this in advance, they would be able to make arrangements to deal with it. Even though the Li family would still be in a passive position, they would not fall into a predicament. After all, during these past years, it was impossible for the Li family to place all their reliance on the hidden fog sect. They had already established some other channels. Li Yojia had a look of gratitude on his face as he bowed respectfully in the direction he came from. He knew that this was Master Qin's way of repaying him. Perhaps in his lord's eyes, it was just a casual reminder, but to Li Yojia, it was a turning point that could change his fate. He had already decided to immediately leave Dragon City and report to the main family in East Source. An hour later, Qin Yu carefully inspected the array and didn't find anything wrong. He cupped his hands together towards Elder One Eye and stepped into the transmission array. The array formation suddenly lit up and the surrounding space twisted. When the light faded away, Qin Yu's figure had vanished from sight. The one-eyed elder squinted his remaining eyeball and said faintly, "Have you locked onto the location of our honored guest?" After several breaths of time, a Shadow Clan cultivator hurried over. Reporting to Elder, "We have already captured the array formation mark." The one-eyed elder nodded. There was no need for him to intervene in the following matters. More than 400 shadow trees, including the 30 in his hands, had all just been cut down. There was no need to say what this meant. The Shadow Clan hadn't broken their promise. They only hoped to obtain more shadow trees from their honored guest. Not too far away from the hidden fog sect station, in a remote garden, space suddenly twisted and Qin Yu's figure appeared. Without any hesitation, he raised his head to determine the direction and headed straight for an eye-catching tree. Several breaths of time later, with the sound of violent spatial fluctuations, Qin Yu's feet rose and fell several times before he vanished into the layers of buildings. A moment later, a few figures appeared beside the teleportation array in the shadow of the tree. After completing its mission, it had self-destructed. One of them frowned and squatted down to examine it carefully. The teleportation array was a standard product that could be purchased as long as one had spirit stones. It was impossible to determine its origin. Based on the remnant patterns of the array, he determined that the teleportation range was more than 3,000 miles. He sighed softly in his heart. This person had already left Dragon City. "Let's go and report to the Patriarch." Shua, the few of them whistled away. At the witchcraft sect's encampment, Little Ancestor was stamping with rage. His eyes flashed with an ominous light as if he wanted to swallow someone whole. Trash. A bunch of trash. The cultivator who took away the dragon blood and dragon soul had quietly vanished, causing all of the witchcraft sect's preparations to fail. Below, the witchcraft sect cultivators kneeling on the ground lowered their heads, not daring to defend themselves. They allowed Little Ancestor to vent the anger in his chest. With Little Ancestor's personality, he clearly couldn't blame them for this matter. As long as they honestly admitted their guilt and were scolded, everything would soon pass. If they dared to defend themselves and contradict him, then they were truly tired of living. Everyone was well aware that the cultivator's sudden disappearance was inevitably related to the Shadow Clan. But no matter how they considered this matter, the witchcraft sect had no right to question the Shadow Clan. They had to eat this loss. That's right, in the minds of the witchcraft sect cultivators, allowing Qin Yu to escape with the dragon blood and dragon soul was the same as them suffering a loss. This was because these things originally belonged to them. Little Ancestor cursed for a long time. Then, he gasped for breath as he sat back down. He drank a mouthful of cold tea and finally couldn't hold himself back anymore. He ruthlessly smashed the teacup to the ground, shattering it. "You bastard, don't ever let me see you again, otherwise I'll make you beg for death." The dragon blood was fine, but the dragon soul was something he yearned for even in his dreams. As long as the witchcraft sect could obtain it, they could cultivate several powerful GU insects that had long since gone extinct. With Little Ancestor's status, he had the qualifications to participate in the distribution, but now, everything had become a bubble. Yundai obeyed her teacher's orders. She stayed in her room until the next morning. She could no longer suppress the torment in her heart and ran straight to the laboratory. When she arrived, there were already several guests in the laboratory. They were the hidden fog sect master, Elder Sai, and other high-level figures of the sect. Mr. Qin didn't participate in yesterday's auction. "You really missed out on a grand event." As Yundai heard these first words, she was stunned. Luckily, she reacted quickly and bowed before anyone noticed. "Greetings, teacher, sect master, and fellow elders." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Rise. Yoon Dai stood up and moved to the side. Her tense heart quietly relaxed. It seemed that her teacher hadn't been discovered yet. The heavens were truly protecting her. Elder Sai said, Miss Yoon Dai didn't participate in yesterday's auction, so you might not know what happened. The Shadow Clan put out a total of 3 items, and 2 of them were taken away by a mysterious cultivator. He is truly rich enough to rival a nation. I wonder which influence he comes from. Another elder said, that's right. I pity those people from the witchcraft sect. They were ruthlessly humiliated and didn't even have a chance to recover. That mysterious person didn't even take a single step out of the Shadow Clan's camp before vanishing without a trace. Ha ha ha. I heard that the witchcraft sect's little ancestor flew into a rage and cursed for an entire hour. The witchcraft sect master even accidentally broke his most beloved witchcraft-raising GU cup. Serves them right. The witchcraft sect has been increasingly rampant lately. This matter will suppress their arrogance. Everyone spoke up, gloating over the Hidden Fog sect's misfortune. Although the dragon blood, dragon soul, and dragon tooth were precious, they weren't essential to the Hidden Fog sect. Even if they couldn't obtain them, they wouldn't be too disappointed. Yoon Dai barely managed to maintain her calm, but her mood was a bit strange. She didn't need to guess to know that the mysterious cultivator that Elder Sai and the others were talking about was the teacher that she was listening to with great interest and even asking questions from time to time. Looking at the oblivious Hidden Fog sect members, Yoon Dai sighed inwardly. Not only was her teacher at the Grand Beast Trainer realm, but his acting skills were also top-notch. After joking around for some time, the Hidden Fog sect master coughed and said, Mr. Dragon City's Beast Arena will open today. Please enter at noon. Afterwards, I'll have to trouble you with everything. With a solemn expression, he stood up and earnestly bowed. Elder Sai and the others all had dignified expressions. They looked at him with anticipation in their eyes. If the Hidden Fog sect could have the last laugh, then all of them would obtain rich rewards. Chin Yu nodded. Sect Master, rest assured that I will do my best. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Whether it was because of the jade pendant in the reward for being the champion or because of the bet with the Dark Parliament, this Beast King War could only be won. Sensing Chin Yu's earnest and solemn expression, the Hidden Fog sect master relaxed. He took out a storage ring and said, This is all the items that the Hidden Fog sect won at the Shadow Clan's auction yesterday. Mr. can use them as you wish. He laid down the ring and stood up. I won't disturb Mister's rest any longer. Before you leave, I will send someone to inform you. He led Elder Sai and the others away. As a disciple, Yoon Dai saw them off in place of her teacher. After the Hidden Fog sect master and the others left, Yoon Dai turned and looked at the entrance to the laboratory. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. Teacher. She respectfully bowed. There were many puzzles in her heart, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't know if she should speak or not. She couldn't help but hesitate. Chin Yu glanced at her and said, Things are as you think. There was nothing more to say, but this was enough. Yoon Dai was startled. Then, she revealed a moved expression. Teacher, rest assured that this disciple will keep her mouth shut and not reveal a single word to anyone. Chin Yu believed her words, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed her to directly participate yesterday. The only bad thing was that Yoon Dai knew that he had cultivated a massive number of shadow trees in less than 3 days. But for a time, Chin Yu couldn't find a reasonable explanation. He could only temporarily set it aside. Thinking for a moment, he said, Yoon Dai, there are some things that I cannot tell you right now. But, I have my own reasons. Right now, the most important matter for us is to win the Beast King War and win the bet with the Dark Parliament. Yoon Dai respectfully bowed. Yes, teacher. Dragon City, in a courtyard, 2 figures were sitting across from each other. On a square wooden table in the middle was a complete and precious tea set. As boiling hot spirit spring water flowed into it, white steam rose up and the fragrance of tea filled the air. Please. The person on the left looked to be in his 30s. He had a handsome and elegant appearance. He smiled and spoke with a calm and gentle demeanor. The cultivator on the other side wore black robes that covered his entire body. He clenched his teeth and said, Just who are you? He had thought about this question for a long time but hadn't come up with any answers. That secret should have been completely annihilated by that saber strike in the past. But this person clearly knew. If he wasn't sure that since this person dared to appear in front of him, he would have made all the necessary preparations. Otherwise, he would have attacked and killed this person on the spot. The middle-aged cultivator pointed at the teacup. Spirit tea is precious and is bred from the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Fellow Daoist cannot disappoint it. The black-robed man was silent for a long time. Then, he grabbed the teacup, ignoring how hot it was, and drank it clean. I've finished drinking the tea. What do you want? Speak frankly. A moment later, the black-robed man walked out of the courtyard. He glanced back, his eyes filled with hatred. Then, he turned and left. Beside the wooden table, the middle-aged cultivator began to taste the second brew. Only now did the lingering charm of the spirit tea completely spread out. What a cow chewing on peonies. With a soft sigh, he slowly drank the tea in his cup and placed the teacup on the wooden table. The changes started from the cup in his palm, then the wooden table, and the rest of the tea set shattered silently, turning into powder on the ground. How could something that had been contaminated by the aura of such a mediocre person be used again? The middle-aged cultivator stood up and held his hands behind his back. His eyes were high and his lips curved up in a smile. To win a bet was an extremely simple matter, so why go through so much trouble? The several senators were far too cautious. Chapter 732. As noon approached, Qin Yu brought Yun Dai out of the laboratory. A cultivator led them to the main hall of the station. The people of the Hidden Fog sect were already waiting here. As they saw him arrive, they all stood up and bowed. Greetings, Mr. Ning Qin. Qin Yu nodded. Is it about to begin? Just as his voice fell, he felt the earth beneath his feet tremble. Immediately, a deep rumbling sound, like the roar of thunder from the distant horizon, poured into his ears and wildly impacted his eardrums. The Hidden Fog sect master sucked in a deep breath. The arena has opened. At this moment, if someone stood high up in the highest heavens and looked down at the towering dragon city, they would discover that at the edge of the city's massive square, there were countless cultivators standing around. All of them were staring at the square with shock on their faces. In the massive square, tiles rose up one after another, turning into massive arches that curved outwards as if they were supporting the invisible vault of heaven. The central terrain sank down, turning into a massive platform. The surrounding terrain formed a ring that rose higher and higher. In each ring, the tiles had now turned into giant stone chairs. The area was incomparably large. It was hard to imagine just what sort of body was needed to sit on these stone chairs. And in front of these stone chairs, there were 7 enormous round tables that were raised by stones. At the very front of each round table, there was a raised stone chair that overlooked the entire beast-fighting arena. This was where the 7 great sects would descend. In just several breaths of time, an astonishingly large arena that exuded an ancient aura rose up from the ground, appearing in front of the world. Outside the arena, the countless cultivators that saw all of this flushed red, their hearts surging with emotions. This was simply a scene comparable to a miracle, and this was only the beginning of today's climax. Dragon City's arena had opened and the 7 great sects were about to enter. But they didn't know who would be the first to trade and obtain the qualifications for a buy on the first day. I am optimistic about the Witchcraft sect. Although they were suppressed by the Hidden Fog sect before entering the city, they are definitely hiding their strength. That's right, the Witchcraft sect spirit beasts are powerful and cruel. They are bloodthirsty and don't fear death. Moreover, they have all sorts of strange methods and are extremely difficult to deal with. Compared to everyone else, I am more optimistic about Radiant's temple. I heard that a few years ago, they captured a greater demon with shocking strength in a certain ruin. Now, they've already tamed it to become the sect's spiritual beast, and they're determined to win the Beast King battle this time. Hehe, everyone, you have to keep your eyes open and carefully choose the side you want to support. Once the Beast King battle ends, the camp of the champions will receive a collective gift from Dragon City. Ha ha ha. Of course. If it wasn't for this, How could I have brought my disciples over from afar to watch the battle? A towering, mountain-like cultivator crossed his arms and said, "The Colosseum has opened. The 7 great sects will enter the arena with their own means. It won't be too late to make a decision after seeing their performance." As soon as his voice fell, a ruthless aura suddenly rushed into the heavens from the southwest direction of Dragon City. Black mist madly gathered in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into black clouds that covered the sky, causing the world to darken. Within the black clouds, there was a giant shadow tumbling about. It blended into the clouds, making it impossible to see its appearance. But from the trajectory of the tumbling fog, it wasn't difficult to see that it was astonishingly large. A pair of crimson eyes appeared in the black fog, like a torrential sea of blood as it looked out in all directions. Then, there was a loud roar that swept out in all directions, causing ripples to appear in space, as if it were a sea of tumbling waves. It's the witchcraft sect. As I thought, they were hiding their strength. This spirit beast is so strong that it makes one's heart race. It's too terrifying. Soon after, from the west of Dragon City, a resonant sword cry shot into the heavens. Trillions of sword lights shot into the skies, forming a straight beam of light. Within this pillar of light, a single eye appeared. It was silvery white in color, without the slightest bit of impurities. As this eye fell, one could clearly feel the annihilating aura contained within it. It was as if all living things in the world would be torn to pieces if they fell into it. Limitless Sword Sect. I heard that this sect has a strange beast that followed the previous sword sect master to cultivate for over 5,000 years. Its spiritual wisdom has been unlocked, and it has condensed its own sword intent. It has the title of Sword Sect Vice Sect Master, and with a single eye it can cause the heavens and earth to collapse. This is clearly the strange beast that condensed its sword intent. My family's inherited sword arts have always boasted of their brilliance, but now I don't dare to look directly at this eye. I fear that the sword intent in my body will boil. It is simply terrifying to the extreme. A bird cry sounded out. It carried with it a cold arrogance, a tyrannical aura that suppressed all. To the northeast of Dragon City, motes of starlight appeared in the skies, gently falling down like goose feathers. The starlight gathered in the air, turning into a large snow-white bird with a laurel crown on its head. Its wings were spread open, exuding a noble aura. It's where Radiant's temple is. This must be the rumored great monster that was subdued several years ago. I didn't think it would be a phoenix Luon. It isn't a purebred phoenix Luon. Rather, it has undergone some sort of mutation that gives it the ability to communicate with the stars. To cause a change in the weather, this is something that only a top spirit beast can do. Before they even entered the arena, the competition between the 7 great sects had already begun. They had to display their strength to attract the attention of the cultivators in the city and have them join their side. This was because the number of cultivators they attracted was also the key to obtaining the first position. Within the hidden fog sect station, they could feel powerful auras erupting from all directions as well as the cries of surprise coming from the center of Dragon City. The faces of the hidden fog sect people flushed red and their hearts raced. Everyone's eyes gathered on them. The hidden fog sect master took a deep breath. He said, "Let's go." He looked at Qin Yu and saw the latter shake his head. Without hesitation, he stepped out. Behind him, everyone from the hidden fog sect, including Qin Yu and Yun Dai, followed. Par, the sound of their footsteps gradually became unified. A bold and confident aura was released from everyone's bodies, gathering together as a signal to charge forward. Roar with a deep roar, the dark star ice serpent's aura erupted. In the skies above the hidden fog sect station, it condensed into a giant figure. It was shaped like a flood dragon and had a pair of sharp claws beneath its abdomen. Between its 2 eyes, a silver-white horn stretched out like a spear. Within its giant eyes, silver-white runes appeared. It was cold and indifferent, possessing the aura of a king. As it panted, a faint white fog appeared between its nose and mouth. The temperature in the air rapidly fell and countless icicles condensed, dancing around it. It's the hidden fog sect. This is the spirit beast that suppressed the witchcraft sect outside the city gates. This spirit beast is called the Dark Star Ice Serpent. Just as the rumors say, it is terrifyingly strong. Look at the icicles surrounding its body. Just one of them is enough to freeze a river. What a pity, the Hidden Fog sect was too impatient. After being provoked by the Witchcraft sect, they revealed their trump card. Now that everyone knows that the Dark Star Ice Serpent is skilled in ice attribute supernatural powers, I fear they've already made preparations. That's true, otherwise the Dark Star Ice Serpent might have had a chance to compete for the position of chief. Of the cultivators that gathered at Dragon City to watch the battle, there were many with keen eyes. They could naturally sense that the Dark Star Ice Serpent wasn't ordinary. Thus, they felt it was a pity. For a spirit beast whose attribute had been figured out, as long as there were methods to counter it, it would be enough to offset most of its threat. Many people sneered inwardly. The Hidden Fog sect, humph, how stupid. Moonkeep Tower, Mount Fuyao, and the Blue Origin sect attacked one after another. Now, all 7 great sects had appeared. With Dragon City's arena as the center, 7 phantoms of powerful spirit beasts appeared in 7 directions. They stirred up the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth, their roars and roars like raging waves. As if by prior agreement, the phantoms of the 7 spirit beasts advanced towards the arena. Invisible energies collided, causing the skies to change colors. Black clouds, sword light, ice and snow, astral winds, all sorts of strange phenomena collided, causing one's heart to race and their minds to be filled with excitement. In the past Beast King Wars, the opening ceremonies had always been spectacular. The 7 great sects used the spirit beasts to display their strength, resisting and suppressing each other. Suddenly, a deep roar erupted. A black fog appeared out of thin air, carrying with it a formidable corrosive attribute as it wrapped around the Dark Star Ice Serpent. Cries of alarm sounded out. The Witchcraft sect has taken action. Their goal is indeed the Hidden Fog sect. These 2 sects have a deep grudge between them. Every time they meet, there will be a battle. The Witchcraft sect's spirit beast hasn't been exposed yet, but looking at its aura, it is absolutely powerful. The Dark Star Ice Serpent might not be able to resist it. Indeed. Although the Witchcraft sect is cruel and ruthless, they rarely do things they aren't sure of. Since they have taken action, they must have made preparations. The Hidden Fog sect master frowned. Everyone behind him had nervous expressions. After the Dark Star Ice Serpent had fully recovered, they hadn't seen it fight yet. Moreover, the one attacking them now was the strange and cruel Witchcraft sect. Under her sleeves, Yundai subconsciously clenched her fists. She stared at the Dark Star Ice Serpent that was wrapped in black fog. At that moment, the roiling black mist with terrifying corrosive properties froze on the spot, as though it had been frozen in time. Then, traces of white frost wrapped around the black fog. The Dark Star Ice Serpent swept out its body, breaking it apart and causing countless fragments to explode in all directions. It looked up, its eyes locking onto the Witchcraft sect's spirit beast. Silver runes began to flow in its eyes. In the next moment, the black fog that wrapped around the Witchcraft sect's spirit beast began to violently tumble about. One could clearly feel a bone-chilling aura emitting from within. Roar, there was an angry roar mixed with pain. Within the tumbling black fog, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's blood-red eyes locked onto its target. Although the icy cold aura soon dissipated, everyone knew that in a situation where it had taken the initiative to launch a surprise attack, the Witchcraft sect's spirit beast had been suppressed instead. In that moment, many people looked at the Dark Star Ice Serpent with surprise in their eyes. It had instantly broken through the Witchcraft sect's spirit beast's attack and then launched a counterattack without hesitation. During this process, the strength it displayed was far greater than expected. Could it be that it had something else hidden? Yundai let out a deep breath. She discovered that at the same time, there were many others that had the same reaction as her. When their breaths overlapped, it was especially obvious. Her face flushed red and she secretly blamed herself. Others didn't know her teacher's strength, so it was understandable for them to be unsteady. But, she was her teacher's only disciple, so how could she be the same as everyone else? She nervously looked at her teacher. He seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at her. His expression was as light as ever, without a single ripple in his eyes. Thinking about it, in her teacher's eyes, This was a minor matter not worth mentioning at all. The dark star ice serpent that he had personally raised could withstand any challenge. Yoon Dai's heart became increasingly ashamed. Because of today's atmosphere, her unstable heart actually began to calm down. Chapter 733. 7 great sects had gathered in Dragon City to compete in the arena. The Hidden Fog sect was only one of them. It wasn't the center of everyone's attention. Since the Dark Star Ice Serpent was tyrannically strong, he wouldn't provoke it for the time being. The grudges between the 7 great sects were deep and deep. They would eventually find a suitable target to attack. A clear and melodious sword cry resounded through the surroundings. It was like a piercingly cold river that recklessly surged forward beneath a thick layer of ice in midwinter. It slid past everyone's minds and brought along a shiver that reached the depths of their souls. The Limitless Sword sect's spirit beasts attacked, and their sword intent locked onto Radiant's temple. The Shadow Clan's dragon tooth had been stolen from them, so how could they not care? The Phoenix Luan's eyes were indifferent and dignified. It swung its sword at the sky and spread its wings to protect itself. A faint white light was emitted from its feathers. The invisible sword slashed down. White light floated around Feng Luan's body. Tiny ripples appeared, like the surface of a lake being blown by a breeze. Gentle, calm, and unhurried, she resisted all the destructive power. In the next moment, the Phoenix Luan spread its wings, and a gale suddenly rose above the 9 heavens, forming a huge whirlpool. Dark cyan wind blades slashed down, dense like a summer storm. Since the Limitless Sword sect wanted to use Radiant's temple to establish their might, they naturally had to withstand their counterattack. The sword chime became even louder, as if there was a giant sword standing in the world. The body of the sword trembled incessantly, and the torrential sword light whizzed out like a river bursting its banks. The azure wind saber and the silver-white sword ray collided violently in the air, tearing the space apart and forming countless tiny cracks, causing the cultivators outside the arena to exclaim. The spirit beast that Qingyuan Zong condensed into was a cyan ape. It clenched its fists and beat its chest. Dong, dong, dong. The deep sound was like the roar of a big drum. When the sound wave spread out, it stirred up the spirit energy of the heavens and earth, the illusionary image of a mountain range condensed in the air, as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens, straight towards the direction of Mount Fu Yao. As the azure water rippled, a large fish wantonly flipped about. However, the difference was that this fish had horns on its head, and the long whiskers at the side of its lips were golden, undulating in the water. It was a dragonfish with the blood of the dragon clan flowing through its veins. As it stared at the azure ape, its long tail slammed viciously into the azure waves. Rumble, between the heavens and the earth, there was the sound of raging waves, as if one was in a sea. In the void, a giant wave appeared out of thin air, with the power to crush all things, and collided with the suppressive mountain shadow. The two sides were in the middle of a fierce battle. The faint and hazy moonlight suddenly shone down from the sky, enveloping the mountains and the waves. One of the 7 great sects, the most low-key and mysterious Moonkeep Tower, made its move. In the blink of an eye, it had become a 3-way melee. Before they even entered the Colosseum, the clash between the 7 great sects had already begun. They all wanted to suppress their opponents and gain more attention. At the same time, the incarnations formed by the 7 spirit beasts continued to advance toward the center of Dragon City, gradually approaching the edge of the Colosseum. The large number of cultivators outside witnessed the exciting battle between the spirit beasts. Their eyes lit up and they gradually made up their minds. The battle in the Colosseum was a battle between the 7 great sects, but it was also closely related to the cultivators who watched the battle. It was the collective gift from Dragon City. Every time the Colosseum was opened, the final winner would be called the champion, and the 7 sects would be the final winners. When the time came, the cultivators who supported the champion would obtain a baptism of dragon energy. After absorbing it, it would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation. Thus, choosing a side to support was a very important matter. A cultivator needed to make their own judgment. Once they made their choice, they couldn't change it midway. As the 7 great sects approached, the cultivators surrounding the Colosseum began to move. They moved towards the direction they had chosen, leaving 7 entrances to the Colosseum. I choose the Limitless Sword Sect. I also choose the Limitless Sword Sect. That spirit beast that has cultivated for over 5,000 years is terrifyingly strong. I can definitely win, otherwise, I am more optimistic about that Phoenix Luon from Radiance Temple. After it mutated, it was able to stir up the stars. This is a phenomenon that only a king of beasts can have. The Blue Origin Sect's Great Ape can mobilize the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth to condense the 9 heavens mountain shadow. Its strength cannot be underestimated. Mount Fu Yarrow's dragonfish has the ability to control the water essence of the heavens and earth. Its tail can stir up great waves. It is also extremely fierce. The Witchcraft Sect seems to have suffered a setback, but with their secretive style, they are certainly hiding something. Moonkeep Tower can control moonlight spirit beasts. Their movements are unpredictable, so they must be formidable. Everyone began to speak, but very few people mentioned the Hidden Fog Sect. It wasn't that the Dark Star Ice Serpent wasn't strong enough, but that it had been exposed ahead of time. The other 6 sects would inevitably guard against it. Originally, with the strength that the Dark Star Ice Serpent had displayed, it had the qualifications to compete for the position of champion. But because of the Hidden Fog Sect's stupidity, it had become the side with the smallest chance. Unless they had a deep connection to the Hidden Fog Sect or there was some other reason, no one would choose them. After everyone chose their respective locations, the Limitless Sword Sect, Witchcraft Sect, and Radiance Temple had the most supporters. The Blue Origin Sect, Mount Fu Yarrow, and Moonkeep Tower were slightly behind. The Hidden Fog Sect's square formation had less than 30% of the total number of cultivators. As for the Limitless Sword Sect, they only had a bit more than 20%. As the division became clear, the cultivators that stood with the Hidden Fog Sect began to reveal expressions of unease and hesitation. In the crowd, a white-haired and wrinkled old man stamped his feet. He lowered his voice and said, "Although my family has received graciousness from the Hidden Fog Sect, we cannot risk the future of our juniors. Follow behind me, we are going to the Limitless Sword Sect's square formation." Behind him, the 2 young cultivators were pleasantly surprised as they hurriedly followed the old man out. "Aya, it's not that we don't want to support you, but that this is the trend of the times. If we continue to persist, it won't be of any use." The middle-aged cultivator sighed. He turned and walked towards the Witchcraft Sect. The number of cultivators that chose a side was the most important factor in determining who obtained the first position. And the true meaning of the first position was that one could obtain immunity from the first round of battles. In this competition between the 7 great sects, there would always be an empty team in pairs. This was the privilege that the first position holder could enjoy. It was also because of this that the opening ceremony of the arena was so exciting. The 7 great sects all wanted to take first place. Once one obtained immunity from the first round, not only would they be able to wait for the enemy to exhaust themselves, but they would also be able to watch the spirit beasts of the 6 sects fight from the sidelines and obtain information. There was no need to explain the significance of this. Although obtaining the first position didn't necessarily mean that one could become the champion, the chances were much higher. Regarding this point, the results of the previous Beast King Wars were the best proof. Today, the Hidden Fog Sect had already revealed their decline and they no longer had any chance of obtaining the first position. Those that wanted to obtain Dragon City's gift naturally weren't willing to stay behind. The number of people decreased again and again. Finally, there were less than 100 people left in the Hidden Fog Sect's square formation. Facing the playful gazes from all around, these people were filled with bitterness and had no choice but to lower their heads. They all had their own reasons and they had no choice but to express their support for the Hidden Fog Sect. Otherwise, as long as there was even the slightest possibility, they wouldn't have stayed behind. Dragon City's gift. How many people had worked hard to travel hundreds of millions of miles to come here in order to fight for this lucky chance? But they were doomed to return empty-handed. With the sound of footsteps, the cultivators of the 7 great sects arrived at the arena at nearly the same time. At the front, the Hidden Fog Sect master's complexion changed and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. Behind him, everyone's eyes widened. After a moment of shock, they were left speechless with embarrassment. In the massive dragon city, it was unknown how many cultivators had gathered here, but there were less than 100 people standing in the hidden fog sect's camp. And of these people, almost all of them had connections. It was truly shameful. As for the reason, everyone already knew. After entering Dragon City for several days, it was hard not to hear about it. Some eyes fell on Qin Yu. After all, on the day they entered the city, he was the one who had controlled the Dark Star Ice Serpent to attack. It was inevitable that there would be some resentment. However, because of Qin Yu's status as a Grand Master, they only revealed a little bit of it and didn't dare to say a single word. Yun Dai sensed the changes in the expressions of the hidden fog sect people. Her breathing deepened and anger appeared on her face. These people had gone too far. On that day, it was clearly the hidden fog sect that had asked her teacher to help them restore face. But now they were complaining instead. If her teacher knew this would happen, he would have just stood by and watched as they were defeated and embarrassed. Of course, Yun Dai had selectively forgotten that she had agreed with her teacher on that day to teach the witchcraft sect a lesson. The hidden fog sect master coughed. He turned and cupped his hands together. "Mister, I'll leave everything to you." With things having come to this point, there was no use in blaming him. He could only choose to believe in Qin Yu and help the hidden fog sect reach the end. After all, this was a true Grand Master realm expert. Hearing the sect master's reminder, the hidden fog sect people regained their composure. They quickly restrained their emotions and relaxed their complexions. That's right, they had a Grand Master helping them. Even if the other sects knew of the Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength ahead of time, they still had a chance. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu had a calm expression. "Sect Master, rest assured that I have my own plans." Who could have guessed that outside of Dragon City, he had deliberately used the conflict with the witchcraft sect to expose his strength? The Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength attribute. If it weren't for this, how could he have given them such a pleasant surprise at the critical moment? This opponent was certainly the Dark Parliament. To put it bluntly, he didn't place these people from the 7 great sects in his eyes at all. In the Beast King War, if the hidden fog sect wanted to win, Qin Yu had no other choice. How could he not be diligent? As for the hidden fog sect people, he could feel the faint emotions they revealed, but he didn't care at all. In the end, both sides were only partners. Moreover, he didn't have much of a favorable impression of the hidden fog sect to begin with. After this cooperation, they would never see each other again. Or, even if they did, they would only be passers-by. Was there a need for him to care about them? This Beast King War is truly interesting. It hasn't even officially begun and one side has already been eliminated. The witchcraft sect master wore rainbow-colored robes. He didn't seem funny at all. Rather, he was dignified, leaving one in awe. At this time, he slowly spoke. Although he didn't point out a name, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see who he was targeting. The witchcraft sect and the hidden fog sect had accumulated grudges for many years. Although they seemed peaceful on the surface, they actually clashed in secret. Their hands were stained with the blood of the other. Now that there was a chance to strike the hidden fog sect while they were down, the witchcraft sect master naturally wouldn't miss this chance. Chapter 734. Outside Dragon City, the two sects had already clashed on the flying boat. The witchcraft sect had taken the initiative to attack, but in the end they had been suppressed by the hidden fog sect's Dark Star Ice Serpent. Not only had they not lost face, but they had been snubbed instead. Afterwards, at the Shadow Clan auction, the witchcraft sect had been played by that hateful and mysterious cultivator. They had lost all face and had become the laughingstock of all. Thus, the witchcraft sect was already filled with resentment, and now they were venting all of it on the hidden fog sect. All of them felt refreshed. They looked down from above, thinking that these people from the hidden fog sect had revealed their trump cards in a moment of anger. They were truly stupid, and now their intestines were green with regret. The Limitless Sword sect, Radiance Temple, Mount Fuyao, Blue Origin sect, Moonkeep Tower, and everyone else looked over, their expressions indifferent. No matter what angle they considered it from, it was a good thing for the witchcraft sect and the hidden fog sect to become enemies with each other. The Limitless Sword sect's master lightly said, "Everyone, since the arena has opened, There is no need to delay. After you and I enter, let's continue our battle. The Limitless Sword sect had never placed much importance on words. In this world, the only decisive factor was one's own strength. Of course, another reason was that the Limitless Sword sect had the most supporters. They already occupied the advantage, so they had to act as soon as possible. As long as they stepped into the arena, they would no longer be able to change their stance. The Limitless Sword sect's master's eyes shined. Everyone, thank you for your trust in the Limitless Sword sect. My sect will not disappoint you. Please follow us into the beast fighting arena. He took the lead. Invisible stone steps seemed to rise beneath his feet. Step by step, he rose into the air until he finally landed on the Limitless Sword sect's round platform. The Limitless Sword sect's master didn't hesitate. He sat down on the stone chair at the very front. Every movement he made exuded a dignified and swift momentum, as if the position of champion was already in the bag. Behind him, the cultivators that supported the Limitless Sword sect all landed on the giant stone chairs. Each chair could hold nearly 1,000 people. From this, it could be seen just how massive it was. The Witchcraft sect master sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He was dissatisfied with the Limitless Sword sect's actions, but he didn't say anything. He waved his hand and led the cultivators of his sect into the arena. The Limitless Sword sect had many supporters, but their Witchcraft sect also had many supporters. Although there was a gap, it was not impossible to catch up. After all, although the number of supporters was an important factor in the ownership of the first position, it was not the only key point. No one knew who would emerge victorious. The Hidden Fog sect master only faintly furrowed his eyebrows before composing himself. He had been a bit quiet today, as if he had been disturbed by the atmosphere and wasn't in a good mood. He exhaled and said, "Let's go in too." The people from the Hidden Fog sect sighed inwardly. They didn't have any extravagant hopes of obtaining a buy on the first day. They only hoped that the Dark Star Ice Serpent would give them a pleasant surprise once the battle began. However, when the other 6 sects set out, they all had many supporters and their momentum was overwhelming. When it was the Hidden Fog sect's turn, there were less than 100 people. If there was no comparison, then there was no harm. Even though the Hidden Fog sect cultivators tried their best to maintain their calm, their faces still felt hot. This situation was indeed very awkward. When the 7 sects entered the arena, this contrast reached its peak. There were less than 100 supporters, each one standing on an empty chair. It was like a delicious meat pie with lots of fillings. But when it came to the Hidden Fog sect, it was missing a piece. The cultivators of the other sects glanced over with amusement. Although they didn't mock them like the Witchcraft sect did, they were all thinking the same thing. In today's opening ceremony, there was no hope for the Hidden Fog sect to compete for the first position. Behind Radiance Temple's round platform, on the first giant stone chair, the area with the best view, the people of the Shadow Clan had separated out a space. But at this time, no one expressed any dissatisfaction. This was because everyone knew that the lucky and mysterious Shadow Clan Saintess was among them. If even the 7 great sects had to send gifts, then how could an existence that worked hard to build relationships be ordinary? At this time, a female cultivator flew up from the round platform. She wore a snow-white dress that didn't have a single blemish. Her skin was fair and her temperament was like that of an immortal. She landed outside the area that the Shadow Clan had separated out and warmly said, "On the orders of my sect master, I invite your Highness Saintess to enter the round platform to watch the battle." The Shadow Clan people scattered to reveal Julie. She wore an exquisite dress and her hair was combed up. The phantom of a dragon swam between her eyebrows, adding a touch of nobility to her already beautiful appearance. She nodded slightly and said, "I'll have to trouble Fairy Maiden to tell the sect master that Julie is not a cultivator of Radiance Temple and doesn't wish to break the rules of the arena. She can stay here." The female cultivator smiled. She didn't insist. "All right." She turned and flew away. The Shadow Clan Saintess was optimistic about Radiance Temple. It was clear that she would be able to set a good example and pull in many cultivators. This could be considered helpful to Radiance Temple, thus there was this scene of her returning the favor. Since Julie wasn't willing, then he would respect her choice. Of course, this didn't mean that this matter was over. After the Beast King War, no matter what the result was, Radiance Temple would use this as an excuse to continue contacting Ju Li. If they could be on good terms with the Shadow Clan Saintess, then it would be beneficial to Radiance Temple. Ji Yoon smiled as he looked at Ju Li calmly dealing with the situation. His fondness for her nearly overflowed. She was indeed born to be a noble person. Her learning speed was extremely fast. However, he wouldn't say anything nor would he say anything. Ju Li already knew of his identity. The two of them were now well matched and their relationship was becoming increasingly harmonious. As long as he let nature take its course, success would follow its natural course. Ju Li, today's opening ceremony was quite wonderful. The only pity is that the Hidden Fog sect was too impatient and ruined their good situation. They have already been eliminated early in the struggle for first place. No wonder my father once said that the Hidden Fog sect is getting worse with each generation and that there are signs of their decline. In this Beast King War, the Hidden Fog sect will have many disputes to deal with. If their ranking is too poor, I fear they will lose several pieces of their flesh. In my opinion, if the Hidden Fog sect doesn't have a pillar to support them, then I fear it won't be too many years before they fall into decline. Ju Li slowly nodded. She swept her eyes around and was startled. She frowned, a bit of hesitation in her eyes. Then, she shook her head. She must have been overthinking things. How could he possibly appear in the Hidden Fog sect? Moreover, looking at where this person was standing, it was clear he had an extremely high status. It should only be their appearance that was similar. After all, this world was vast and there were trillions upon trillions of humans. It was possible to find two people with the exact same appearance and figure. Qin Yu turned around and whispered several words into Yoon Dai's ear. She nodded and turned to leave. Not long after, Yoon Dai returned with a jade slip in her hand. "Teacher, I've already inquired about the matter of the first place seat in the arena. But, with her teacher's status, how could she not know about such an important matter?" Doubt flashed in her heart. Yoon Dai didn't think too much about it. She lowered her voice and began to explain. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. After hearing first day, he knew the crux of the matter. This was simply cheating. Whoever obtained the first place seat would have a much higher chance of becoming the champion. But now, because the Dark Star Ice Serpent had exposed its strength ahead of time, no one favored the Hidden Fog sect. In the struggle for first place, they had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. But even though Qin Yu knew of today's situation, he didn't regret his actions that day. Compared to scheming against the Dark Parliament, it was worth it even if he lost the first day. Moreover, there was still a chance to reverse the current situation. Qin Yu looked up. Beneath the black robes, his deep eyes fell on the arena. The Sword Sect Master looked around, his awe-inspiring momentum overflowing. "Everyone, if there are no objections, then today the Limitless Sword Sect will throw out a brick to attract jade." On the stone chairs in the back, the eyes of the supporters brightened. They all revealed looks of anticipation. Without waiting for a reply, the Sword Sect Master flicked his sleeves. With a flash of light, a strange beast appeared in front of him. It was shaped like a lizard and its entire body was covered in crystalline scales. Beneath the sunlight, it shined with a dazzling halo. At this time, its 2 feet were on the ground, walking straight like a person. And, what was even more surprising was that its forelimbs were grasping a long sword. The surface of the sword was sparkling like a flowing lake. Wisps of dense coldness immediately flowed out from it. It turned its head and glanced at the Sword Sect Master. The latter slowly nodded. In the next moment, a sword light flashed. It was as dazzling as the arrival of a sun, so bright that no one could look straight at it. Then, the sword light was like a waterfall. It pierced through space and crashed into the arena. "Ah!" Countless people cried out in alarm. They could feel the aura of annihilation coming from this sword. It was truly worthy of being called the Sword Sect Master. It was rumored that it had cultivated for over 5,000 years and comprehended sword intent on its own. Just how terrifying was its strength? Ripples suddenly appeared in the space above the arena. 10 rings of light appeared, gradually deepening in color. The first layer was pale white and the 10th was pitch black like ink. At this time, sword light fell down from the heavens, cutting into the rings of light. It cut through the first 5 layers, but when it reached the 6th layer, the rings were as dark as fog. As the sword light fell in, it violently trembled. The sword sect master clenched his fists. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion as the 6th layer of light shattered. Good. He shouted out loud, a smile on his face. The sword sect cultivators behind him all had looks of ecstasy. Breaking 6 layers with one sword and adding on the most supporters, it would at least be rated as a 7-ring beast. At this moment, as the sword light dissipated, the rings of light disappeared in the air. A round stone flew out and was caught by the sword sect master. He looked down and the smile on his face became even brighter. It was indeed a 7-ring beast. It had to be known that in the last 3 years of the Beast King battle, 7-ring was the highest result in the fight for first place. No wonder the sword sect cultivators were so excited. It meant that they had almost locked in victory in advance. The limitless sword sect really lives up to its name. They didn't betray our trust. Ha ha ha, I can't wait for the gift from Dragon City. Cheers erupted from the crowd at the back. On the other hand, the other 6 sects were silent. Looking at the cheering sword sect people, most of them had bitter expressions. The sword sect master clenched the stone bead, his eyes flashing. Everyone, if you don't have the confidence, don't waste your energy. He was full of confidence, and forfeiting was allowed in this round. The sword sect beast made its move. Its sword pierced through the air and was rated as a 7-ring beast. In the silence, no one thought that the second to make a move against the sword sect's pressure would be Moonkeep Tower. Chapter 735. The Moonkeep Tower master that everyone looked at was a tall and slender woman with an extremely ordinary appearance. This was a rare sight amongst high-level cultivators. In the long life of cultivation, as long as one wanted to change their appearance, it wasn't difficult at all. There were even times when one would uncontrollably try to beautify themselves. For instance, Qin Yu's current appearance had undergone a great change. This was a hidden benefit that naturally came with the rise in his level of life. The Moonkeep Tower master's current appearance was either an illusion or she was deliberately suppressing the changes in her appearance. No matter which possibility it was, in Qin Yu's opinion she was a formidable existence. For a woman to not even care about her own appearance, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her terrifying. Her will must be extremely firm. If such a person dared to follow behind the limitless sword sect despite the pressure, it could be seen that she had some degree of confidence in herself. At this time, she lifted a hand and slashed forwards. A crack appeared in space and a black shadow howled out. Moonkeep Tower's strongest spirit beast was exposed in front of everyone. Low cries sounded out from all directions. Moon-worshipping beast. No, this isn't an ordinary moon-worshipping beast. Look at the mark between its eyebrows, that is clearly a shrunken crescent moon. Everyone, have you discovered that after this beast appeared, the light between the heavens and earth dimmed a little? This is interfering with yin and yang. It hadn't truly emitted its aura, but just by standing here it had already interfered with the revolution of yin and yang. This was an ability that only top spirit beasts could possess. It was comparable to the Phoenix Luon from Radiance Temple that could stir up the stars. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Moonkeep Tower dared to be the second to attack. It was because they had enough confidence in themselves. No one dared to underestimate a spirit beast that could interfere with yin and yang. A cold light flashed deep in the sword sect master's eyes. Begin. The Moonkeep Tower master lightly said. The moon-worshipping beast faced the arena and prostrated itself on the ground. It emitted different syllables of varying lengths, each one filled with a mystical charm. In the skies above Dragon City, the light gradually dimmed. Darkness sprinkled down like thick ink, submerging everything. Soon after, a speck of light appeared in the darkness. It was cold, desolate, and carried an aura of eternity and eternity. Radiance spread outwards. An enormous full moon suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes just like that. It was located in the middle of the sky, temporarily replacing the great sun's function. Its slightly cold moonlight scattered over all of Dragon City. The moon-worshipping beast raised its head. The crescent moon between its brows lit up like a whirlpool, attracting the moonlight that filled the entire dragon city. Thus, after a short period of light, the huge dragon city once again fell into darkness. The endless moonlight gathered in the sky above the Colosseum, becoming brighter and brighter. In the end, it seemed to surpass the sun, turning into a huge blazing fireball. The light was so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. Countless cultivators were blinded by the piercing moonlight. Tears streamed down their red and swollen eyes, but none of them were willing to close their eyes. They were all waiting for the next heaven-shaking, earth-shattering blow. Moon bow! It was unknown which cultivator cried out in alarm. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as tears flowed down their cheeks. Ignoring the burning moonlight, they tried their best to open their eyes wide. And indeed, in that blazing moonlight, the phantom of a bow appeared. It was like an invisible hand was slowly pulling it back. Thus, the blinding light rapidly vanished from sight. It gathered on the bowstring, turning into a small and delicate arrow. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. But it was far too fast. It seemed as if it had just started before it came to an abrupt stop. In the Colosseum, the 10 halos that had vanished reappeared. The moonlight arrow broke through with unstoppable force, instantly shattering the first 5 halos. The 6th halo of light was dark and gloomy like fog. Now, it violently tumbled about like raging waves. The moonlight arrow was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow it. It appeared in front of everyone once more. Half of it had sunk into the 6th halo of light and the arrowhead was trembling. This scene caused everyone in the Colosseum to suck in a breath of cold air. Countless eyes widened and their jaws nearly hit the ground. At this time, the moonlight arrow's trembling arrowhead began to break apart. The nervous sword faction members were overjoyed, but their complexions immediately changed. This was because the collapse of the arrow didn't mean that it had lost strength. On the contrary, it was like a booster that had been ignited. The arrowhead instantly tore through the dark and gloomy 6th halo of light. The arrowhead ruthlessly smashed into the 7th halo of light and then collapsed, vanishing into nothingness. The 10 halos vanished and a round stone rapidly flew forwards. The Moonkeep Tower Master lifted a hand and caught it. Although it was immediately put away, the 7 rings on it were still clearly visible to everyone. 7 rings. 7 rings. Another 7 rings. In the past 3 Beast King Wars, they had suppressed all sides with results. Now, 2 of them had appeared. Did this mean that today would be a fierce struggle between tigers and dragons? Even if the following 5 sects didn't perform well enough, they would still be able to gather together a great drama today. There was only one first seat. 2 sects were tied at 7 rings. They would need to undergo a battle to determine the final victor. The sword faction master had an indifferent expression. His eyes were as cold as a sword's edge. Moonkeep Tower Master, good methods. I admire you. Beside him, a lizard beast wielding a long sword locked its eyes onto the moon-worshipping beast. Invisible sword intent shook around it, ripping apart space and leaving long cracks in it. The moon-worshipping beast's eyes were as calm as a lake, without the slightest ripple. It looked back and the 2 spirit beasts' gazes met. There was no other movement. The air between the heavens and earth suddenly stagnated. It was like flowing water in the middle of winter, about to freeze in the extreme cold. Good. This is truly worthy of being the Moonkeep Tower. I knew it. The most low-key and mysterious member of the 7 great sects must have a deep background. Behind them, the cultivators of the moon-worshipping tower were wild with joy and cheering. When the Limitless Sword sect obtained 7 rings, they had already given up all hope. Who would have thought that there would be a reversal of fortune? Although they still needed to undergo a fierce battle to determine the final victor, at least they had a high chance of winning. It had condensed the legendary moon bow, a supreme weapon hidden between the heavens and earth. This moon-worshipping beast of the Moonkeep Tower had the qualifications to compete for the position of Beast King. As the moon-worshipping tower was celebrating, the atmosphere in the arena became even more gloomy. The cultivators of the 5 sects that hadn't yet made their move all felt oppressed. That was 2 7 rings. After the Limitless Sword sect and moon-worshipping tower, Who would dare to be the third to make a move? If their performance wasn't good and they were compared to the other two sects, they would be stripped of all face in front of everyone and their reputation would be swept to the ground. The brief silence was soon broken. The witchcraft sect coldly sneered, "Since none of you are willing to go first, then I will be the third." He stepped on the ground and black energy gushed out, turning into a giant black hole. With a cruel roar, an incomparably fierce giant scorpion that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. Its eyes were blood red like a tumbling sea of blood. Its entire body was filled with an aura of slaughter and annihilation, as if it wanted to destroy everything it saw. The scorpion's momentum was great, but facing 2 7 rings, the witchcraft sect master felt a sense of oppression. He took a deep breath and lifted a finger. The dozens of feet tall fierce and cruel giant crab trembled. It turned its head, the witchcraft sect master's figure reflected in its eyes. It roared out loud, as if it were filled with fear and resentment. The witchcraft sect master was expressionless. He looked at the giant crab's blood-red eyes. After several breaths of silence, he looked away and roared, a deep sorrow in his voice. The giant crab's abdomen wriggled and 5 white eggs fell to the ground. With the sound of tearing silk, 5 young scorpions drilled out. Their shells were pink and translucent, and one could clearly see all sorts of organs wriggling within them. After being born ahead of time, the 5 young scorpions cried out in panic. As if they could feel a threat, they broke out of their eggs and fled in all directions. But to their mother, the strength of these 5 young scorpions was negligible. Its blood-red eyes swept over the fleeing young scorpions and its giant tail struck out like a bolt of lightning. The stinger on its tail instantly pierced through the body of a young scorpion. It screamed in pain as it was lifted up and brought to the giant crab's mouth where it was swallowed. The young scorpion's pitiful cries came to an abrupt end. What followed was the sound of chewing. The giant crab's blood-red eyes became even deeper. Like before, after several breaths of time, the 5 young scorpions were cleanly swallowed. Blood-red veins appeared on the surface of the giant crab's thick black carapace. They were like meridians that gathered all the blood in its body to the giant crab's tail, making it seem as if it was soaked in blood. With a violent roar, the giant crab's tail fiercely rose up. The scarlet stinger was like a demonic sword that fell from the heavens, ruthlessly stabbing towards the arena. 10 halos of light appeared, overlapping each other in layers. Their color deepened from light white, gradually turning pitch black. Now, the first 4 halos of light had been shattered by the scorpion's tail. The 5th halo trembled but didn't immediately disperse. As this scene fell into everyone's eyes, some people felt their hearts skip a beat. Some people let out sighs of relief and some people revealed looks of ridicule. From the looks of it, the witchcraft sect breaking through the 5th halo was their limit. Even if they added in their supporters, the most they could obtain was 6 rings. They no longer had the qualifications to compete for first place. The chances of them obtaining victory in the Beast King War were slim to the extreme. The witchcraft sect master's complexion darkened. Then, a cruel light flashed in his eyes and a short syllable came from his lips. The giant scorpion roared in pain. Its entire tail exploded. There was no flesh or blood that splashed outwards, but it ignited, turning into raging blood-red flames. The 5th and 6th halos of light instantly shattered. The scorpion's stinger stabbed into the 7th halo, causing it to tremble. Unfortunately, the stinger had used up most of its strength and was powerless to continue forwards. The round stone was caught by the witchcraft sect master. The 7 halos were eye-catching, but he didn't seem happy at all. With a flick of his sleeves, he put away the giant shattertail scorpion and sat back down with a gloomy expression. The cultivators from the Limitless Sword sect and Moonkeep Tower relaxed. Luckily, they hadn't broken through the 7th halo, otherwise their first-place position would have been taken away by the witchcraft sect. Now, although the 3 sects had 7 rings, the giant scorpion was already severely wounded and was powerless to compete with them. Humph humph. The witchcraft sect had miscalculated this time. They hadn't been able to break through the 7th halo. In this Beast King War, they feared that they would be ranked at the bottom like the Hidden Fog sect. But no matter what, 3 7-ring masters were competing against each other. This was an extremely rare sight since the start of the Beast King War. The oppression this brought to the remaining 4 sects could be imagined. Sitting on a giant stone chair, Julie's eyes flashed. She believed that the Shadow Clan Patriarch's warning had a deeper meaning. In this situation, shouldn't Radiant's Temple make their move? Before she finished her thoughts, the incomparably beautiful and cold Radiant's Temple Master opened her red lips and said, "Radiant's Temple will be the 4th to make a move." The Phoenix Luon's true form appeared. Its wings were nearly 1,000 feet wide and its feathers were sparkling and translucent. Its eyes were noble and indifferent as it looked down at the people below. At this time, it spread its wings and a giant vortex appeared. Strong winds roared within, like a tsunami. This was different from the battle with the Limitless Sword Sect's strange beasts. Although the wind within the vortex was wild, there were no wind blades cutting out. Everyone understood that this Phoenix Luon was gathering its strength. To put it in simpler terms, it was gathering its ultimate move. Suddenly, the entire vortex shattered, as if it had been swept away by a terrifying sword. It was neatly cut in half from the middle. Immediately after, a green longsword appeared and slashed down at the Colosseum. Wind sword. Shocked roars sounded out. Countless cultivators stared with wide eyes. This was because this was the second supreme weapon hidden between the heavens and earth to be summoned today. Moon bow in front, wind sword behind. 6 halos cut out. The wind sword didn't stop as it arrived in the 7th level. Its color was like the curtain of night that had just descended. The clear and thin darkness was like flowing water that could annihilate and offset all energy. The sword blade submerged into the 7 halos. The wind sword cried out without end, causing the howling of the wind between the heavens and earth to rise, sweeping outward. The cultivators of the Limitless Sword Sect, Moonkeep Tower, and Witchcraft Sect all let out sighs of relief. It seemed that the wind sword wouldn't be able to break through the 7th level. Even so, it was already an established fact that Radiant's Temple had obtained a 7-ring result. Yundai's eyes widened. She cried out, so fierce. It was indeed fierce. As the wind sword cut into the 7th level, it trembled without end. Just from this alone, it was a level stronger than the previous 3 sects. Chapter 736. He wasn't the only one to realize this. At this time, the Limitless Sword Sect Master, the Moonkeep Tower Master, and the Witchcraft Sect Master all had dignified and gloomy expressions. With a bird cry, motes of starlight sprinkled down from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, they fused into the Phoenix Luon's body. With the help of the power of the stars, the feathers on its surface instantly turned a pure blue color. The howling of the wind swords became even louder. They were like saw teeth, slowly sinking into the Phoenix Luon. Bang! With a deep explosion, the 7th layer of light rings shattered. At this moment, the massive arena fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Radiant's Temple. As they looked at that incomparably beautiful and cold figure, they were all absent-minded. No one thought that Radiant's Temple, whose performance was so normal, would actually be the greatest dark horse. The wind swords had dispersed and disappeared, but they had already helped Radiant's Temple obtain their best result so far. 8 rings. Moreover, in the current situation, even if the 3 sects hadn't made a move yet, they had basically locked in victory ahead of time and obtained the qualifications to skip the first day. Cheers soared to the heavens. Julie stood in the small space created by the Shadow Clan. As she listened to the excited voices around her, she smiled. As she expected, the Shadow Clan's patriarch was able to sense Radiant's Temple's strength ahead of time. From this, it could be seen that the Shadow Clan was far stronger than they appeared on the surface. To Julie, this was good news. The stronger the Shadow Clan was, the higher her status as a saintess would be. The Radiant's Temple Master lifted her palm, a stone bead resting between her fingers. There were 8 rings on it, shining with a faint halo. Everyone, thank you for letting me win. Her lips curved up in a smile that could topple nations. But at this moment, no one was immersed in her beauty. Everyone was shocked by Feng Luon's strength. The Limitless Sword Sect, Moonkeep Tower, and Witchcraft Sect that had obtained 7 rings were all silent. Bitterness and helplessness tumbled in their chests. A single ring was the difference between the heavens and earth. No matter how unwilling they were doomed to miss out on the first-place seat. The cheering supporters of the three sects bitterly smiled again and again. Some of them even cursed in their hearts. If they had been defeated at the start, then that would have been fine. But they had been given such great hope, and now they had been kicked into the abyss. Who would feel good about this? Sigh. With a sigh, the Blue Origin sect master helplessly said, "The results of the 8 rings have already come out. The Blue Origin lineage will no longer try. The position of first place belongs to Radiance Temple." With the good relationship between the Blue Origin sect and Radiance Temple, it was understandable if they chose to give up, knowing that they had no hope of surpassing the other. Being able to preserve the strength of the spirit beasts in the sect was one of the reasons, but being afraid of losing face in public was also another reason. Of the 4 sects in their hands, 3 had 7 rings and 1 had 8 rings. If they only got 6 rings or even lower when it was their turn to fight, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? He might as well simply admit defeat and take advantage of the situation to flatter Radiance Temple and pull their relationship closer. If Radiance Temple had a bye in this Beast King war, then with the strength of this Phoenix Luon, it was highly likely that they would become the champion. There was no time to lose in currying favor. Mountain Lord Fu Yarrow cursed in his heart. This group of bootlickers from the Qingyuan sect really had a sharp tongue. Just now, he was about to open his mouth, but someone else beat him to it. None of them were fools. Even if they sacrificed half the lives of the sect's spirit beasts, they would be thankful if they could obtain 7 rings. It was meaningless. Radiance Temple's Phoenix Luon has suppressed all others and obtained an 8-ring result. Mountain Lord Fu Yarrow is ashamed of his inferiority. Who didn't know how to flatter others? Mountain Lord Fu Yarrow and the Blue Origin sect master's eyes met in midair. They smiled and nodded. As for how many times they were cursing each other in their hearts, only they knew. In the blink of an eye, the only ones that hadn't made a move in the arena were the Hidden Fog sect side. In the awkward silence, everyone's eyes gradually revealed ridicule. In the Hidden Fog sect's camp, there were less than 100 backdoor supporters. In the final result, they were nearly negligible. In other words, no matter how fierce the Dark Star Ice Serpent was, even if it broke through the 7th ring of light like the Phoenix Luon, it would only obtain a 7-ring result. In this situation, what were they waiting for if they didn't hurry up and admit defeat? Elder Sai's complexion paled. He lowered his voice and reminded, "Sect Master." The other sect elders also had unkind expressions. They had long since given up hope of obtaining first place. They might as well simply give up. Why provoke ridicule? In these past years, the Hidden Fog sect's authority had been scattered among the high-level figures. The sect master was only the highest authority in name. The Hidden Fog sect master looked at Elder Sai, his expression calm. Then, he swept his eyes over the other elders and lightly said, "My sect does not intend to give up." His heart was as firm as iron. He would help the Hidden Fog sect obtain the right to a bye on the first day. At that time, with Mr. Ningqian's help, the Hidden Fog sect had a high chance of becoming the champion. But what a pity, he originally wanted to wait until the most critical battle to play out this card. If he took action today, he feared he would be discovered. But in the current situation, he couldn't care about this. So what if they discovered him? He had already decided to give up his life. In the eyes of someone who had already decided to die, there was nothing to be afraid of. "Sect Master!" Several elders shouted out. If it weren't for them caring about their face, they likely would have asked, "What do you want to do to his face?" Didn't the Hidden Fog sect lose enough face today? If they gave up now, with the Blue Origin sect and Mount Fu Yarrow in front of them, they would only be taking advantage of the situation. If they insisted on trying, wouldn't that mean they were dissatisfied with Radiance Temple? This wasn't just a matter of face, but also a great deal of their own interest. The elders decided that they couldn't allow the sect master to act recklessly again. If necessary, they would display a tough stance. But this time, their threats were useless. The Hidden Fog sect master said without expression, "I am the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect and wield the highest authority. My decision is not to give up." Although he spoke to the elders, with the support of his cultivation, His voice reverberated throughout the arena, clearly entering everyone's ears. Across from him, Elder Sai and the others stiffened. The Hidden Fog Sect Master had directly placed the matter in the open. Unless they didn't care about the face of the sect and exposed the internal conflicts of the sect to everyone, they couldn't continue to stop him. At this moment, the complexions of many people changed. As they looked at the Hidden Fog Sect Master, their eyes revealed a bit of admiration. In the current situation, to be able to withstand the pressure and make such a decision could be considered courageous and imposing. But there were even more people that revealed mocking expressions after a moment of silence. He clearly knew that this was meaningless and would even offend Radiant's temple, but he still wanted to forcefully take action. This decision was simply stupid. Was he borrowing today's situation to use outside pressure to suppress the sect elders that were at odds with him? If this was really the case, then for his own selfish gain, he would disregard the interests of the sect. That was even more despicable. It was clear that some Hidden Fog Sect elders were thinking this. Their eyes became increasingly gloomy. Although they didn't continue speaking, they had already decided in their hearts that this matter wouldn't end here. Once they returned to Hidden Fog Mountain, they would settle the score once more. Perhaps Hu Fu was no longer suitable for the position of Sect Master. The Hidden Fog Sect Master's expression didn't change, as if he didn't feel the cold glares from the elders or the ridicule from those around him. He stood up and flicked his sleeves. The temperature in the air rapidly dropped. A white frost appeared on the ground and rapidly spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, a layer of ice appeared. In this cruel cold, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's massive figure began to slowly condense from illusory. Between its indifferent eyes, silver lines wove together. A single horn jutted out from its head like a spear, pointing towards the heavens. The Hidden Fog Sect Master sucked in a deep breath. At this time, a figure suddenly stepped forwards. He was startled for a moment before cupping his hands together and saying, "Mr. also wishes to persuade me to give up." If this was really the case, then even if he wasn't willing, he still had to carefully consider it. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu shook his head. "No." The Hidden Fog Sect Master relaxed. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Qin Yu directly said, "This time, I will fight for you." "Ah." The Hidden Fog Sect Master cried out. He immediately reacted and suppressed his excitement. "If so, then I'll have to trouble Mr. With Mr.'s status, since he asked to help on his own initiative, then he must have the confidence to do so. Ha ha ha, it looks like I can still save my life for a critical moment so that I can die for the sect." Behind them, the group of unfriendly elders had a slight change in their expressions. Soon after, shock and anticipation appeared in their eyes. Qin Yu deeply looked at Hu Fu and then turned towards the Dark Star Ice Serpent. This incomparably powerful spirit beast immediately revealed a look of awe in its eyes. It respectfully lay down on the ground. This scene caused the originally noisy beast fighting Colosseum to quickly quiet down, as though someone had pressed the mute button. Those that had been watching the Hidden Fog Sect's internal strife suddenly had dignified expressions. As they looked at the black-robed figure, they subconsciously revealed awe. No one doubted the Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength. It had fought with the Witchcraft Sect's giant scorpion twice, and that was enough to prove that it had the qualifications to compete for the position of Beast King. It was only because it had revealed its strength ahead of time that no one favored it. But now, such an incomparably powerful spirit beast was actually respectfully lying on the ground, expressing its respect and submission to this person. No one was a fool, so they could naturally guess what this meant. Moreover, everyone could see the attitudes of the Hidden Fog Sect Master Hu Fu and the elders. They couldn't help but be surprised and shaken. When did such a powerhouse appear in the Hidden Fog Sect? The Radiance Temple Master's eyes narrowed. Faint traces of starlight flashed in her eyes. An 8-ring result was more than enough to lock in victory. But for some unknown reason, she felt a bit restless in her heart. She took a deep breath and suppressed all the fluctuations in her heart. There were 10 halos in the arena, and the disparity between each one was astonishing. To break through the 7th halo, even the Phoenix Luon could only barely do so by borrowing the power of the stars. Although the Hidden Fog Sect's Dark Star Ice Serpent was strong, it absolutely couldn't accomplish this. Today, Radiant's temple had already taken the position of first place. In the crowd, Ju Li subconsciously furrowed her eyebrows. Her eyes inevitably fell on the black-robed person once more. What followed was a suppressed sense of familiarity. Ju Li, do you know this person? Ji Yoon asked with surprise. Ju Li shook her head. No, it's just that this person reminds me of an old friend. But, he is only an ordinary person, it is impossible for him to appear here. Just as she finished speaking, her heart skipped a beat. With Qin Yu's status, he didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Shadow Clan's auction. But, not only had he entered, but he had also caused such a great commotion. If it weren't for her asking Elder One-Eye to help him escape, he would have likely died to the witchcraft sect. Following this logic, it wasn't impossible for Qin Yu to appear in the Hidden Fog sect and borrow the strength of the mysterious powerhouse behind him to force the entire Hidden Fog sect to bow their heads. Ju Li's eyes sharpened. If this person really was Qin Yu, then he was simply seeking death. The Beast King War of the Seven Sects had far-reaching implications. Even the Shadow Clan didn't dare to interfere. They could only watch from the sidelines, so where did he find the courage to involve himself? Her thoughts raced. Ju Li suddenly asked, Radiant's Temple Master, is the Temple Master's previous invitation still valid? In the silence, although Ju Li's voice wasn't loud, it was loud enough for everyone to hear. As Qin Yu walked to the side of the Dark Star Ice Serpent, he subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. Their gazes met in midair. Chapter 737. The moment their eyes met, Ju Li could confirm that the person beneath the black robe was Qin Yu. There was no need for any other reason. He took a deep breath and the anger in his chest surged. Didn't he know his own identity? Did he really think that he would be able to pass through danger every time? This was the Beast Arena, the place where the seven great sects fought. Even the Shadow Clan didn't dare to interfere, so there was no way she could save him. If there was an accident, he would definitely die. Damn it, just who was controlling Qin Yu from behind? Why would an ordinary person be placed in such a dangerous situation? Ju Li's eyes subconsciously swept over those from the Hidden Fog sect. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Yoon Dai. Why was she here? His thoughts raced. Ju Li thought of that mysterious Mr. Ning Qin. No one knew where he came from, but he actually possessed an extremely formidable strength. Could it be that he was the one controlling Qin Yu from behind? But Qin Yu was only an ordinary person, so how could he be chosen by Ning Qin as a puppet? Ju Li stiffened. She remembered that she had once recommended Qin Yu to Feng Qing as Ning Qin's disciple. Could the miss have already done this in private? No matter how she thought about it, there was only one possibility. Ju Li subconsciously bit her lips. If this was really the case, then didn't that mean she had harmed Qin Yu? In other words, if Qin Yu had already become Ning Qin's disciple, then whether it was the Shadow Clan's auction or today's arena, none of it was his original intention. The Radiant's Temple Master's eyes flashed. She nodded and said, of course it is effective. Saintess, please come to the round platform and watch the match. Ju Li took a deep breath, suppressing his tumbling thoughts. After thanking Ji Yoon, he said a few words of thanks and flew forward. Ji Yoon frowned. He loudly said, Radiant's Temple Master, I am the young master of the Western Tombs Ji family. This is my identity token. May I go to the round platform with Ju Li to watch the battle? The Ji family of West Hill. The expressions of those in the surroundings who were slightly knowledgeable couldn't help but change, and their gazes were filled with shock and reverence. The Western Tomb Divine Church had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and their background was deep and powerful. Every pope had a transcendent cultivation and was no weaker than any of the seven great sects. And because of the nature of the religion, the sect had a large number of believers in the West Hill. In terms of absolute power, it even exceeded the West Hill by a lot. The Radiant's Temple Master's eyes swept around and her cold expression relaxed a little. She nodded and said, my sect has been in contact with the Shiman divine religion several times and even fought side by side with Protector Yang Ri. Little friend Ji, please come over. Ji Yoon cupped his hands together. Thank you, Hall Master. His figure moved and landed beside Ju Li. He smiled and nodded at her. As this scene fell into the eyes of the Radiance Temple Master, her gaze towards Ju Li deepened. She could vaguely guess that Ji Yun did not hesitate to expose his identity in front of everyone. He wanted to stay by her side, to prevent her heart from panicking. Ju Li was somewhat moved, but right now she had more important things to do. Miss Yun Dai, I didn't expect that after parting at the mid-morning city branch, you and I would actually meet again here. This is truly an unexpected surprise. Ju Li revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Miss Yun Dai, did you also come here to watch the Beast King battle? Yun Dai also saw Ju Li and heard the conversation between her and the Radiance Temple Master. The first thought in her mind was that she was actually the one who had obtained the approval of Dragon City and become the Shadow Clan's saintess. As she heard this, she subconsciously said, I followed. She immediately regained her composure. It's like this. I never thought that when I saw you today, Miss Ju Li would have become the Shadow Clan's saintess. Congratulations, congratulations. The matter of her teacher secretly going to the Hidden Fog sect had to be kept a secret. She had almost let slip. Ju Li nodded. After today, I will visit Miss Yun Dai again. Although Yun Dai had abruptly stopped speaking, it was enough for her to make a judgment. The one controlling Qin Yu was indeed Ning Qin. At this time, Ju Li's mind was flooded with regret. If she knew this would happen, she would never have recommended Qin Yu. But now, it was too late to say these things. She had to help Qin Yu escape from today's maelstrom. Otherwise, if something were to happen to him, Ju Li would never be able to live the rest of her life in peace. Ji Yun's low voice echoed in her ears. Ju Li, do you recognize this person? Ju Li let out a breath. She slowly nodded. I'm sorry, Ji Yun. I didn't recognize him just now. After being gently interrupted, Ji Yun said, I believe in you. If there is anything I can help you with, feel free to tell me. Ju Li was moved. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then, with a bit of hesitation, she said, Ji Yun, this person once showed me graciousness. I can't tell you about his current situation, but it is related to me. So, if possible, if there is an accident, I hope that you can protect his life. Of course, if it is impossible, you don't have to. With the status of the Western Tomb Divine Church's young master, he had enough status to help. It was just that this matter was likely to cause a series of troubles, so Ju Li hesitated. Ji Yun interrupted her once more. Okay. Ju Li's heart warmed. You must consider this carefully. Ji Yun smiled. This is the first time that you have asked me to help you, so I will naturally help you. He took a deep breath and continued to say, You already know that I am the young master of the Western Tomb Divine Church. I am the only male in my family and the position of church master will be inherited by me. No matter what, those people from the 7 great sects will give me some face. These words were light and joking, but they revealed a formidable self-confidence. And, the young master of the Western Tomb Divine Church did indeed have this confidence. Ju Li pursed her lips. Ji Yun, thank you. Ji Yun looked towards the arena. My greatest wish is that one day, you will never say thank you to me again. His thoughts were clear to see. Ju Li was silent. But, she wasn't a plant or a tree. After being delayed by the Shadow Clan Saintess and the Western Tomb Divine Church's young master, everyone's eyes turned back. After all, matters that involved their own interests were the most important. And right now, this was the first confrontation between the 7 great sects in the arena. It was a critical moment to compete for the first position and obtain the right to have a bye on the first day. With the Hidden Fog sect's current situation, the chances of a counterattack were nearly zero. But, this black-robed man who had suddenly attacked left everyone curious. Why did he still dare to attack? He wiped away these thoughts and sighed inwardly. He would think about Ju Li's matters in the future. He lifted a hand and gently patted the Dark Star Ice Serpent. The power of his blood vitality quietly poured into its body. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's giant body suddenly shivered. Its giant eyes were tightly shut so that no one could see the fear and awe in them. Qin Yu took a step back. Big fellow, make your move. Dragon City really was the home of the dragon race. The champion camp of the Beast King War would be able to obtain a gift, a baptism of dragon energy. This proved that the arena here was intimately related to the dragon race. As for Dragon City, it had been built by a powerful ancient race in the distant past. After clarifying these relationships, it wasn't difficult to make a judgment. Qin Yu believed that the blood vitality he poured into the Dark Star Ice Serpent's body would surely produce some sort of effect. Hearing Qin Yu's command, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's giant body rose up from the ground. The silver horn on its head began to shine with runes. The temperature between the heavens and earth crazily fell. The skies darkened and massive snowflakes fell down, covering the entire world. In the wind and snow that filled the skies, the phantom of a towering ice mountain slowly appeared. It was so massive that its tip seemed to sink into the heavens. As one looked down, one could actually feel a cold chill surging towards them, nearly freezing their souls. The Dark Star Ice Serpent fiercely bent down. The horn on its head thrust forwards, thrusting towards the arena. As it moved, the phantom of a towering ice mountain rose up from the ground. With a loud rumble, it stirred up trillions of heaven and earth spiritual strength as it smashed into the arena. At this moment, the ice mountain was like a saber, able to cut apart the heavens and shatter the earth, destroying 1,000,000,000,000 lives. Countless people cried out in alarm. Although they had already guessed just how powerful the Dark Star Ice Serpent was, they were still shaken by the momentum it caused. That giant ice mountain that towered into the heavens seemed to crash into their minds through their gazes, causing their minds to fall into a brief blank. In the arena, 10 halos appeared. The outside was light and the inside was pitch black, as if the sky was about to brighten and the curtain of night had fallen. They represented the two extremes of light and darkness, containing the mysteries of yin and yang. At this time, the phantom of the ice mountain arrived. Like a knife cutting through cheese, the first 6 halos were instantly cut apart. The 7th level was as dark as the curtain of night. Most of the halos had been cut apart and the phantom of the ice mountain seemed to sink into a swamp. Even so, it still moved forwards. With every inch it moved forwards, there was a loud rumbling sound. Within the 7th halo of light, the darkness seemed to surge up and down like great waves. Everyone that had been shocked by the phantom of the ice mountain fell silent. As long as one wasn't blind, they could naturally judge that the Dark Star Ice Serpent could break through the 7th level. Just this point alone surpassed all the spirit beasts of the other sects besides Radiance Temple's Phoenix Luan. If the Hidden Fog sect had an equal number of supporters, then they would have become the only 2 8-ring sects that could stand side by side with Radiance Temple. At this time, the supporters of the Limitless Sword sect, Witchcraft sect, Moonkeep Tower, Blue Origin sect, and Mount Fuyao, all of them began to feel regret. If they had supported the Hidden Fog sect before, then with the formidable strength that the Dark Star Ice Serpent had displayed, even if others knew of its strength ahead of time, they still might have had the qualifications to win. But it was clear that there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything was already beyond redemption. Bang! The 7th halo of light shattered. The phantom of the ice mountain didn't slow down at all. It fell onto the 8th ring, but it was clear that its strength had been exhausted and signs of collapse appeared. It no longer had the strength to continue forwards. The Radiance Temple Master revealed a happy expression. With the Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength, if it broke through the 8th ring, then even if the Phoenix Luan could defeat it, it would still consume a great deal of energy. If so, then the effect of being first on the first day would be halved. Luckily, it was still a step behind. But the Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength had surpassed everyone's expectations. It seemed that Radiance Temple's preparations against it weren't enough. Luckily, they still had time to prepare. After the first day of battle in the arena, there would be a challenge match for the loser. In addition to the time needed to recover, there would be at least 5 to 7 days. That was more than enough. At that time, the Phoenix Luan would be able to wait for it to exhaust itself. With thorough preparations, defeating the Dark Star Ice Serpent would be easy. Julie's heart relaxed. She was truly worried that Qin Yu would act like he did at the Shadow Clan auction and show off too much. That would only increase the risk of him being exposed. To him, losing like this was the best result. A dark light flashed in the depths of Ji Yun's eyes. He could see that Ju Li was paying special attention to that black-robed person. But soon, his expression returned to tranquility. No matter who this black-robed person was, the one who would be able to capture Julie's heart in the end would be him. The 7th level would end here. The various factions in the arena all made their own judgments. In their hearts, they felt regret for the hidden fog sect, a bit of depression, and a bit of joy after unwillingness. To be more precise, it was the latter emotion. Compared to them, the hidden fog sect that had lost the qualifications to compete for first place because of the problem of having too few supporters was undoubtedly even more difficult to accept. The mentality of there is someone worse off than me existed on any level. This was the darkest side of human nature. Chapter 738. As the Ice Mountain shadow collapsed, the hidden fog sect master's eyes darkened, revealing a look of disappointment. Even with Mr. Chen's strength, he still wasn't able to accomplish this. If he had known earlier, he would have persisted. He was just that one step away. The hidden fog sect's elder Sai and the others looked at Chen Yu's back. The awe and respect in their eyes quietly faded by a great deal. An existence at the Grand Expert realm was far less formidable than they had imagined. It wasn't as if they could accomplish anything. Yun Dai's mouth fell open. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, and all sorts of chaotic emotions wove together in her heart. After personally witnessing over 400 mature shadow trees, Yun Dai no longer had the slightest doubt towards her teacher's strength. Thus, she had never imagined that something like failure would occur. If her teacher took action, then he would definitely succeed. This was a belief that she had accumulated in her heart after experiencing it again and again. But now, a crack had appeared in this belief. Chen Yu could feel the eyes behind him as well as the hidden ridicule from all around him. Beneath his black robes, his expression was calm. He was waiting. He was waiting for the blood energy he poured into the Dark Star Ice Serpent to verify his speculations. Roar! The Dark Star Ice Serpent suddenly roared, its voice filled with excitement and agitation. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. It had begun. On the scales covering its body, a faint blood-red color appeared. Then, as if pushed by an invisible strength, it gathered on the horn on its head. Its color became bright, but it wasn't that kind of naked, ruthless, and cruel scarlet. It was more like a transparent jade color. It was pure, beautiful, and noble. At this moment, on the other 6 sects' round platforms, as well as Radiance Temple's Phoenix Luon, all the spirit beasts roared and cried out. They looked at the Dark Star Ice Serpent, their eyes filled with shock and awe. It crashed into the 8th level of the Ice Mountain shadow. A trace of blood red appeared, the same color as the Dark Star Ice Serpent's horn. It rapidly spread outwards, forming the phantom of a long saber. It trembled and directly shattered the Ice Mountain shadow. Or, it could be said that it had gathered and absorbed all of the Ice Mountain shadow's strength. Whoosh! The saber phantom slashed out. The 8th level was instantly passed. Then the 9th level, the 10th level. Bang! The saber phantom didn't slow down. It fell into the arena, tearing open a long mark on the floor tiles that were covered with the marks of time. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the colossal beast-fighting arena, causing everyone's faces to turn pale and their eyes to stare blankly. Break through the 10th level. Break through the 10th level. Break through the 10th level. At this moment, only one thought remained in everyone's mind. Ever since the rise of the 7 major sects, dividing and occupying the vast and affluent eastern plains, the Beast King battle had been held countless times. In the long years of history, there had also been extremely stunning Beast Kings with unparalleled strength, directly crushing all opponents. However, the highest achievement recorded in history was only 9 rings, and that was after receiving the support of the supporters. His actual strength was only 8 rings. But today, they had witnessed the birth of a 10-ring result with their own eyes. Moreover, there was no bonus, and it was purely based on his own strength. How terrifying was this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Impossible. The witchcraft sect master suppressed his roar. His face flushed red and twisted with excitement. I do not believe that even though the Dark Star Ice Serpent is strong, it is impossible for it to break through the 10 halos. In the deathly silence, this roar caused everyone to regain their composure. In particular, those people from Radiance Temple who were in a daze felt their hearts skip a beat. Had some accident occurred? That's right, even if that blood saber phantom was the legendary supreme ice saber hidden between the heavens and earth, it still wouldn't have this kind of strength. The moon bow and wind sword both appeared, and they only managed to break through the 7th level. The ice saber is in existence on the same level as them, so how could the disparity be so great? There must be a problem with the hidden fog sect's result. The crowd was roused with excitement. Whoosh, the round stone howled as it flew towards him. Qin Yu lifted his hand and grasped it. With a light cracking sound, all of the noise and chaos suddenly dissipated. On the surface of the stone, there were 10 halos lined up. They flowed with brilliant light, and the phantom of a 7-colored dragon could be faintly seen. Good. 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 The hidden fog sect master reared back his head and laughed, his voice billowing out in all directions. He stepped forwards and bowed. Thank you, mister, for helping my hidden fog sect seize the first position. Once the 10 rings appeared, who could compete with him? Like this, today's competition came to an end. Elder Sai and the other high-level figures of the hidden fog sect all revealed looks of embarrassment and panic. They followed suit and bowed. We thank Mr. A Grand Master wasn't terrifying? How did I come to such a conclusion? Did my brain have a screw loose? Yoon Dai was so excited that her face flushed red. She didn't speak, only straightening her back as pride and joy flowed out. She knew that her teacher would definitely be able to do it. 10 rings. This was the 10th ring. In the long history of the arena, it had never appeared before. The cracks in her faith vanished without a trace, becoming even more steadfast. The witchcraft sect master fiercely stood up and roared, "My sect is not satisfied with this result. I request that the arena recertify it." He absolutely couldn't stare on helplessly as the hidden fog sect became the final winner. To the witchcraft sect, that would be the worst possible news. The Radiance Temple Master's beautiful and noble face was dignified at this time. She frowned and stood up. Radiance Temple requests that the hidden fog sect's results be recertified. The arena was an extremely important part of Dragon City, and it possessed all sorts of inconceivable abilities. But in the end, it was only an inanimate object, an existence similar to a precise tool. Over the endless passage of time, there had been mistakes. This was something that could be verified in history. Thus, the arena gave the 7 great sects the right to appeal. As long as more than 4 sects expressed doubt, they could request a recertification. Of course, this right didn't come without a price. They would need to pay an extremely high fee to the Shadow Clan afterwards in order to compensate for the extra strength that the arena lost. The Blue Origin sect requests recertification. Moonkeep Tower requests recertification. Mount Fu Yarrow requests recertification. The Limitless Sword sect requests recertification. The 6 great sects all took action. This was because they couldn't believe the result of the 10th ring, but they also hoped to use this opportunity to determine the true strength of the Dark Star Ice Serpent. If it really had the strength to break through 10 halos in a single go, then there would be no point in looking forward to this Beast King war. The hidden fog sect master sucked in a deep breath. "Mr. Qin Yu lightly said, "It's fine." This time, no one doubted his words. The people of the hidden fog sect all relaxed. The ground gently trembled. The massive cracks on the floor rapidly healed. Then, a gloomy light appeared. Within it floated a vertical eye that slowly opened. The moment the eye opened, everyone in the arena felt a chill in their hearts. It was like their entire being had been seen through and there was no longer any secrets left. The vertical eye looked towards the Dark Star Ice Serpent. But, only Qin Yu knew that the majority of this eye's time was spent on him. From this Dark Star Ice Serpent's gaze, he could feel awe, fear, as well as a bit of resentment and unwillingness. Before Qin Yu could discover anything more, the vertical eye slowly closed. Then, an old and monotonous voice echoed through the arena. "The results are correct." Sure, the gloomy light vanished from sight. The witchcraft sect master closed his eyes and clenched his fists beneath his sleeves. His heart was filled with ruthlessness, as if he wanted nothing more than to destroy everything. The hidden fog sect, it was actually the hidden fog sect. If they became the final victor, then what the witchcraft sect would do could be imagined. No. They absolutely could not allow it. Now that the final confirmation had been completed, there was no doubt that they had obtained the 10th ring. The right to a buy was theirs. But even if they obtained the right to a buy, that didn't mean they could become the final champion. At the very least, the witchcraft sect wouldn't stare on helplessly as the hidden fog sect took this glory. What couldn't be changed in the arena, there was still a chance outside. The witchcraft sect master opened his eyes, his expression calm once more. He glanced at Qin Yu and then sat back down. The witchcraft sect master naturally knew where the true source of the hidden fog sect's counterattack was. Since such a person had become the witchcraft sect's enemy, they had to be thoroughly destroyed. The Radiance Temple Master was silent for several breaths of time. She lightly said, "The hidden fog sect's Dark Star Ice Serpent is indeed formidable. Radiance Temple admits defeat." Her tone was calm and indifferent. The ordinary-looking Moonkeep Tower Master glanced over and revealed a cold smile. This woman still liked to put on an act. How disgusting. However, it was indeed unexpected that the hidden fog sect had become the greatest dark horse in this Beast King war. Perhaps she could do something about it. The Blue Origin sect master laughed. "Sect Master Hu Fu, my mood was fluctuating just now. If we offended you in any way, I ask that you forgive us. To break through the 10th ring of light and cut down daybreak and nighttime, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength is enough to be recorded in the annals of history and be admired by all cultivators of the future. Of the 7 great sects of the East, the Blue Origin sect was known for having a wide circle of friends. Besides being particularly close to Radiance Temple, they also had connections with the other 5 sects. Even the coldest and most ruthless witchcraft sect rarely came into conflict with the Blue Origin sect. There was naturally a reason for this. Blabbermouth. Bootlicker. Mountain Master Fu Yarrow nearly went insane with anger. The Blue Origin sect had snatched him away once more. It was like he was always following behind them and picking up their leftovers. Once he returned, he was going to recruit several disciples with sharp tongues. Mountain Master Fu Yarrow could not lose in a battle of word. The Hidden Fog sect has obtained the position of first place. I am wholeheartedly convinced. Cursing was cursing, but he couldn't miss a single word. Mountain Master Fu Yarrow was clear on what was important and what was not. Rumble rumble, the Hidden Fog sect's round platform suddenly rose up, a level higher than the other 6 sects. This meant that they had obtained the right to sit on the first day and didn't need to participate in today's slaughter. Suppressed cries of joy sounded out from behind. The 100 or so supporters of the backdoor guests nearly shed tears. Who would have thought that today, the most tragic people were the ones with the most outstanding vision? They had bet on the right treasure. After determining that the position of first place was in his hands, Qin Yu whispered several words to Hu Fu and then turned to leave. As he passed by Yun Dai, he gave her a meaningful glance. Yun Dai respectfully bowed and followed behind him. The Hidden Fog sect master ordered, "Follow him. You must ensure Mister's safety." He was well aware of the sinister and ruthless methods that were used in private. He was also certain that Qin Yu was the key to the Hidden Fog sect's final victory. "Yes, sect master." Several Hidden Fog sect masters bowed. The one that followed Qin Yu the entire time was the cold and aloof middle-aged man. He was one of them. Several people turned around and quickly chased after him. Even further away, the witchcraft sect master frowned as he saw this. Then, he sneered inwardly. If the witchcraft sect wanted to kill someone, they would never be able to defend themselves with numbers. Elder Sai cupped his hands together and said, "Sect Master, Mr. is." After what happened just now, the usually stubborn and unyielding elders all felt a bit more respect. The Hidden Fog sect master calmly said, "There are some matters that Mr. needs to attend to." He turned and sat down. He looked towards the arena. From his high position, he could see the other 6 sects at a glance. Mr. Ning Qin could leave, but they had to stay behind to observe the battle between the spirit beasts of the 6 sects and obtain first-hand information. This was the first right given to them by trading positions. The journey was smooth. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect station, Qin Yu waved his hand and ordered several Hidden Fog sect cultivators to stand guard outside the laboratory. He thought for a moment and said, "Yun Dai, if Julie comes looking for you, Do not tell her that I am Ning Qin. Ah. Yun Dai was surprised. Qin Yu said, I won't hide it from you. Before I entered Sky Declaring Pavilion, I already knew Ju Li. But, she doesn't know that I am Ning Qin. After thinking for a moment, he continued to say, if Ju Li asks about my identity, tell her that I am Ning Qin's secret disciple. Understood. Yun Dai digested this information. She finally obtained an explanation for her previous confusion. So it was because of this that her teacher treated Ju Li differently. But, why did her teacher want to hide his identity? With a heart full of questions, she respectfully nodded and suppressed the curiosity in her heart. What she should know, her teacher would naturally tell her. What she shouldn't know, she definitely couldn't ask. Qin Yu leaned back on the sofa. He waved his hand and said, Go. I will be cultivating in seclusion for the next several days. Before the arena finals begin, do not disturb me unless there is something important. Yun Dai bowed. Yes, teacher. Watching her leave the laboratory, he pulled down his black robes. After thinking for a moment, he bitterly smiled. He suddenly felt that there was some inexplicable fate between him and Ju Li. Even in the distant Dragon City, they were able to meet twice. Whatever, it seemed that Ju Li wouldn't casually mention his matters to others. For now, he wouldn't bother with her. Chapter 739. The first day of battles in the arena came to an end. The Limitless Sword Sect, Radiance Temple, and Moonkeep Tower had advanced to the finals. The Witchcraft Sect, Blue Origin Sect, and Mount Fuyao had been defeated. 2 days later, they would compete for the best loser, and the winner would have the qualifications to challenge one of the 4 sects in the finals. The lively Dragon City seemed to have consumed too much of everyone's enthusiasm. As night fell, the city fell into a tranquil silence. Of course, in some corners, one could still hear cultivators rushing over from tens of millions of miles away, cursing in a low voice. For instance, before the arena opened, the witchcraft sect that had been favored by many had been defeated in the struggle for first place. But in the spirit beast battles, they had actually been eliminated by Moonkeep Tower. This was truly disappointing. In the dim light of the night, a group of people emerged from the Shadow Clan station. Ju Li sat in an exquisite carriage, her eyebrows gently furrowed. A moment later, the Hidden Fog Sect station appeared in sight. Without needing any further instructions, a Shadow Clan cultivator had already rushed over to report. Teacher's plans are truly flawless. Yun Dai thought to herself. She smiled and stood up to welcome them. Your Highness Saintess has arrived. Forgive me for not going out to greet you. Across from her, Ju Li smiled. It was rude of me to visit so late at night. I hope Miss Yun Dai doesn't mind. The two of them stood facing each other, laughing and chatting, as beautiful as twin flowers. As they sat down on a sofa on either side, Yun Dai recalled her teacher's instructions during the day. Your Highness Saintess, may I ask why you have come today? Ju Li hesitated for a moment. Miss Yun Dai and I can be considered old acquaintances, so I won't beat around the bush. May I ask who helped the Hidden Fog Sect win in the arena today? She stared at Yun Dai. Ah, Your Highness Saintess is talking about a junior apprentice brother. He is teacher's most recent disciple. Yun Dai calmly said, but inwardly she felt a bit uncomfortable. Teacher, you were the one who told me to say this. It wasn't that this disciple was being disrespectful. Ju Li's heart skipped a beat. It was just as she thought. Although she was surprised that she had obtained the information she wanted so easily, she wasn't in the mood to think about it. After a long time, Ju Li took a deep breath and said, Miss Yun Dai, is Mr. Ning Qin here? I would like to pay my respects. Yun Dai smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. Teacher is currently in the middle of an experiment. He has already ordered that no one is to disturb him. Thinking about the unusual relationship between Ju Li and her teacher, she paused for a moment and said, Miss Ju Li, if it's convenient, you can tell me. When teacher comes out, I will naturally pass on the message. Ju Li lightly said, Miss Yun Dai, please pass on a message to Mr. Ning Qin. Qin Yu is an old friend of mine and I once received his graciousness. I do not wish for him to take the risk of meddling in a situation where he is powerless to resist. Moreover, Please express my respect to Mr. Ning Qin. At the Shadow Clan's auction, Mr. Ning played with the 7 great sects in the palm of his hand. The entire Shadow Clan admires him to no end. She stood up. I won't disturb Miss Yun Dai's rest. I will bid my farewells first. He turned around and left. Looking at her back, Yun Dai's complexion was a bit strange. Qin Yu, wasn't that the elder senior apprentice brother who first followed at teacher's side? Could that be the other identity of the teacher that Julie knew? Or perhaps, Qin Yu was her teacher's real name. With teacher's strength at the Grand Scholar realm, why would he change his appearance and even hide his real name to join Sky Declaring Pavilion? There had to be some hidden story behind this. Yun Dai thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. She could only suppress her thoughts. To her, her teacher and Sky Declaring Pavilion were close and distant. She didn't need to think about it to know that she would definitely stand on her teacher's side. She let out a light breath and pondered over Julie's words. Then, she realized that there seemed to be a great misunderstanding between teacher and Julie. He even threatened her right in front of her face. From Julie's point of view, she was worried that Ning Qin would harm his disciple Qin Yu, but the truth was that they were the same person to begin with. Yun Dai bitterly smiled. She had a bit of a complaint towards teacher. If there was something that could be explained clearly, then why did things have to be so complicated? Cough cough, this sort of love and hate scene only existed in the script. Of course, this was only a momentary complaint. Since teacher did this, he must have his reasons. But, she still had to tell teacher about this. Otherwise, Julie would suddenly reveal the matter of the Shadow Clan's auction. That would be troublesome. Radiance Temple's station. As a sect where over 90% of the disciples were women, at this time, a faint fragrance wafted through the hall. Enchanting beauties of all sorts of styles were sitting or standing around, exuding a myriad of styles. But at this time, most of these beauties were frowning and occasionally clenching their teeth. The atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. The Radiance Temple Master sat in the center. Her expression was calm and her hands were smooth like flowing water. Steam floated in front of her and the fragrance of tea filled the air. Seeing that the Temple Master was still in the mood to drink tea, an elder couldn't help but ask, Temple Master, are we just going to stare on helplessly as the Hidden Fog sect takes away the position of chief? In order to subdue the Phoenix Luon, Radiance Temple had paid a tremendous price. They thought that everything would be foolproof, but who knew that a tiger would appear midway? That's right, Temple Master. With the strength that the Dark Star Ice Serpent has displayed, if we don't do anything then the Hidden Fog sect will surely be the victor after today. The result of the Beast King War is of great importance. We cannot ignore it in the least. If Temple Master has the heart to fight for it, there might be a chance. There was a hidden meaning in these words. The Radiance Temple Master took a sip of tea. She lightly said, I understand what the elders mean, but regarding the Hidden Fog sect becoming the chief, the ones who should be the most nervous aren't us. A sharp light flashed in the depths of her eyes. The elder who spoke first had a thoughtful look. Temple Master, what do you mean? Wait. The Radiance Temple Master laid down her teacup. She looked out the window and into the gradually darkening night. Her slender eyes drooped. Tonight, there might be a wind rising. He ordered the Deathsworn to stand guard outside Mr. Ning Qin's laboratory. He also laid down several layers of defensive and warning array formations. After carefully inspecting the area and making sure there weren't any omissions, the Hidden Fog sect master's complexion relaxed. Pass down the order. No one is to be careless. We must do everything we can to protect Mr. Ning Qin's safety. If there is an accident, have them bring their heads back. Yes, sect master. Several elders felt their hearts chill. As they sensed his decisiveness, they didn't dare to delay. They turned and hurried away. They had to patrol the area once more to ensure that nothing went wrong. The Hidden Fog sect master lowered his head, deep in thought. Suddenly, he frowned and revealed a pained expression. His face paled. After several breaths of time, he took a deep breath and stood up. I need to rest for a while. If there isn't something important, do not disturb me. He stood up and took several steps away, vanishing from sight. Witchcraft Sect Station, underground chamber. An intricate illumination array formation was laid down. It released a bright but not blinding light, illuminating the entire underground chamber as if it were daytime. A grey stone statue quietly stood there. From its build, it was that of a young and slender man. It was just that there were no facial features on his face. He gave off a strange and gloomy feeling. Little Ancestor stood in front of the stone statue, his face expressionless. He gripped the saber in one hand and pulled with the other. His eyebrows jumped up and blood flowed out. Little Ancestor stretched out his 5 fingers, allowing the wound to open up and the blood to flow faster. Then, he pressed his palm down on the top of the stone statue's head. Gulp in the quiet underground chamber, there was the clear sound of swallowing. It was like a hungry traveler had emerged from the desert and was drinking from a bag of water in great gulps. A faint blood-red color began to spread down from the top of the stone statue's head. As the blood-red color spread out, a strange life force began to emit from the stone statue. On its featureless face, a thin layer of mucus appeared. At this time, it constantly wriggled like flesh and blood, as if it wanted to grow a mouth, nose, and eyes. The sound of swallowing became faster and faster. Little Ancestor's body began to shiver and his face had long since lost all color. But, his expression remained calm, as if he couldn't feel the terrifying swallowing strength that came from the stone statue. It left one's heart racing and chilling. Ever since he entered the witchcraft sect and was chosen as a disciple by the sect master, Little Ancestor was well aware that his blood was different from that of ordinary people. As for why he was able to maintain his composure, the reason was simple. This wasn't the first time he had experienced something like this. A trace of self-deprecation appeared in his heart. The reason he dared to run amok and tyrannical in the past, wasn't it because of his precious blood? Otherwise, how could the entire witchcraft sect tolerate him until now? After a moment, the swallowing sound from the stone statue finally vanished. Little Ancestor slowly lifted his hand. The gaping wound was pale white. His field of vision darkened, but he forced himself not to show it. He turned around and bowed. The sect master didn't like to be weak, he was already well aware of this. The witchcraft sect master nodded. Very good. Little Ancestor, go to the side and rest. His eyes fell on the blood-red stone statue and he diabolically grinned. During these years, because of the way the witchcraft sect conducted themselves, the outside world believed that the most terrifying aspect of the witchcraft sect was GU insects. But they forgot that witchcraft came before GU. A long, long time ago, long before the witchcraft sect entered the eastern plains, what truly left people fearful about the witchcraft sect was the witchcraft that was inherited from ancient times. It could kill people without leaving a trace and its might was terrifying, but because of some accident, the witchcraft sect lost a medium to continue using witchcraft. Luckily, thanks to the blessings of their ancestors, after some hard work, they were finally able to obtain a medium to use witchcraft once more. Dozens of years later, Little Ancestor's bloodline would flourish and the witchcraft sect would inevitably be restored to its true strength from long ago. At that time, whether it was the powerful Limitless Sword sect, the Hidden Radiance Temple, or the Moonkeep Pagoda, they would all be thoroughly crushed. Today, they would experience the terrifying ability of witchcraft in advance. Of course, this was also a serious warning to the other sects not to attempt to suppress the witchcraft sect. Otherwise, what happened tonight would become a situation they would have to face in the future. With a deep breath, the witchcraft sect master walked in front of the blood-red statue. His expression turned solemn and he slowly knelt down. He began to chant strange and deep syllables from his mouth. One couldn't understand the meaning, but they could clearly feel the dreadful chill contained within each syllable. Chapter 740. Waves of air surged through the laboratory. Qin Yu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His black robes tumbled around him, revealing his skin. His meridians bulged out like snakes. At the same time, a faintly discernible translucent dragon phantom constantly flowed in and out of his orifices. The dragon blood and dragon soul contained a formidable strength that was currently repairing his wound. Cracks would occasionally appear in the space around him. This was the result of the space annihilation strength hidden within Qin Yu's body being constantly expelled. Starlight dotted the space cracks. One could almost hear the trembling of the chains of stars in his ears. At this time, Qin Yu's entire mind and consciousness were drawn into his body, controlling the wild strength released by the dragon blood and dragon soul with all his strength. This was the same as cutting off all perception from the outside world. Of course, as a mature cultivator who had experienced many trials and tribulations, Qin Yu had made corresponding arrangements before he used the dragon blood and dragon soul. He wouldn't allow himself to be in a completely defenseless state. A knuckle-sized bell that was old and damaged lay quietly on the ground. If one looked closely, they would discover that on both sides of the bell, there was a crescent moon and a sun. The purple moon was like a hook and the blue sun was perfectly round. Ah, so boring, really so boring. Mei's crazed voice echoed in the minds of the three people. Anyone who was woken up from a good sleep would be in such a state, much less someone like her who placed eating and sleeping as the highest goals in her life. And most importantly, looking at Qin Yu's current state, it was clear he wouldn't be able to end anytime soon. This was extremely difficult to endure. That hateful Qin Yu, once he woke up she would ruthlessly extort him. He actually made Miss Mai endure her drowsiness to protect him. This was an unforgivable crime. Big Sister Purple Moon, can you talk to me? I don't want to. Do you need to be so heartless? I do. Mei's remaining words were swallowed back down. After being together for so long in her soul space, Purple Moon knew that beneath the facade of a certain glutton and sleeper, there was also a hidden talkative nature. Once she was given a chance to activate it, there would be no peace afterwards. Big Sister Blue Sun, shut up. The cold voice was like the cold wind that blew in the dead of winter, piercing straight into the marrow and nearly freezing the soul. Mai's eyes widened, and she looked so wronged that she wanted to cry. Purple Moon's heartlessness made her sad, but this one was even colder and made her feel despair. Why was his life so bad? He actually met these two top-notch neighbors, but in the next moment, Mai's painful and sad emotions came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes widened as she muttered, "It can't be. Such a good thing actually happened a second time?" On the surface of the shabby bell, the shadows of the purple moon and the azure sun flashed. In the shadows of a corner of the laboratory, wisps of black energy that couldn't be seen with the naked eye gushed out. They were like fish that had their own intelligence. They rapidly gathered together, gradually turning into a mass of black energy that gently floated over and covered Qin Yu's figure. Chirping sounds, like the whispering of sparrows, rang out from the little bell. "Sisters, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to do this?" Purple Moon smiled. "If you don't want to, you can withdraw." Blue Sun simply ignored him. Mai shook her head repeatedly and squinted her eyes happily. Sure enough, her sisters thought the same as her. They were all people who had been ravaged by hunger. Although they had eaten a sumptuous meal not too long ago, that was far from enough. Today, since delicious food was delivered to their doorstep, they certainly couldn't miss it. Of course, the three of them had a tacit understanding. While they had to eat delicious food, they couldn't allow Qin Yu to be disturbed. If there was any wind or rain in the outside world, feel free to come at us three sisters. There was no need to be polite. Witchcraft Sect's chamber. As the chanting continued, the blood-red color on the surface of the stone statue began to rapidly grow. Faint traces of flesh and blood appeared, weaving together and soon forming the body of an adult man. It was slender and powerful. Although it didn't seem too strong, every piece of streamlined flesh and blood contained a formidable explosive strength. The witchcraft sect master's chanting became increasingly devout. The structure of the body had basically been completed. Only the mucous membrane on his face continued to wriggle. From time to time, tiny granules would grow, but they would soon wither and dissipate. The witchcraft sect master frowned, a dignified expression on his face. The process of locking onto this person's aura was far more difficult than he expected. Either this person had a great background that could disturb his aura, or he had some extremely precious treasure on him that could automatically conceal his karma. If this were any other time, the witchcraft sect master might have given up. But he absolutely couldn't watch on helplessly as the hidden fog sect one. Humph. Since there were no counterattack fluctuations, the former was more likely. But, as long as he was secretive enough, who cared if this person had a great background? If he couldn't find the murderer, then he would have died in vain. The witchcraft sect master had absolute confidence in the witchcraft inherited from ancient times. Unless he personally admitted it, no one would be able to find out anything. It was just that his strength wasn't enough. The witchcraft sect master glanced at the pale-faced little ancestor. He thought for a moment and then gave up on the idea of letting little ancestor bleed. This was the future source of the witchcraft sect's witchcraft. If he couldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs, then he would have to pay the price. With a deep breath, the witchcraft sect master lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. There were loud bangs from his body, as if something had exploded. His body rose by 30% and a powerful aura surged around him. In the next moment, he drew back his finger. There was a phantom connected to his fingertip, one that looked somewhat similar to the witchcraft sect master. Sure, his finger was like lightning. It fell between the statue's eyebrows and the phantom instantly sank into it. A strange and clear swallowing sound rang out once more. The mucus on the statue's face began to wildly grow. Massive amounts of granulation sprouted and wove together. A blurry man's face was rapidly taking shape. The witchcraft sect master's swollen body was like a punctured ball. He rapidly restored himself to his original state. Besides his pale complexion, there was nothing else different about him. With his cultivation, paying a small price was something he could withstand. He would only need several days to restore himself. The witchcraft sect master's lips curled up. His eyes locked onto the statue's face. Once it finished growing, that meant its aura had been completely locked onto. Then, the cultivator that helped the hidden fog sect would enjoy the night of howling that he had carefully prepared. Under the gaze of everyone present, he wanted this person to slowly rot and die in excruciating pain. After tonight, the witchcraft sect would become an existence that no one dared to provoke. Soon. The face was about to take shape. But at this time, the witchcraft sect master's excited expression stiffened. In the next moment, his eyes turned cold and gloomy. He saw that on the statue across from him, the face that was about to take shape suddenly freeze. Then, as if winter snow had fallen overnight, the flesh and blood began to wither and rot like grass and trees. Shrouded in black fog, the old bell that had been quietly placed on the ground suddenly rose up and floated above Qin Yu's head. It was like a little mouse hiding in the dark, quietly nibbling away at the surrounding black gas bit by bit. My, don't be too heavy-handed. Pay attention to your limit. Purple Moon's reprimanding voice sounded out, revealing a trace of dissatisfaction. Blue Sun didn't speak, but the cold aura she emitted caused Mai to subconsciously shrink back and reveal a flattering expression. Yes. Big sisters, I will remember this. I wasn't able to control myself just now. Next time I will open my mouth a little smaller. Just a little smaller. Mai narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, her face full of happiness. Qin Yu was truly worthy of being the best human-shaped food bait. He hadn't disappointed her at all. The only regret she had was that every time food was brought in, it had to be eaten by 3 people. It had to be known that she was still a child. Loving and caring for the young was a fine traditional virtue, so why didn't these 2 big sisters sprout and take root? Just thinking about it made her heart feel stifled. To a foodie, when the same food was placed in front of them and they ate it together, they couldn't eat it as quickly as others. This was truly a sad matter. Fortunately, the more times he did it, the more he could heal his wounded heart. Mai waited with anticipation. She hoped that this time the food would come in large enough and last long enough. Humph. Just by smelling it, she knew that the one controlling the witchcraft was a man. And, wasn't the greatest compliment a man should be the number of times he used it for a long time? Don't look at me because I'm young, I know everything I need to know. The witchcraft sect master's complexion paled. The gloominess in his eyes seemed to condense into essence. That damned thing, he was just a little bit off and he had actually failed. If he knew this would happen, he would have used a little more strength just now. It would have been better than having to start all over again. To sacrifice strength twice in a short period of time, even for the witchcraft sect master, this would create some pressure. Originally, he would only need several days to recover. But now, the time had been extended by at least half. He let out a deep breath. The depression in his chest dissipated a little. The witchcraft sect master lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows once more. There was an explosive sound from within his body once more. His body expanded, and when he pulled back his fingertip was still attached to a figure. This figure was even more corporeal, and his appearance was even more similar to the witchcraft sect master's. With a tap of his finger, he submerged into the statue once more. His body shrank and restored. The witchcraft sect master's complexion paled even further. In addition, his face was filled with exhaustion and his flesh and blood seemed to wither a little. But at this time, he didn't have the mind to pay attention to this. His eyes were glued to the rapidly growing flesh and blood on the statue's face. The man's face appeared once more. This time, he could definitely complete it. The witchcraft sect master suddenly felt that the night of howling he had prepared wasn't perfect enough. Wait a moment, he had to add something new. For instance, eating himself. Or, after his body rotted away, his consciousness became increasingly clear. Humph humph. Even if no one knew, as the witchcraft sect master, he wouldn't allow himself to suffer a loss. He absolutely had to make this person pay an even more disastrous price than he did. Thinking of this, an excited smile appeared on the witchcraft sect master's pale face. He was already impatient to act. Chapter 741. The flesh and blood withered, turning into ash that fell to the ground. There was only a faint layer of blood left on the statue's face, as if it would fade away in the next moment. This meant that tonight's attack had failed. The medium used to display witchcraft had a limit. It wasn't enough to support him any longer. But witchcraft was mysterious and terrifying. It could kill people without leaving a trace, and there were also great hidden dangers. For instance, if the witchcraft wasn't able to injure someone, there would be a tremendous backlash. Although there were methods to counteract the power of the backlash, the losses were far too heavy for the witchcraft sect master. So, since he had already made his move tonight, he couldn't give up halfway. The witchcraft sect master took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling violence and blood in his chest. He turned to look at Little Ancestor and said, "Continue to sacrifice blood." Little Ancestor's body trembled and fear filled his eyes. But, he didn't dare to refuse. He stood up with difficulty. The witchcraft sect master coldly snorted. He flicked his sleeves and boundless strength gushed out from the void, sweeping up Little Ancestor. The barely healed wound on his palm was torn open once more. The witchcraft sect master pressed the wound against the statue. A horrifying swallowing sound rose up and Little Ancestor shivered. His face twisted in pain and he lowered his head, hiding the hatred in his eyes. In the back, the witchcraft sect master's face darkened. After today, even if he made up for it later, Little Ancestor's source energy would be damaged and his lifespan would likely be affected. This would cause his next series of plans to be greatly affected and he would have to adjust them. How hateful. Witchcraft had always been successful in every endeavor. He had used it several times before and had easily killed his target. He never thought that he would encounter setbacks again and again today. The witchcraft sect master felt some regret, but what he felt was cruelty and ruthlessness. He swore that once the witchcraft was completed, this person would suffer all the tortures in the world. His soul would wail in anguish, wither, and shatter. Gulp, gulp, the horrifying swallowing sound of the statue echoed through the chamber. Compared to the first time, it was much calmer and there was a slight gap between each swallow. It was clear that the speed at which the blood flowed out wasn't fast enough. The witchcraft sect master lifted a hand and thrust it out. Little Ancestor stuffily coughed. His weak heart suddenly began to beat and his face flushed red. The swallowing sound of the statue suddenly became fierce. The blood-red color that had appeared on its surface stabilized once more. Towards all of this, Little Ancestor silently endured without any room to resist. However, deep in his eyes, the hatred grew thicker and thicker. When the stone statue stopped devouring the blood, Little Ancestor collapsed to the ground, his body twitching. His entire body was emaciated, and tiny wrinkles appeared on his face, as if he had aged several decades. The witchcraft sect master swept him to the side and stood in front of the stone statue. His eyes were gloomy and deep, like a great lake in the dark night that could swallow and drown everything. He would not continue to fail on the same matter. No matter who you are, no matter what methods you have, in a moment, I will make you fall into a life and death dilemma. The witchcraft sect master lifted a hand and placed it between the statue's eyebrows. This time, the witchcraft sect master directly connected himself to the statue as the source of strength. In this way, it was naturally foolproof. The stone statue gently trembled and let out a low cry that seemed to be cheering. A powerful plundering power erupted from it like a landslide. The strength within the witchcraft sect master's body was like a broken dam, wildly gushing outwards. But towards this, he remained calm. Once the witchcraft drew out enough strength, it would naturally slow down and stop. However, the witchcraft drew out more strength than the witchcraft sect master expected. After several breaths of time, the wild plundering power continued without any sign of slowing down. As the witchcraft sect master furrowed his eyebrows and bewilderment rose in his heart, the swallowing strength from the stone statue suddenly weakened. He relaxed and was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that he had provided too little strength before. The witchcraft sect master looked over. He could see that flesh and blood were wildly growing on the stone statue's face, soon forming the face of a man. But when the flesh and blood began to grow, indicating that the witchcraft was about to be completed, a mask suddenly appeared, covering the face of the stone statue. The mask was pure black, like the darkest night. On the surface, the facial features were clear, but it gave people a feeling that they were not real. At this time, the eyes of the mask were closed, completely isolating it from any spying method. The witchcraft sect master was stunned for a moment. Then, he cursed out loud, spitting out all sorts of obscenities. It was impossible to see the calm demeanor of a sect master. "You bastard, since you have a treasure that can shield your aura, why didn't you activate it before? Just when I saw the dawn of victory, you smacked me in the face." This had nothing to do with cultivation or shrewdness. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to endure this. If Qin Yu were to stand in front of the witchcraft sect master right now, he would absolutely be skinned alive and torn to pieces. Unfortunately, the witchcraft sect master didn't have such a chance. So, no matter how much he couldn't endure it, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Looking at the closed eyes of the black mask, the witchcraft sect master's complexion turned fierce. "So what if you have a treasure to protect you? I want to see just how long it can protect you." The fierceness of witchcraft wasn't something that a mere treasure could defend against. If the witchcraft sect master thought this could stop him, then he was simply too naive. The witchcraft sect master galvanized the strength in his body and smashed it into the stone statue. He wanted to stir up waves and shatter it in a single go. Within Qin Yu's laboratory, the black fog violently tumbled and shook. From time to time, figures would appear. There were demons in heavy armor, fierce and terrifying evil ghosts, and skeletons that flew around in all directions. They howled in the fog as they crazily attacked. Ding ding, a crisp ringing sound constantly rang out. The shabby bell floating above Qin Yu's head trembled as it was struck by a wild strength. Suddenly, cold purple moonlight sprinkled down. A crescent purple moon quietly appeared, hanging to the left of the bell. Then, the phantom of a blue sun descended. Although this was clearly the light of a great sun, it didn't emit any heat, only an endless chill. The sun and moon reflected each other. The terrifying impact from the outside world was immediately offset and dissolved. Faint traces of black energy began to pour into the sun and moon phantoms at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Big sisters, I can still hold on. There's no need for you two to help." Mai was so worried that she was about to cry. Although she had already experienced the good fortune of being able to sit at home and have delicious food delivered to her mouth while following Qin Yu, who knew whether there would be a third time? Seeing the largest wave of food arrive, Mai wanted to take this chance to fill her pockets and slowly enjoy it in the future, but in the end, the two big sisters directly attacked, not giving her a chance at all. Their eyesight was truly sharp and their timing was just right. Luckily, she was the one who transformed the mask. If she faced the person who attacked tonight, she would be able to obtain an extra portion. Even if the purple moon and blue sun ate faster, she shouldn't suffer too much of a loss. Catcher, a small sound spread into the witchcraft sect master's ears. His eyes brightened and he fiercely smiled. As he thought, aura-shielding treasures were nothing but trash in front of witchcraft. The first crack had already appeared, so could the second one be far behind? Although the collapse of a great levee started with one, the further it went, the faster it would collapse. This was the experience he had summed up in his many years of cultivation. But what happened next proved that not only could our ears and eyes deceive us, but so could our experiences. The witchcraft sect master's complexion paled and his body shivered. Even if his body was forged from steel, he still wouldn't be able to withstand such an extraction. But there was still only a single crack on the statue's black mask. It was on the left side of the face, shallow and unremarkable. He expected that a second crack would soon appear, but there was still no trace of it. It was as if the stone statue was crazily extracting his strength for naught. This caused the witchcraft sect master to be both shocked and angry. He discovered that the situation seemed to have spiraled out of his control. If he continued, who knew how much strength he would have to consume to break this damned mask? But if he chose to give up, the price he would have to pay was far too great. Moreover, things had already come to this point. If he gave up now, it would be a great loss. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the witchcraft sect master hesitated. Then, there was a cracking sound in his ears, like heavenly music. He looked up. Sure enough, another crack had appeared on the right side of the mask. The location of this crack was exactly the same as the first crack. The witchcraft sect master's eyes brightened. He didn't believe that this was just a coincidence. The locations where these two cracks appeared must contain some deep meaning. He had seen similar magic tools before. They had several nodes, and although they seemed indestructible, the truth was that they were still suffering damage. Once a node was broken, they would soon be destroyed. Perhaps at this time, he had already broken through the second node. As long as he persisted a little longer, he would soon see the dawn of victory. This realization greatly strengthened the witchcraft sect master's confidence, causing his anxious heart to gradually calm down. The location where the third crack appeared was the key. If it was as he thought, then it meant that his guess was correct. Otherwise, he would immediately give up. He would rather suffer the backlash of the witchcraft than continue. Time slowly passed. The underground chamber rumbled like a surging river. Behind the witchcraft sect master, the fainted little ancestor's eyes opened a sliver, a burning heat flashing through them. Perhaps the chance he had been waiting for so many years was about to arrive. If so, then it wouldn't be too long before the wish he had been yearning for day and night would soon come true. Little ancestor's eyes moved away and fell onto the black mask. He roared inwardly, "Don't break it. Consume more of his strength and force him to interrupt the witchcraft." The witchcraft sect master wouldn't passively endure the terrifying backlash of the witchcraft. Once he used his hidden cards, a turning point would appear. Catcher little ancestor's prayers seemed to have no effect. A third crack appeared, right between his eyebrows. It was like a saber from the horizon, crossing through space and time to ruthlessly cut down on the mask. As this crack appeared, it seemed to leak out its essence, energy, and divine will. The calm appearance of the mask began to distort, as if it were withstanding a great deal of pain. Following that, a fourth crack appeared, a fifth crack, a sixth crack. Cracking sounds filled the air without end. In the blink of an eye, the entire mask was covered. It was like porcelain that had been broken and pieced together, ready to fall apart at any moment. Little ancestor closed his eyes, a trace of disappointment and unwillingness on his pale face. His wait had become endless once more. Ah! Just as the witchcraft sect master was overjoyed, he cried out in alarm. The swallowing strength from the stone statue suddenly rose up, becoming even more intense than before. The speed at which strength flowed out of his body had reached a horrifying level. The witchcraft sect master instinctively wanted to sever his connection with the stone statue, but in the next moment he relied on his formidable will to forcefully stop himself. This was the counterattack of the mask before it broke. As long as he could endure it, the witchcraft would be completed. The witchcraft sect master sneered inwardly. He had experienced many great storms in his life. To think that this little trick could scare him away was simply a dream. Chapter 742. At this time, the person covered in the witchcraft aura must have sensed something. The fear of the unknown must be eating away at his mind. Ha ha ha. Believe me, this is only the beginning. There are still countless surprises waiting for you. 3 breaths of time passed. The witchcraft sect master sneered. This little fellow's deathbed counterattack was quite fierce, but was it useless? Another 3 breaths of time passed. The witchcraft sect master still sneered. Another 3 breaths of time passed. The witchcraft sect master found it hard to laugh. The 4th 3 breaths of time passed. The witchcraft sect master roared out loud. He wanted to draw back without hesitation. He didn't know what had happened, but things were clearly different from what he thought. But at this time, the cracked black mask suddenly opened its eyes. A pair of mischievous eyes looked at the witchcraft sect master, revealing undisguised ridicule. In the next moment, the mask opened its mouth and bit down on the witchcraft sect master's finger. No matter how he tried, he couldn't break free. At the same time, an even more berserk swallowing strength erupted. The stone statue was like a bottomless vortex, rumbling as it spun around, wanting to swallow him whole. Humph, it won't be so simple if you want to leave behind a piece of flesh. This person was really a big idiot. He actually only reacted now. However, the thoughts of these 2 sisters were really sinister enough. They actually perfectly calculated this person's thoughts and played him in the palm of their hands from the beginning to the end. This ability to control the hearts of others was too terrifying. No matter what, he couldn't offend these 2 big sisters in the future. As the mask was lost in thought, the witchcraft sect master was both alarmed and angry. With his status as a veteran of the martial world, he naturally realized that he had been schemed against. Moreover, he had already been discovered from the start of the witchcraft. It was just that the other party had deliberately lured him to continue attacking for some reason. To the witchcraft sect master, this sort of mental blow of being completely crushed was far greater than the damage he suffered today, causing his anger to soar to the heavens. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Without hesitation, the witchcraft sect master lifted his hand and tore off his entire arm. Blood gushed out and his pale face became even paler. This action was ruthless and decisive. Immediately after, he didn't stop at all. He stomped heavily on the ground and his figure retreated explosively. The severed arm between the stone statue's eyebrows withered and decayed, losing all moisture. Like a piece of dead wood, it smashed to the ground and shattered. The flesh and blood covering the stone statue rapidly withered and turned to ash. The cracked mask grinned and vanished. Bang! The stone statue fell backwards, breaking into several pieces. Seeing this, the witchcraft sect master was enraged. He spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the ground to emit crackling sounds of corrosion. Damn it! But before he could finish cursing, he sensed something extremely terrifying appearing. His face paled, and he slapped his palm against his forehead. A light sound came from the witchcraft sect between the sect master's body. Then, a red mark appeared between his eyebrows. Sect master's words. Time, he have. Bye. And he have be. Bye, he be. Bye. The cut was covered by a thin membrane. One could clearly see the internal organs wriggling, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. Soon, the flesh and blood of the 2 halves of the body grew rapidly. Bones, internal organs, and hair were reconstructed, and the other half of the body grew out. The 2 witchcraft sect masters stood facing each other. The person on the left cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist, for accepting this calamity in my place." The person on the right nodded. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, large spots appeared on his exposed skin. They were dark and gloomy, like a corpse that had been buried underground for many years. In just a few breaths of time, the witchcraft sect master on the right rapidly decayed, turning into a puddle of stinking mucus on the ground. The backfire of the witchcraft had arrived. If you don't kill, You'll die. The witchcraft sect master's eyes were gloomy. This substitute body of his was almost identical to his true body. It would take him dozens of years to cultivate it again. Moreover, for a long time to come, his cultivation would be severely weakened, and he would not be able to attack at will. All of this was something that he had never thought of before he used his sorcery. Thinking back to how confident he was before, he felt his face burn even more. Hidden Fog Sect, black-robed man. No matter who you are, this matter isn't over. Everything you have suffered tonight, I will repay you double. Bang! There was a loud explosion behind him. The Hidden Fog Sect master's heart skipped a beat. He turned around to see that little ancestor had turned into a blood fog that howled towards him. Evil disciple, how dare you! With a loud roar, the Hidden Fog Sect master grasped his hand. The token in his hand shattered, but there was no movement from outside the chamber. In the next moment, the blood fog covered him. Angry roars rose up one after another, turning into howls of pain mixed with the sounds of flesh being torn apart and chewing. Gradually, the howls disappeared. All that was left was the clear sound of chewing, constantly echoing in the chamber. In the laboratory, the tumbling black fog that the naked eye and divine sense couldn't detect split into three and was cleanly swallowed up. Shua, shua, the purple moon and blue sun phantoms submerged into the bell. Then, it slowly fell to the ground as if nothing had happened. Qin Yu continued to immerse himself in cultivation. His mind was completely focused on controlling the power of the dragon soul and dragon blood to repair his injuries. Time quietly passed. In a small courtyard in Dragon City, a middle-aged man had changed into a brand new and luxurious tea set. He calmly took some water and began to brew tea. Steam rose into the air and the fragrance of tea filled the air. He took a sip and closed his eyes, an intoxicated expression on his face. Good tea needed a certain concept and mood to be able to taste the subtlety and charm contained within. After taking small sips of the tea, the middle-aged man put down the teacup. His mind was clear and a light smile appeared on his handsome face. For the Hidden Fog Sect to break through 10 rings and seize the first position and obtain the right to a buy on the first day was indeed a bit unexpected. That Mr. Ning Qin was a bit mysterious and breathtaking. It was no wonder that he was valued so highly by the parliament. But, his plan wouldn't be stranded because of this. As long as he adapted a bit, it would still be able to play its role. Calculating the time, it should be almost time. He poured out the tea in the pot and poured in hot water. The second brew began. Only then did the fragrance completely spread out. Doing things was like tasting tea. One had to be patient in order to drink the best flavor and obtain the greatest psychological satisfaction. 3 days after the first day of the arena, the losers of the Witchcraft Sect, Blue Origin Sect, and Mount Fuyao began their battle once more. They competed for the loser's best position in order to regain the qualifications to enter the finals. There were many spectators on the first day. Besides the 3 factions, there were also many supporters of the other sects that came to watch. In addition, the Hidden Fog Sect was temporarily leading the 4 great sects in the finals. They also paid attention to this in order to prevent any accidents from occurring. In the endless years that had passed, there had been cases where the loser obtained the position of champion on the first day. Everything in the world was possible. Only by being cautious and careful could one avoid it to the greatest extent. The loser's best choice was to engage in a chaotic battle between the 3 sects. The only victor would obtain the opportunity to continue challenging others. Perhaps the process wasn't too fair, but the loser didn't have any choice to begin with. Thus, the loser's best position was often filled with brilliance. It was also because of this that a massive number of cultivators would come to watch. After a fierce battle, the Blue Origin Sect's Blue Ape emerged victorious, bathed in blood. The Witchcraft Sect, who had placed their hopes on them, was disappointed once more. Amidst curses and curses, they ended their trip to Dragon City ahead of time. The Witchcraft Sect didn't stay in Dragon City any longer. They boarded a flying boat and left. It was rumored that they wanted to return to their sect station as soon as possible to deal with the upcoming turmoil and changes. Compared to when they had arrived in high spirits and brimming with confidence, when the Witchcraft Sect left on the same flying boat, they were still gloomy and bleak. This topic boiled over for an entire day. Soon, it was replaced by speculations about which sect the Blue Origin sect would challenge. This was because the loser didn't have the qualifications to be the focus of attention. The next day, news of the Blue Origin sect station spread out, instantly sweeping through Dragon City and causing an uproar. Tomorrow, the Blue Ape would challenge the #1 spirit beast of the Hidden Fog sect in the arena, the Darkstar Ice Serpent. This matter surpassed everyone's expectations. It caused all sorts of discussions and speculations to erupt. The Hidden Fog sect's carefree and high-spirited atmosphere also calmed down a little because of this news. Fu summoned the high-level figures of the sect and held an emergency meeting. The Blue Origin sect had broken through the 10th level, so why would they do this? Some elders speculated that it might have something to do with Radiance Temple, but this was quickly overruled by others. Even if the Blue Origin sect and Radiance Temple were on good terms, they absolutely wouldn't use their sect's spirit beast as the price to curry favor with Radiance Temple. Moreover, weren't they afraid of thoroughly angering the Hidden Fog sect? After all, in the current situation, they were the strongest competitors for the position of chief. 4 hours later, the meeting dispersed. In the end, no one was able to find the reason why the Blue Origin sect had chosen the Darkstar Ice Serpent. At the Blue Origin sect station, the high-level figures all had gloomy expressions. The air was so oppressive that it seemed it would freeze. Sect Master, what is going on? Challenging the Hidden Fog sect is not a wise move. That Darkstar Ice Serpent was able to break through the 10th level of the arena. Its strength is beyond imagination. Even if the Blue Ape is tyrannical, how can it compete with it? I ask the Sect Master to retract his order. Towards challenging the Hidden Fog sect, all of the high-level figures of the Blue Origin sect, besides an elder who was close to Radiance Temple, were all opposed. The Blue Origin sect master had a calm expression. He lightly said, "My sect has already considered this matter. The challenge target has already been chosen and cannot be changed." Seeing that everyone wanted to say more, he waved his hand and interrupted them. "If you don't agree, then after Dragon City arrives, you can impeach me. There is no need to speak any further." His attitude was firm. The high-level figures of the Blue Origin sect became increasingly gloomy. After a moment of stalemate, several elders flicked their sleeves and left. The negotiation ended on bad terms. "Teacher, what are you doing?" A disciple beside him bitterly smiled. The Blue Origin sect master shook his head. "You don't understand. None of you understand." He didn't speak further. He stood up and walked into his room. After avoiding everyone's eyes, his calm face twisted. If possible, how could he be willing to provoke the rising sun of the Hidden Fog sect? But this wasn't up to him. Chapter 743. The next day, Dragon City's arena. The Blue Origin sect's challenge to the Hidden Fog sect was a topic that attracted the attention of nearly everyone in Dragon City because of its strangeness. There was still some time before the challenge began, but the giant stone chairs in the arena were already filled with cultivators. They were all curious. Why would the Blue Origin sect choose the Hidden Fog sect? And where did they get their confidence from? Weren't they afraid that their sect's spirit beasts would be slaughtered on the spot by the Darkstar Ice Serpent? Look, it's the cultivators of Radiance Temple. The Limitless Sword sect and Moonkeep Tower have also sent people. The people from Mount Fu Yarrow have already arrived. As expected, everyone is paying attention to this battle. After all, this is great news for them. In today's battle, the Darkstar Ice Serpent's true strength will be exposed. Moreover, even if they win, they will lose some of their strength. TSK, I really can't figure out why the Blue Origin sect would sacrifice themselves like this. Everyone was talking, but the 5 great sects didn't seem to hear anything. In truth, they also couldn't figure out why today's battle had started. It was said that a dispute had arisen within the Blue Origin sect yesterday. The Blue Origin sect master Wei Han had taken a tough stance and suppressed the opposition of the elders. But before this, Dragon City had never heard that Wei Han had a grudge with the Hidden Fog sect. In the rumors, he had always been a smooth and slick character. Moments later, there was a burst of restlessness. Today's protagonists, the Blue Origin sect and the Hidden Fog sect, arrived at the same time. The cultivators from both sides glanced at each other. The Hidden Fog sect people had calm expressions. As for the Blue Origin sect cultivators, they all had worried expressions. The atmosphere was heavy. Hu Fu lightly said, "Sect Master Wei Han, my sect has come to accept the challenge. But there is something I am puzzled about. I wonder if you can dispel it for me." Wei Han shook his head. "Since things have come to this, there is no need to speak any further. Let's begin." He flicked his sleeves and light flashed in the air. The giant blue ape landed in the arena, causing the ground to shake. Roar! The blue ape reared its head back and roared. Hu Fu frowned for a moment before composing himself. Since the Blue Origin sect had refused his final goodwill, there was no need to hold back. With the Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength, the result was already decided before the battle had even begun. Pitch-black scales covered its body and a silver horn pointed towards the skies like a spear. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's giant body appeared from nothingness, solidifying. Silver-white lines crisscrossed within his eyes, locking onto the green ape. His eyes were filled with indifference and coldness. The ground trembled, and a layer of light appeared, isolating the arena from the outside world. The seal had already been activated. Only when the battle ended and one side emerged victorious would it naturally be unlocked. The blue ape stepped forwards and shot into the skies. Like a great mountain, it crashed down on the Dark Star Ice Serpent. Before it even arrived, the terrifying aura it released had already caused cracks to appear on the ground. The Dark Star Ice Serpent looked up. The temperature between the heavens and earth crazily fell and the invisible air became thick with it. It was as if an invisible net had enveloped the green ape. A frosty white color appeared on its strong and burly body. Then, it turned into a shallow icicle. Although it looked extremely thin, it contained a terrifying chill and was harder than iron and stone. This scene caused the hearts of the surrounding spectators to tremble. This was truly worthy of being a terrifying spirit beast that could break through 10 levels in a single move. The Dark Star Ice Serpent hadn't even truly attacked yet it had already suppressed the blue ape. At this rate, before the green ape could even get close, it would be frozen into a huge block of ice by the absolute coldness. Was this the challenge of the Qingyuan sect? If he didn't have a backup plan, it would be a joke. Unless Zhu Wei Han of the Qingyuan sect was crazy, he would never do such a thing without any gain. There had to be a backup plan, there had to be a backup plan. The Hidden Fog sect master Hu Fu also thought this. Thus, even though the Dark Star Ice Serpent had gained the absolute advantage in the first exchange, he still didn't relax. The unknown often meant danger. Towards the Qingyuan sect's challenge, even though he had confidence in the Dark Star Ice Serpent, he still felt that something was wrong. But, this blue ape, or to be more precise, what was the Qingyuan sect's backup plan? Catcher, the layer of ice on the surface of the blue ape's body rapidly thickened, releasing an increasingly formidable sealing and killing power. But, it still hadn't attacked. It only maintained its initial posture of smashing into the Dark Star Ice Serpent, as if it had lost all ability to resist. Was it going to end like this? Please, this couldn't even be considered a strong start but a weak finish, okay? Just what was Wei Han doing? He had used the Qingyuan sect spirit beast to play with everyone, so what benefits did he have? Ha ha ha. Elder Sai laughed. With just this bit of strength, you dare to challenge my sect's Dark Star Ice Serpent. You simply don't know death or danger. Ever since the Qingyuan sect chose the Hidden Fog sect as their target, both sides had torn apart all pretense of cordiality. There was no longer any need for any scruples. That's right. Besides humiliating myself, I don't see any harvests. Perhaps the Qingyuan sect wants to give my Hidden Fog sect a good omen before the finals begin. We must accept your good intentions. If so, then I must thank the Qingyuan sect for delivering such a valuable omen. The high-level figures of the sects mocked. As far as they were concerned, this challenge had already come to an end. Hu Fu frowned. He stared at the blue ape that had already been turned into a block of ice. The unease in his heart became increasingly heavy. He swept his eyes over the indifferent Qingyuan sect master. He suddenly stood up and roared, "Dark Star Ice Serpent, immediately kill it." He couldn't wait any longer. On the ground, the dark star ice serpent covered in black scales seemed to sense some strange aura. It opened its mouth and spat out a breath. This breath was deep and pale, causing the temperature of the world to wildly fall. An icy cold aura penetrated into the marrow. At this moment, the ice that sealed the green ape turned into a pure blue color, reflecting a dazzling halo under the sunlight. It was incomparably beautiful, but it contained a terrifying chill. Even if only a trace of it was emitted, it was enough to freeze lakes and rivers. The Qingyuan sect's blue ape was finished. Just as this thought appeared in everyone's minds, the deep blue ice block that approached the dark star ice serpent began to emit tiny syllables. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared, covering the entire ice block like a dense spider web. Bang! Under countless shocked gazes, the deep blue ice block split into countless pieces. Wrapped in a terrifying strength, it smashed into the ground. It erupted so suddenly without any warning. It completely covered the area where the dark star ice serpent was. Above its head, the exquisite runes on the surface of its silver horn suddenly lit up. A halo of light protected the dark star ice serpent. In the next moment, the deep blue ice fragments fell down like hail. The expected collision didn't occur. The moment both sides collided, a faint black light appeared on the surface of each ice fragment. Wrapped in ice fragments, it pierced through the halo of light and ruthlessly smashed into the dark star ice serpent's body. Bang, air, bang, the entire arena gently trembled. Loud bangs shook the heavens and earth. Crushed stones flew into the air, blocking everyone's line of sight. Shua, shua, after a brief deathly silence, cultivators fiercely stood up. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the tumbling stones. The dark star ice serpent's figure appeared. Its massive body was still standing tall, but countless bloody holes had been torn open on its body. Black blood spewed out from each hole. As for the blue ape, it had vanished from the world as the deep blue ice shattered. One died, one lived. Victory and defeat had been decided. The arena's blockade vanished with it. Qingyuan sect. Hu Fu angrily roared. With a flick of his sleeves, he put away the dark star ice serpent and howled away. Now wasn't the time to be angry and take revenge. He had to immediately seek help from Mr. But deep in Hu Fu's heart, he felt an icy chill. How could such serious injuries be healed in just a few days? The position of champion that seemed within his grasp had instantly become incomparably distant. Would the hidden fog sect still have a chance? Wei Yihan was expressionless. He didn't care about the high-level figures of the sect behind him. Instead, he turned and left. He had accomplished what he had promised. What were the consequences? Wei Yihan was well aware of what sort of turmoil this would cause. But he didn't care about any of this. He only hoped that those people would keep their word. The challenge ended in a farcical and tragic manner. Some people were shocked and some people were wild with joy. Chapter 744. The hidden fog sect master Hu Fu had an anxious expression. He said in a low voice, "Miss Yun Dai, Mr. is busy in his laboratory and we shouldn't disturb him. But the dark star ice serpent is in a critical situation and urgently needs treatment. Now, only Mr. can make a move. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope." He cupped his hands together. "I'll have to trouble Miss to pass a message for me. I will take responsibility for any consequences and will not implicate Miss Yun Dai in the slightest." Elder Sai and the others nodded again and again. They asked Yun Dai to help them. The hidden fog sect would forever remember the misgraciousness. Yun Dai hesitated for a moment. Then, she clenched her teeth and nodded. "All right, I will immediately go find teacher." Under the expectant gazes of the hidden fog sect disciples, she quickly entered the laboratory. Of course, this didn't have much to do with the hidden fog sect's request. Rather, the dark star ice serpent's condition concerned the outcome of the arena battle. His teacher still had a bet with the person who was secretly plotting to steal the chaotic Sky Chronicle. If he lost, standing in the laboratory, outside the sealed array formation, Yun Dai took a deep breath and pressed the internal communication device. After a few busy tones, the other side of the phone was picked up. "What's the matter?" His voice was calm and contained a trace of weariness. Dai's heart skipped a beat as she keenly sensed her teacher's low mood. She steadied her mind and said as concisely and clearly as possible, "Teacher, the Dark Star Ice Serpent is severely wounded. Sect Master Hu Fu and the others are waiting outside." The voice on the other side paused for a moment. "Got it." The call was hung up. After several breaths of time, the array formation runes on the surface of the door began to fade away. Qin Yu pushed open the door and left. Dai stood to the side with her head lowered. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu said in a low voice, "What exactly happened?" Dai said, "Teacher, on the first day of the arena battle, the Witchcraft Sect, Blue Origin Sect, and Mount Fuya were all defeated. Today, the winner of the competition has obtained the right to challenge the 4 sects in the finals. The Blue Origin Sect won and they chose Hidden Fog Mountain as their target. Today, in the arena, the Blue Origin Sect's Blue Ape Spirit Beast blew itself up and the Dark Star Ice Serpent was severely wounded. The situation isn't too good." She wanted to say something but hesitated. This was an incomparably strange and tragic farce to others, but she could sense something different about it. The black-robed figure was silent for several breaths of time. "I was too careless. I never imagined that they would even be able to control one of the 7 great sects." After obtaining the dragon blood and dragon soul, he had hurriedly restored his wounds. In addition, the Dark Star Ice Serpent had broken through the 10th level halo and the Hidden Fog Sect had obtained the first round bye on the first day. He had unconsciously lowered his guard in this aspect. Dai's heart tightened. It really was those people. "Teacher," Qin Yu said, "words are useless. Let's take a look at the Dark Star Ice Serpent situation first." The door to the laboratory opened. Hu Fu and the others, who had been waiting outside, looked up. When they saw that familiar black-robed figure, they all revealed looks of joy. "Greetings, Mr." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Don't waste time. Immediately summon the Dark Star Ice Serpent." Hu Fu respectfully bowed. Light flashed in the void and the Dark Star Ice Serpent's giant figure rapidly appeared. The surrounding temperature began to rapidly fall. Kacha, a deep blue layer of ice appeared. With the Dark Star Ice Serpent as the center, it rapidly spread out in all directions. Outside the laboratory, the lush, vibrant trees and flowers were covered by a layer of ice in the blink of an eye, turning into lifelike ice sculptures. Halos of light flashed around everyone's bodies, resisting the terrifying cold outside. As they saw the Dark Star Ice Serpent's current condition, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The wounds on its body that had been torn open by the ice had already begun to rot. Large pools of stinky mucus dripped to the ground, causing the stone floor to emit smoke. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's formidable regenerative abilities were actually powerless to resist this. Looking through some of the terrifying wounds, one could even see the rotting organs inside. The terrifying cold that erupted at this time didn't mean that the Dark Star Ice Serpent still possessed a formidable strength. On the contrary, it was incomparably weak, so weak that it couldn't maintain its own strength and was even showing signs of collapse. With such injuries, whether or not it could survive was a problem. Moreover, in another 3 days, the arena finals would begin. Everyone from the Hidden Fog Sect, including Hu Fu, had darkened expressions. A Grandmaster had the ability to create new species and reverse life and death, but this required enough time. A short 3 days might not even be enough to stabilize its injuries, so what else could they do? Bitterness and helplessness gushed out from everyone's hearts. The position of champion had once been within reach, but now it had become an illusion. The Hidden Fog Sect's trip to Dragon City had likely come to an end. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Right now, he was the only one present who didn't need to stimulate his strength and was able to resist the cold with his mortal body alone. Ignoring the pained and unwilling expressions of the Hidden Fog Sect members, Qin Yu grasped Dai's hand. A warm current gushed out, dispersing the cold around her. "Go and examine it." He pulled her forwards. Wherever he went, the ice on the ground rapidly melted away. It was like he was a giant burning torch. Dai nodded, indicating that she understood. She stood beside the Dark Star Ice Serpent. She took a deep breath and slowly lifted her hand. This scene caused the despairing Hidden Fog sect members' eyes to brighten. They couldn't suppress the hope in their hearts once more. But what they didn't understand was why Mr. Ning Qin didn't do it himself. Instead, he had his disciple examine the Dark Star Ice Serpent's injuries. However, these were all minor matters. Everyone's thoughts raced for a moment before they suppressed them and waited for Mr. Ning Qin's final verdict. After several breaths of time, Yun Dai drew back her hand. She opened her eyes, her face pale. Her body swayed. Hesitation flashed in her eyes and she slowly nodded. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu's expression relaxed. He felt even more admiration towards the abilities of the chaotic Sky Chronicle. But now wasn't the time to sigh with emotion. He turned and said, "There is still hope. Bring the Dark Star Ice Serpent in. Yun Dai and I will prepare a treatment plan." The Hidden Fog sect members were overjoyed. Hu Fu cautiously said, "When Mr. Ning Qin says there is hope, you mean, if everything goes smoothly, the Dark Star Ice Serpent will be able to participate in the arena battle 3 days from now." With Mr. Ning Qin's status, since he spoke, he absolutely had a high degree of confidence. This caused everyone to have an even clearer understanding of how formidable a Grand Master was. Their faces were filled with ecstasy and shock. Hu Fu bowed. "No matter what price you need to pay, the Hidden Fog sect is willing to bear it. I ask Mr. Ning Qin to do as you please." Qin Yu nodded. He pulled Yun Dai into the laboratory and went straight inside, where he went into seclusion. The solid ground was now covered with cracks. Layers upon layers of array formation marks had been smashed apart. The clean and tidy laboratory bench and all the precious tools were in a complete mess. Yun Dai's eyes flashed with shock. Because this was where her teacher used to experiment and cultivate, the Hidden Fog sect had reinforced it, making the laboratory's astonishing defenses even more indestructible. Just what did teacher do in the laboratory? And more importantly, just what kind of power was needed to create such a scene that seemed to be a catastrophe? Qin Yu had a calm expression. He pretended as if he didn't notice the female disciple's surprise. He directly said, "Yun Dai, what do you want to do? Just tell me." Yun Dai said, "Teacher, the Chaotic Sky Chronicle has already given you a treatment plan." She took out a jade slip. Just as she was about to record the information, she paused. In her panic, she had forgotten about her teacher's habits. "I will tell you directly." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Time is tight. Record the information." Yun Dai was a bit surprised. She nodded, not saying anything more. She placed the jade slip against her forehead and then handed it to Qin Yu after several breaths of time. As he probed it with his divine sense, Qin Yu subconsciously frowned. After a long time, he took back his divine sense. Generally speaking, the treatment plan given by the Chaotic Sky Chronicle wasn't too complicated. But it required an extremely precious material. The Resurrection Lily was rumored to only exist in the world where the dead walked. It was completely incompatible with the world where the living lived. Once it was exposed to the outside world, it would suffer the destruction of invisible laws and instantly wither away. And in the treatment plan given by the Chaotic Sky Chronicle, it was the most crucial main material. Moreover, the quality requirements were extremely high. One needed to condense the shadow of the Azura Temple in order for it to take effect. Yun Dai bit her lips. "Teacher, looking through the historical records, there has never been a Azura-level resurrection lily in this world. This treatment plan might be useful, but we simply don't have the means to gather the required materials." Her eyes flashed with determination. She stepped forwards. "Teacher, if the Dark Star Ice Serpent cannot be cured in the end, then you can hand me over. But no matter what, I will not allow them to obtain the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. How could the several thousand people of the Ying family die in vain?" In truth, there were some words she couldn't bring herself to say. Rather than destroying the treasure with her, she might as well give it to her teacher. Perhaps she should try again. What if her teacher changed his mind? Qin Yu seemed to sense that something was wrong with this female disciple. He said, that might not necessarily be the case. He turned and left. The Dark Star Ice Serpent was sent to the laboratory. Hu Fu and the others were respectfully waiting to the side. After Qin Yu left, he directly ordered, I need a resurrection lily to treat the dark star ice serpent. The more mature it is, the better. Can you find it? Resurrection lily? The Hidden Fog sect members all had dignified expressions. They looked at each other and fell silent. Mr. had a treatment method, but they couldn't produce the materials. Elder Sai clenched his teeth. He suddenly said, I know that the Western Tomb Divine Church has a secret area where a resurrection lily grows. With just this one sentence, no matter who asked him, he wouldn't say a single word. Even so, just these words could draw in a great deal of trouble. Elder Sai bitterly smiled. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have stepped forward. Hu Fu looked deeply at Qin Yu and then turned. He cupped his hands together and said, Mister, rest assured that I will deliver the resurrection lily to you within a day. Qin Yu took out the jade slip that Yun Dai had given him. If he didn't have the whereabouts of the resurrection lily, then everything was empty talk. In here are the other materials needed to complement the resurrection lily. The finals are just around the corner, so prepare them as soon as possible. Hu Fu received the jade slip with both hands. At the latest tomorrow, everything will be sent to the laboratory. He bowed and then left. His eyes were calm and filled with tenacity. Beside the Shadow Clan Saintess was a young master of the Western Tomb Divine Church. Perhaps this person was the only chance of survival for the Dark Star Ice Serpent. This time, he had gambled everything. He had to help the Hidden Fog sect break free of its shackles and obtain a new life. For this, Hu Fu didn't hesitate to pay any price. Yun Dai looked at her teacher's side profile. A trace of vitality was restored to her originally gloomy heart. She thought back to before the Shadow Clan auction. It was also in this laboratory that she had seen with her own eyes those dense high-quality shadow trees. Chapter 745. Shadow Clan Station. Within the newly built Saintess Palace, Zhu Li came out to receive the visiting Hidden Fog sect master Hu Fu. After exchanging some pleasantries, they sat down. Hu Fu was worried. But as he was able to become a sect master, his IQ and EQ were both extremely high. He certainly knew the key to obtaining the resurrection lily. Although it was the Western Tomb Ji family's young master, the saintess in front of him was the true breakthrough. It was just that he couldn't find a topic to talk about. As Hu Fu was thinking, he didn't know that Zhu Li was also feeling nervous. In the arena battle, the Blue Origin sect's Blue Ape had self-destructed and severely wounded the Dark Star Ice Serpent. And Qin Yu was in the Hidden Fog sect, using the tiger's power to stir up trouble. Could it be that he had exposed himself? If so, then Ningqin wouldn't care about his life or death. With the status and dignity of the 7 great sects, how could they tolerate this? In an instant, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Who knew why the Hidden Fog sect master had come here? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. So, after a brief silence, Zhu Li pursed her lips. Sect Master Hu Fu, if there is something you need, please speak frankly. I have some arrangements to make today. If the Hidden Fog sect had discovered something, they would definitely reveal it. Across from her, Hu Fu took a deep breath. He cupped his hands together and said, Your Highness Saintess, I came here today to ask for your help. If I can achieve my goal, then the Hidden Fog sect will owe your Highness a great favor. If there is anything you need in the future, the Hidden Fog sect will not refuse. This was an extremely heavy promise. Zhu Li relaxed. As long as nothing happened to Qin Yu, then everything was fine. Then, she thought about what the Hidden Fog sect master had said. It seemed that they had encountered a great problem. But although she was the Shadow Clan's saintess, her influence in the clan was limited. How could she help the Hidden Fog sect? Her thoughts raced. Zhu Li said, If sect master Hu Fu is so sincere, then please speak. But, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to help you. Hu Fu nodded. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's injuries are extremely heavy. In order to save its life, we need a strange treasure called the Resurrection Lily. According to what I know, this flower is extremely rare in the world. There is only one that exists in the Western Tomb Divine Church. Zhu Li frowned. Sect Master Hu Fu seems to have come to the wrong place. If you want the Resurrection Lily to save the Dark Star Ice Serpent, you should be looking for Ji Yun. Hu Fu nodded. I do need to ask young Master Ji Yun for help, but the Hidden Fog sect doesn't have much of a relationship with the Western Tombs Ji family. Thus, I came here in hopes that Your Highness the Saintess can step forward and introduce me. Of course, this was only an excuse on the surface. His true intention was to ask Ju Li to come forward and help convince Ji Yun to hand over the red spider lily. Ju Li had naturally guessed this, but she did not wish to use herself to influence Ji Yun's own judgment. This would give her a feeling that she was using someone else's feelings for personal gain, which was not in line with her character. Just as he was about to refuse, a thought flashed through Ju Li's mind. He paused and said, "How did Sect Master learn that the Resurrection Lily can cure the Dark Star Ice Serpent?" Hu Fu revealed an awkward expression. This, Ju Li looked straight at him. If Sect Master Hu Fu finds it difficult, then I will make my own guesses. Sect Master Hu Fu only needs to nod or shake his head. I will not ask any questions. Is this matter related to the black-robed man who used the Dark Star Ice Serpent to seize first place? Hu Fu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Anyone could guess this. He hadn't revealed any information about this Mr. It had to be known that helping the Hidden Fog sect suppress all other forces and seize first place in the arena was something that would offend many people. It really was him. A gloomy light appeared in Ju Li's eyes. In her opinion, with Qin Yu's status and identity, how could he possibly know of the existence of the Resurrection Lily? This must have been a request that Ning Qin had borrowed his mouth to put forth. It seemed that Yun Dai had already reported her stance. But Ning Qin clearly didn't care about her threat and instead used it to force her to help the Hidden Fog sect. This bastard, did he not fear that she would publicize the matter of the Shadow Clan's auction? At that time, even if he was strong and had a mysterious background, facing the anger of the 7 great sects, he would still be in a difficult position. Ju Li's chest heaved up and down as she suppressed her anger. She was sure that if she really did this, Qin Yu would be the first to die. This fellow, couldn't he just honestly live the life of an ordinary person? Dissatisfaction and resentment instinctively rose up from the depths of her heart. But in the next moment, all of this vanished, because everything that Qin Yu was facing right now was likely because of her. After several breaths of silence, Ju Li took a deep breath. Sect Master Hu Fu, please follow me. No matter what, she couldn't watch helplessly as Qin Yu fell into danger. Hu Fu was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Highness Saintess. With Ju Li stepping forward, the chances of success were much higher. After leaving the Saintess Palace, they arrived at Ji Yun's dwelling. This was a massive and luxuriously decorated white palace. Beneath the sunlight, it reflected a brilliant halo of light, shining brightly. As the young master of the Western Tomb Divine Church, he had the qualifications to obtain the respect and courtesy of the Shadow Clan. Ju Li came to visit. Ji Yun soon came out to greet her, a warm smile on his face. After seeing Hu Fu, he was startled. Ju Li, Sect Master Hu Fu, please come in. In a small hall in the visitors' area, they sat down on a soft sofa. The Shadow Clan maids respectfully served tea and then left. Ji Yun glanced at Ju Li's dignified and hesitant expression. He smiled and said, Sect Master Hu Fu, did you come to visit me today? With his intelligence, he didn't need to open his mouth to see some things. Hu Fu went straight to the point. It is indeed so. The reason I asked Your Highness Saintess to introduce me today is because I hope to be able to trade for a wondrous item from the Western Tomb Divine Church. I ask young Master Ji Yun to help me. Ji Yun glanced at Ju Li. Her face flushed red. Ji Yun, if it isn't too excessive, I hope that you can help Sect Master Hu Fu. All right. Ju Li's eyes widened. As she looked at Ji Yun's smile, her heart stirred. She bit her lips and said, Thank you. Ji Yun waved his hand. There is no need to speak of such things between us. He turned around. Sect Master Hu Fu, please speak frankly. Although he was a bit dissatisfied that Hu Fu had started with Ju Li, this matter would undoubtedly increase his standing in Ju Li's heart. Thus, Ji Yun readily agreed. But a promise was a promise. If he wanted to obtain something, he needed to pay a sufficient price. In this aspect, he wouldn't give face. Hu Fu gratefully looked at Ju Li. He cupped his hands together and said, I heard that in some mystic realm of the Western Tomb Divine Church, there is a resurrection lily growing there. The Hidden Fog sect has enough sincerity to reach a deal. Ji-yoon's complexion changed. His eyes turned cold and he fell silent. The air gradually thickened. After a long time, he slowly said, "May I ask Sect Master Hu Fu, where did you learn about the resurrection lily?" Hu Fu's heart skipped a beat. As he thought back to Elder Sai's bitter expression, he awkwardly said, "This," Ji-yoon coldly sneered. "I won't hide it from Sect Master Hu Fu. This matter involves an unsolved case of the Western Tomb Divine Church. If Sect Master can tell me the source of this information, then I can represent the Divine Church and agree to a deal with the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, Sect Master Hu Fu, I ask that you return and search elsewhere." He added, "Ju Li, it isn't that I don't care about your feelings, but this matter is too important. If I conceal it, I will surely be punished afterwards, so I ask that you not blame me." There were some words that had to be clearly stated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate to say them later. Ju Li nodded. She already felt guilty for stepping forward to help the Hidden Fog sect, so how could she say anything more? She had already done everything she could. As for what the result would be, that would depend on the Hidden Fog sect's own choice. Hu Fu sighed inwardly, apologizing inwardly. Saving the Dark Star Ice Serpent was the most important matter for the Hidden Fog sect right now. "Elder Sai, I'm sorry. Hidden Fog sect, Sichu." Ji-yoon muttered to himself. His expression didn't change in the slightest. "I am a man of my word. I ask Sect Master Hu Fu to make a bid. I don't need to explain how precious the resurrection lily is." Hu Fu took out a jade slip. Ji-yoon took it and probed it with his divine sense. After several breaths of time, his complexion relaxed a little. He thought for a moment and said, "All right, we will bid according to this. Young Patriarch Ji-yoon, I hope that I can obtain the resurrection lily today. Of course, the Hidden Fog sect is willing to pay an additional fee for this." Ji-yoon nodded. Of course. The ancient god that the Western Tomb Divine Church worshipped had yet to perish. A god favored could borrow the power of this god to complete a transmission within the world. This was something that the entire world knew. As the Western Tomb Young Patriarch, he was a god favored of the highest level and had the qualifications to open a transmission. Hu Fu cupped his hands together. "Thank you." Ji-yoon stood up. "I need to make some preparations. Ju Li, bring Sect Master Hu Fu outside and wait. Don't let anyone disturb us." The Divine Church's ceremonies were solemn and pious. They didn't tolerate the least bit of blasphemy. Ju Li nodded and left the hall with Hu Fu. "Your Highness Saintess, the Hidden Fog sect will soon have a gift for you. Please accept it." If it weren't for Ju Li speaking up today, Hu Fu was sure that he wouldn't have been able to obtain the resurrection lily. Even if he had already made a promise, it was only natural for him to thank her now. Ju Li shook his head. "There is no need for a gift. If Sect Master Hu Fu has the heart, please help me pass on a message to Miss Yoon Dai. I want to see an old friend as soon as possible. She will naturally understand." Hu Fu already knew that Ju Li had gone to visit Yoon Dai, so he wasn't surprised that the two of them knew each other. "All right, I will certainly pass on the message." An hour later, Ji-yoon walked out of the White Hall. He wore white clothes and a jade crown on his head. He looked even more handsome and extraordinary. Hu Fu hurried forwards. "Young Patriarch Ji-yoon," Ji-yoon said, "there have been some changes in the situation. My father has agreed to make a deal with the Hidden Fog sect, but the place where the resurrection lily grows is strange and dangerous. The Divine Church doesn't have a suitable candidate to pick it for now. If Sect Master Hu Fu wishes to obtain it today, you must go there yourself. The Divine Church must prepare a transmission gate for you." Hu Fu relaxed. But as he heard these words, a cold sweat began to drip down his back. "No problem. I am willing to personally go." Ji-yoon glanced at him. "Very well. The transmission gate will be completed in 2 hours. Sect Master Hu Fu can make some preparations ahead of time." Hu Fu cupped his hands together and hurried away. With the Western Tomb Divine Church's strength, if they said that it was strange and dangerous, Then the mystic realm where the resurrection lily resided was absolutely terrifying. How could he dare to be careless? Since he had 2 hours, he had to prepare as much as he could. Chapter 746. When the Western Tomb Divine Church agreed to trade the resurrection lily, the entire Hidden Fog sect was filled with excitement. Several other precious spiritual objects that were required for the treatment plan were also sent back with confirmation. As long as they obtained the resurrection lily, the treatment plan could begin. If Mr. Ning Qin took action, he might be able to reverse the situation. As for the dangers that the Western Tomb Divine Church mentioned, the high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect thought this was normal. In order to obtain something, one had to pay a price. There was no such thing as a meat pie falling from the sky. Hu Fu said, "Mister, after I make some preparations, I will immediately go to the Western Tomb Divine Church's mystic realm and bring back the resurrection lily." Qin Yu was about to nod when a confused voice sounded out in his soul space, "Resurrection lily?" It was like someone had just woken up and hadn't yet recovered. Then, in the next moment, the voice repeated itself, "Resurrection lily." The same 3 words, but the meaning behind them was completely different. The cosmic sea-cross bell flashed and Mei Mei's figure appeared. Her eyes were wide open, as if there were flames burning in them. Qin Yu, I heard someone mention the resurrection lily just now. Is it the kind that only grows in piles of corpses? His soul opened its eyes and happened to hear these words. His lips twitched. If I'm not wrong, then it should be this kind. Mai Mai placed her hands on her hips and laughed. Her demeanor as a little beauty vanished without a trace. Ha 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 ha. I knew that the heavens must have been too harsh to me in the past, so they are thinking of ways to make up for it. He, resurrection lily of the world of the dead. I can't believe I can encounter something like this in the world of the living. My luck is simply heaven-defying. Her complexion changed. She glared at Qin Yu. Where is it? Hurry and hand over the resurrection lily to me, it is mine. Qin Yu's complexion was strange. As he looked at her crazed appearance, he hesitated on whether or not he should tell her the truth. As if sensing his thoughts, an incomparably beautiful purple moon walked out from the purple moonlight. Her slender legs were faintly discernible beneath her purple dress, causing one's heart to beat faster and their mouths to dry up. Little girl, don't think too much about it. This resurrection lily wasn't prepared for you. Her tone was leisurely, but there was a trace of regret in it. The red spider lily was nurtured by gathering the yin qi of heaven and earth, and it was of great help to her. Why? Mai Mai's face twisted. If she couldn't give a satisfactory explanation, she would flip out on the spot. Qin Yu said helplessly, Mai Mai, I really can't give it to you. Thus, he briefly explained what had happened. Mai Mai was so distressed that her face paled. Why do you care about that stupid dark star ice serpent? It was injured by someone else, so if it wants to die then let it go. A cold snort interrupted Mei Mei's complaints. She instinctively shrunk her neck, revealing a fearful expression. The silhouette of a blue sun appeared. Within the light, one could faintly see a graceful figure. Her voice was ice-cold, without the slightest bit of warmth. I want to go to the place where the red spider lily grows. This was not a request, but a straightforward statement, as if whatever she said would definitely become the truth. Purple Moon smiled. That's right. I also think so. There was only one red spider lily, and it was indeed a pity that he couldn't obtain it. But, the place where it grew was also a lucky chance. Although this lucky chance required luck, Qin Yu's luck had never been bad. If there really was one, then his harvests would likely be even more astonishing than directly obtaining the red spider lily. I also want to go, Mai Mai decisively said, her tone firm. Purple Moon smiled. You are still young. Eating too much is easy to harm your body. You might as well sleep for a while longer and digest and absorb the energy to consolidate your foundation. Thank you for Big Sister Purple Moon's concern. Although I am small, I have a great appetite. Even if I eat 10 more meals I still won't feel bloated. The graceful figure within the blue sun coldly said, if there is, I want half. Purple Moon's eyes narrowed. After a moment of silence, she nodded. All right. Shua, the blue sun vanished from sight. Purple Moon lowered her head, a gentle smile on her face. Little Mai, let's discuss this. Qin Yu withdrew his divine sense. Beneath his black robes, he was left speechless. These three women, weren't they disrespecting him a little too much? Too much? Did they think that just because they said they wanted to go, he had to go? How laughable. Hu Fu hesitated. Mister, is there something wrong? After he spoke just now, Qin Yu had fallen silent. This sort of silence left one feeling uneasy. Cough. Qin Yu regained his composure. Where the resurrection lily grows, there are dangers that ordinary people don't know about. If you go alone, I fear it won't be appropriate. I will go with you. He was a man, so how could he lower himself to the same level as a woman? He had to consider the overall situation. The entire Hidden Fog sect was filled with awe. Mister, with your status, was actually willing to take such a risk. This was simply moving. Hu Fu bowed with joy. Thank you, Mister. With you helping, there will definitely be no mistakes. After speaking a few more words, the Hidden Fog sect people drew back to make some necessary preparations. Yun Dai helped her teacher send everyone out. After taking several steps, Hu Fu suddenly turned back. I almost forgot something. Miss Yun Dai, please wait a moment. I saw the Shadow Clan's saintess, Ju Li. She asked me to pass on a message that she hopes to meet with an old friend as soon as possible. Ju Li was a great help in persuading Ji Yun. If things aren't too difficult, I hope that Miss Yun Dai will do her best to help. Hu Fu cupped his hands together and quickly left. Looking at his departing back, Yun Dai was stunned. All sorts of thoughts raced through her mind. Within Dragon City, news of the Western Tomb Divine Church's young master pursuing the Shadow Clan saintess had already spread far and wide. From Hu Fu's words, it could be judged that this news was true. Ju Li had helped the Hidden Fog sect. But, was that really the case? If Ju Li didn't know that Qin Yu was Ning Qin, then if Hu Fu came to ask for help, there was a high chance that it would be interpreted as some other signal, such as a threat. Now, Ju Li had asked to see Qin Yu. Yun Dai bitterly smiled. This was most likely what had happened. Teacher, why didn't you explain things clearly? She hurried back to the laboratory and conveyed Ju Li's words. She also vaguely mentioned her own speculations. On the sofa, Qin Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a bit troubled. He had tried his best to avoid this, but he never imagined that he would still have to meet with Ju Li. Ji Yun was at the Shadow Clan station. If he wanted to enter the Western Tomb Divine Church's mystic realm through the transmission array, he couldn't bypass her. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu said, I understand. At the start, he had hidden his identity from Ju Li because he didn't want any problems to arise. Moreover, he didn't enter Sky Declaring Pavilion in peace. Rather, his only goal was to restore his wounds as soon as possible. Qin Yu wasn't sure whether or not this goal would stir up trouble in the future. If his relationship with Ju Li was exposed, it was likely she would be implicated. As for now, with the existence of the Dark Parliament, it was even more impossible for Qin Yu to reveal that he was Ning Qin. Otherwise, with the Dark Parliament's style of doing things, they might directly capture Ju Li and force him to lower his head in the Beast King War. Even one of the dignified 7 great sects, the Blue Origin sect, had been played around in the palm of their hands. Qin Yu didn't doubt that the Dark Parliament had the ability to do this. How could he explain this to Ju Li? This was indeed a difficult problem. For a time, Qin Yu couldn't think of a solution. He could only adapt to the situation. 2 hours soon passed. Hu Fu and Qin Yu were led by a Shadow Clan cultivator to Ji Yun's dwelling. A tall and slender figure was already waiting outside the hall. She slowly turned around. She wore an exquisite and wide dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her curves flowed with charm and charm. Her black and white eyes fell on Qin Yu's body. To nourish the body, to nourish the energy. Today, Ju Li was the saintess of Dragon City. Her body was soaked with dragon energy, making her seem even more noble and beautiful. Although her appearance was the same as before, she seemed like a completely different person. At this time, she stepped forwards. Her face was indifferent and there was a dignified dignity between her eyebrows. Every movement she made was filled with momentum. She directly said, "Fellow Daoist, please follow me." She turned and walked to the side. Hu Fu was shocked. He instantly understood that the old friend Julie spoke of was likely Qin Yu. No wonder she was able to obtain the approval of Dragon City and become the Shadow Clan's saintess. As for the rumors in the outside world, she was just a lucky ordinary woman. Haha, if she knew Mr. and their relationship wasn't shallow, how could she possibly be an ordinary person? What a joke. Qin Yu already knew he couldn't avoid this, so he had already made preparations. He lightly said, "I'll be right back." There was no way to explain this matter, so he didn't say anything. Hu Fu respectfully bowed. "Yes, Mr." Julie paused. She subconsciously frowned. Even if today's situation was caused by her, did Qin Yu not know her status? To have the dignified hidden fog sect master act so respectfully in front of him, did he feel refreshed? Didn't he think that once his identity was exposed, no matter how glorious he was now, his future would be 10 times, or even 100 times more miserable? What use was there in flaunting the might of a tiger? Besides satisfying his vanity, he hadn't obtained anything at all. In the end, the only thing a person could rely on was their own strength. But even now, Qin Yu didn't seem to understand this truth. Disappointment gushed out from Julie's heart. Her complexion became increasingly indifferent. She flicked her sleeves and a shadow flashed, covering her and Qin Yu. The sound of footsteps behind them stopped. The air fell deathly silent. "Is there nothing you need to say to me?" Julie turned and coldly asked. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu thought for a moment. He said, "I never thought I would meet you in Dragon City." Julie mercilessly exposed him. "Is it because you didn't think of it or because you didn't want to? Do you think I don't know what happened at the Shadow Clan auction?" This was awkward. Qin Yu never thought that his actions on that day would be discovered by Julie. No wonder her complexion wasn't so good. He originally didn't know how to explain things, and now the situation seemed even more awkward. The silence beneath the black robes caused Julie to frown. She took a deep breath and suppressed her mood. "Hu Fu went to take the resurrection lily, so why did you come with him? Did Yun Dai tell you to take advantage of this opportunity to see me?" Qin Yu coughed. "No. I wanted to go with Hu Fu to the Western Tomb Divine Church's mystic realm." The space fell deathly silent. Across from him, Julie's eyes widened, revealing anger and alarm. "Go with Hu Fu? Aren't you afraid of death?" The anger in Qin Yu's heart was thoroughly ignited, erupting at this moment. "Qin Yu, do you really think that you have become a great figure that everyone respects, and relies on? Acting is fine, but if you immerse yourself too deeply, you will only harm yourself in the end. During the Shadow Clan auction, if it weren't for me asking Elder One Eye to help you prepare a transmission array to escape, you might not have been able to pass through the witchcraft sec. And today, if it weren't for me, it would have been impossible for Hu Fu to obtain the chance to trade for the resurrection lily. Ning Qin doesn't care about your life or death. He is controlling you from behind, so he must have some unspeakable secret. If you continue to wallow in your vanity and don't resist, sooner or later you will lose your life." Julie was enraged. She clenched her teeth and said, "After today, you will stay in the Shadow Clan. No matter what happens, I will ensure your safety." She couldn't send Qin Yu to his death. Looking at Julie's angry expression, Qin Yu felt a bit embarrassed, but also a bit of warmth. Although her tone was harsh, it couldn't conceal her concern for him. Otherwise, why would she waste so much effort trying to meddle in his affairs? But even if Julie had good intentions, Qin Yu could only apologize. He had to go to the Western Tomb Divine Church's mystic realm. In this world where the level of cultivation was clearly higher than that of the land of divinity and demons, even if he were to restore himself to his peak state, he still might not be able to enter the top ranks. The stronger Purple Moon and the others were, the more secure he would be. "No need. I believe in Teacher. He won't harm me." Chapter 747. The white palace that was bathed in sunlight opened, and the handsome Ji Yun, dressed in a long white robe, walked out. His gaze swept across the distance and landed on the two blurry figures in the light. Although he could not see them clearly, He instantly recognized Ju Li, who Fu explained, "Young Master Ji Yun, Saintess Ju Li has some matters to attend to. If time is tight, I can go and remind her." Ji Yun shook his head. "There's no need. Just wait a moment." He looked at the light projection, his eyes calm. How could a man that needed a woman to secretly protect him have the qualifications to compete with him? Even though he had left some traces in Ju Li's heart, Ji Yun believed that it wouldn't be long before this person would become a thing of the past. He was confident in this. Of course, if he could grasp information about this person, this process might be even faster. Ji Yun thought for a moment and said, "Sect Master Hu Fu, can you tell me a thing or two about that black-robed person?" Hu Fu shook his head without hesitation. "I'm sorry, but I swear I will not reveal anything about this person. I ask for young master's forgiveness." Ji Yun had a calm expression. "It's fine. Those that hid their heads and showed their tails must have hidden secrets. With Ju Li's personality, she didn't like this sort of behavior. If so, then even if she couldn't obtain information about this person, it didn't matter." At this time, the light projection in the distance shattered. Ju Li turned without hesitation and quickly walked over. Ji Yun walked forwards. His eyes swept over her still angry face and he smiled. "Ju Li, who made you angry?" His gaze fell on her back and a cold chill circulated around her black robes. If Ju Li expressed any dissatisfaction, he wouldn't mind teaching this person a lesson and letting him understand the disparity between them. Ju Li shook her head. "It's fine. If the transmission gate has been completed, then send them in." "Them?" Ji Yun revealed a look of surprise. He looked at Qin Yu and asked, "This fellow Daoist also wants to go in?" Ju Li nodded without expression. Ji Yun thought for a moment and said, "Ju Li, what I said before about the incomparably dangerous mystic realm wasn't an alarmist. If you don't have enough strength and recklessly enter, I fear you will be doomed." He frowned, a hint of warning in his calm eyes. "Fellow Daoist, I advise you to consider this carefully. Don't throw away your life in vain." Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu's eyes fell on Ji Yun. He was indeed a young man with an extraordinary bearing and an upright aura. Of course, he didn't lack the arrogance and condescension that a young master of the Western Tomb Divine Church should have. But, his status gave him the qualifications to be arrogant, so this couldn't be considered a flaw in his character. In short, Qin Yu's first impression of Ji Yun was quite good. He shouldn't be someone with a dark and gloomy mind. If Ju Li was together with him, it could also be considered a good marriage. "I've already made up my mind. Thank you for your reminder, young Lord Ji Yun." Her tone was calm and indifferent. Besides facing Ju Li where he felt a bit uneasy because of guilt, Qin Yu was able to calmly deal with everyone else. But in Ji Yun's eyes, this calmness and indifference seemed artificial. Was it because he didn't want to appear weak and cowardly in front of Ju Li? Ji Yun smiled, his evaluation of Qin Yu dropping even further. For the sake of face, he had actually placed himself in such a dangerous situation. He was simply stupid. Ju Li said angrily, "They don't know how the word death is written, so why should we waste our breath? Ji Yun, let them in." "Okay." Ji Yun smiled. He certainly didn't care about Qin Yu's life or death. The reason he reminded Ju Li just now was because he didn't want Qin Yu to die and leave behind an eternal mark in Ju Li's heart. But now, it seemed that Qin Yu had angered Ju Li in their conversation just now. Since that was the case, he had no reason to stop them. After all, even a lowly and insignificant person had the right to decide their own life and death. "You too, please follow me." Hu Fu nodded. He followed behind Ji Yun, but as he looked at this young master of the Western Tomb, there was a trace of ridicule and contempt in his eyes. He was just a second-generation young master who had good reincarnation skills and relied on his strong background. Even if he was calm and quick-witted, that was just a facade. If it weren't for the Mr. seeming to have no interest in Ju Li, did you really think you could compete with him? Hurry up and go home to play in the mud. Ju Li had a cold expression, not saying a single word. She watched as Ji Yun brought Hu Fu and Qin Yu away. But the moment the three of them stepped into the main hall, her heart skipped a beat. It was like there was an empty space in her heart. A bit of loss appeared on her icy face. He had left like this, entering the extremely dangerous mystic realm of the Western Tomb Divine Church. It was highly likely that he would never return and would forever vanish from her life. A sour feeling gushed out from the depths of her heart. Ju Li subconsciously bit down on her lips. She bit down so hard that a faint red color appeared. But the pride in her heart made it impossible for her to lower her head again. She had already done everything she could, so what could she do if Qin Yu didn't appreciate it? Just let him be. She turned and left. Ju Li lifted her snow-white neck, her eyes meeting the bright sunlight. She muttered, "Qin Yu, you bastard." The group of three didn't speak. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the main hall. Qin Yu was the last to leave, a bitter smile on his face beneath his black robes. It seemed that he had ruthlessly offended Ju Li once more. But perhaps this was also a chance for him to completely separate himself from her. The further away Ju Li was from him, the safer she would be. From this point of view, this was also a good thing. It was just that as he thought about the gaze that fell on him before he entered the main hall, even with Qin Yu's willpower and temperament, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Whatever, it was fine as long as he had a clear conscience. As for the rest, he would just let him be. The hall that Ji Yun lived in could be ranked in the top 5 of the Shadow Clan. After walking for some time, they arrived at a sealed hall. A milky white halo of light spread out from the hall. It was like flowing water, spreading to every corner of the hall. It was gentle, calm, but also incomparably formidable, as if it could contain everything in the world. A vast and noble aura exuded from it, making one feel awe and submission from the bottom of their hearts. After taking several more steps, they turned a corner and arrived at the center of the hall. Suddenly, the world opened up. A 40 to 50 foot high portal stood in the center of the hall. On its surface, complex and exquisite textures wove together. The milky white light that flooded the hall came from these textures. Behind the portal, space fiercely twisted, nearly forming a mass of chaos. It silently fluctuated, as if it connected to an unknown land in the distant future. Ji Yun stopped. With a respectful and solemn expression, he said, "Sect Master Hu Fu, this is the portal that leads to the mystic realm where the resurrection lily is. It can be maintained for 24 hours. In other words, you too must be transmitted back by tomorrow at the latest." As for Qin Yu, he was a person destined to die, so why would he care about him? Hu Fu nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, young Master Ji Yun." He turned to glance at Qin Yu and then stepped into the hall. After several steps, he stepped into the portal. Qin Yu followed behind. As he entered the portal, Ji Yun's calm voice echoed out, "I will take care of Ju Li in the future. She will live a good life." Qin Yu paused and looked back. "I hope so, otherwise I will be very unhappy." Sure, he stepped backwards and vanished into the portal. Outside the hall, Ji Yun frowned. He thought back to Qin Yu's calm words just now as well as the deep eyes beneath the black robes. At that moment, the feeling that Qin Yu gave him wasn't normal. Was he really an ordinary person like Ju Li said? These thoughts raced for a moment before they were immediately suppressed. He understood Ju Li's character, she wasn't someone who would lie. Moreover, with the current situation of the Hell Mystic Realm, even if the hidden Fog Sect Master entered, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Even if this person had some methods, what could he do? Shaking his head, Ji Yun turned and left, his heart calm. He hadn't gone against his own beliefs and agreed to the deal with the hidden Fog Sect. He had also reminded them of the dangers of this trip. Even if there was an accident, that was their own problem and had nothing to do with him. The Upper Prime Mountain range stretched on for 1 trillion years. To the east of the mountains was a vast plain. The 7 great sects stood tall, each ruling a territory. But if one left the mountains and headed west, after passing through large tracts of low hills, the terrain would suddenly rise. What appeared in front of the world was an incomparably vast plateau with thin air. Green grass stretched into the skies and countless white yurts dotted the landscape. These were the herdsmen of the plateau, herding herds of cattle and sheep as they migrated along with the water and grass. This was the Western Tomb, the world's greatest religion. It ruled over an endless territory, and all living beings within the Western Tomb believed in the transcendent Tao monarch. They regarded him as the final resting place of their souls after death. In the center of this vast plateau, there was a group of towering divine palaces. Even from high in the heavens, one could clearly see them. The divine palaces were mainly colored red and white. The aura of the divine palaces was majestic and boundless. Endless sunlight gathered in the skies, forming 109 beams of light. Each beam of light corresponded to a main hall of the divine palaces, connecting them together. It was like a miracle. The main hall of the divine palaces was the holy temple that enshrined the Tao monarch statue. It was located in the center of the 108 main halls, and the pillars of light here were the thickest. They nearly covered the entire holy temple. Beneath the bright sunlight, it seemed as if it were burning, releasing endless light and heat that illuminated the world. Outside the divine palaces, countless devout believers knelt on both sides of the divine path. They chanted and prayed, constantly bowing their heads in worship, praying for the Tao monarch's protection. Within the holy temple, beneath the indescribably majestic statue of the Tao monarch, was the seat of the divine church's divine throne. This was a dignified middle-aged man. There were fine wrinkles between his eyebrows, but this didn't affect his temperament at all. Rather, it seemed as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of time. His aura was as unmoving as a mountain, and his momentum was overwhelming. The void in the hall suddenly rippled like water, and a figure bathed in darkness slowly emerged from it. She was tall, much taller than an ordinary man. The darkness around her was thick and viscous, shrouding her entire body. One could only faintly make out her impressive figure. She knelt down on one knee. In the darkness, her voice was hoarse. "Greetings, divine throne." On the throne, the current divine throne, Ji Xiangtian, had a faint expression. "How is it?" The woman said, "A moment ago, the transmission gate opened. The people of the Hidden Fog sect have entered the Hell Mystic Realm." Ji Xiangtian nodded. "Very good. I don't want them to come out alive." "Yes, divine throne." The woman stood up and took a step back. She submerged into the fluctuating space once more, vanishing from sight. Ji Xiangtian had no expression. His eyes were filled with indifference. Everyone knew that the Western Tomb paid respects to the Tao monarch, but how could they understand the strength they controlled? As long as they obtained a medium, they could send down their Tao arts to kill, erasing everything without anyone knowing or sensing it. Situ, as he spoke, killing intent overflowed. This was the greatest secret of the Western Tomb. No one was allowed to pry into it. Even if there was only the slightest possibility, it had to be thoroughly erased. Chapter 748. Within the Hidden Fog sect station, Elder Sai called for his daughter Sai Jia. After everyone was dismissed, the father and daughter talked for a long time. It was unknown what they talked about, but Sai Jia's eyes were red as if she had just cried. I regret it so much." Sichu Sai sighed, his face bitter. Many years ago, before he was married, he had wandered the world in his youth and made several good friends. At that time, because they were involved in an accidental murder, a few high-spirited young people obtained a piece of white phalanx. He inadvertently discovered the secret contained within the phalanx, and thus began a cruel journey of treasure hunting. After this group of youths entered the mystic realm, they made horrifying discoveries as well as harvests that surpassed their imaginations. But as time passed, the youths' minds were gradually corroded. They became violent and bloodthirsty, finally igniting a massacre. Because the white finger bone had been held in Elder Sai's hand, he was able to survive until the end and become the only person to escape from the mystic realm. From then on, Elder Sai returned to the Hidden Fog sect and changed his unwillingness to be bound. This continued until today. Regarding that adventure in the past and all his friends that died, Elder Sai never told anyone. He buried everything deep in his heart. But this time, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's safety concerned the interests of the entire Hidden Fog sect. After hesitating again and again, he finally spoke. But the truth was that as soon as he spoke, Elder Sai regretted it. He couldn't help but blame his father who had passed away many years ago. Why had he instilled in him the belief that the sect was the most important in everything he did? Otherwise, How could he have fallen into such a panicked situation, fearing that he would face a great calamity in the next moment? Thus, when he said "I regret it so much," he regretted that he was too young and didn't know what fear was. He also regretted that he shouldn't have spoken so rashly. But now that things had come to this, regret was useless. He called over his only daughter and seriously told her that if anything happened to him, she was to immediately return to the hidden fog sect and not investigate further. Of course, this was only the worst-case scenario. He hoped that things wouldn't develop to that point. Stepping into the portal, an invisible strength wrapped around one's body. It was calm, peaceful, and vast, counteracting the tearing strength of the outside world. The entire process was incomparably smooth and one couldn't feel any bumps. As Xiao Chen looked around, he could clearly see many colors flashing before him. Some of the dark areas gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Just his gaze alone made one feel as if their soul was about to be pulled out of their body. If the strength that wrapped around his body were to dissipate at this moment, it would surely be an unpleasant feeling. But Qin Yu wasn't worried about this at all. It wasn't that he believed in the credibility of the people of the West Hill Divine Sect, but as a sect that believed in God, the doctrine clearly stipulated that believers should abide by their promises. It was not an exaggeration to say that they must keep their promises. Since the Hidden Fog sect had reached an agreement with the Western Tomb Divine Church, there shouldn't be any problems during the transmission process. Otherwise, how could they face the millions of believers? On the other hand, the mystic realm where the red spider lily grew was definitely not simple since it was labeled as dangerous by them. After a long time, the strength wrapped around his body began to tremble. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. If there was no accident, then the transmission would end soon. As expected, just as this thought flashed through his mind, the colorful colors in front of him suddenly disappeared. Then, his entire field of vision was filled with scarlet. The air was filled with a terrifyingly high temperature. Countless miserable screams could be heard, causing one's heart to tremble. Qin Yu took a step forward and floated in the air. He looked down and his pupils shrank. He saw that he was currently in the skies above a great lake of magma. It was incomparably vast and he couldn't see the end of it. The scarlet color in the sky was reflected by this lake. At this time, countless figures floated up and down in this lake of magma, struggling and howling. They stretched out their hands towards the skies but were powerless to escape. The flesh and blood on their bodies were burned away by the magma, turning into pieces of rotten flesh that fell off. But in the next moment, they would regrow and repeat the same process. There was no end. They couldn't die, they would live in eternal pain. Soul-refining lake. Hu Fu's shocked voice echoed in Qin Yu's ears. His eyes widened as he looked at the tumbling magma below, his face filled with disbelief. Qin Yu said, "Sect Master, are you sure?" He was a grand scholar existence with formidable strength and a mysterious background. He certainly couldn't say anything that didn't match his status. Even if he didn't know anything about this so-called soul-refining lake, he still had to appear as if he knew everything. Hu Fu hesitated. In the legends, the soul-refining lake exists in the plane of hell. It is a cruel punishment used to torture the soul. As long as one commits a great crime in the world of the living and is entangled by karma, they will be thrown into the soul-refining lake. Depending on how big or small their crimes are, they will be imprisoned for a different period of time. When the soul is placed in the soul-refining lake, it is the same as personally entering the magma. All of the strength one possessed when they were alive will be imprisoned and they can only experience repeated destruction and rebirth, constantly withstanding heart-wrenching pain. Moreover, as one withstands this pain, their consciousness will become increasingly clear. It is impossible for them to die even if they want to. But the plane of hell has always existed in legends. No life form has ever entered and truly confirmed its existence. This is a mystic realm of the Western Tomb Divine Church. They believe in the Tao monarch and have always been able to control some strange abilities. Perhaps this is a projection of the soul-refining lake, or perhaps it is an imitation. The legends of hell also existed in the world of divinity and demons. It seemed that all living beings with their own consciousness had similar information. It was impossible for such a situation to occur due to these illusory rumors. Thus, Qin Yu believed that the plane of hell truly existed in this world. As for what Hu Fu said about no life form ever entering, that shouldn't be true. It was likely that they had already entered but were never able to come out. At this time, Qin Yu's heart shrank. A great sense of alarm rose in his heart, and the source of this alarm was the soul-refining lake below. Be careful. He only had time to shout out loud. The tranquil magma lake suddenly emitted an angry roar. Scarlet magma wildly tumbled about, forming massive waves. They collided with each other, constantly breaking apart and condensing, gradually forming a giant vortex. The tortured souls were sucked in and torn to pieces by the strength of the vortex. But in the next moment, they condensed once more. These souls seemed to realize that the main culprits were the two life forms in the skies who had caused the vortex to appear. Ah! The souls reared their heads back and roared. They stretched out bloody arms or arms that only had white bones left, all of them grasping at the two people from afar. Die, you all deserve to die. Don't think of leaving here, you can't escape. Come down and join us. Sad and shrill voices carried with them a sharp penetrating strength. They drilled into Qin Yu and Hu Fu's ears, directly exploding in their souls and reverberating over and over again. At the same time, the magma vortex erupted with a formidable swallowing strength. It didn't target their flesh and blood, but directly affected their souls. Humph! Hu Fu stuffily coughed. His body shivered and his face paled. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. The strength of this soul-refining lake was truly terrifying. Even with his cultivation, he felt powerless to contend with it. He quickly glanced around. His black robes were tumbling about in the heat, but his aura was calm, as if he hadn't been affected at all. Hu Fu relaxed and secretly admired Qin Yu. Mr. was indeed Mr. Besides his achievements in the path of beast trainers, his cultivation was also unfathomably deep. Mr., we must leave here immediately. Qin Yu nodded. All right. He paused for a moment before speaking, giving off an absent-minded feeling. Hu Fu was sighing with emotion, so he didn't notice. In truth, Qin Yu was indeed absent-minded. This was because his soul space had suddenly become lively. Purple Moon wore a gorgeous purple dress. Her chest was high and her long legs were faintly discernible. She naturally exuded an alluring aura. In particular, because of her excitement, her breathing deepened and her face flushed red. She became even more irresistible. She looked up at the blue sun hanging high in the sky, eagerness in her eyes. She was waiting for the final confirmation. After several breaths of time, the slim figure in the blue sun said, "That's right." Her tone was still icy cold, but it gave off the feeling of a volcano beneath a glacier that could erupt at any moment. This is great. Even with Purple Moon's temperament, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. It could be seen how excited she was. Although she didn't believe Mei Mei's words about humans being food bait, the truth was right in front of her. But after the joy passed, Purple Moon soon revealed a solemn expression. She said, "The previous distribution plan will need to be modified a little." The blue sun was silent for a moment. 40%. This was her bottom line. It couldn't be any less. Purple Moon hesitated. In truth, she was satisfied with this distribution ratio, but as she thought about the hidden dangers here, she couldn't help but feel her heart ache. But she knew that the blue sun wouldn't retreat any further. She took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Purple Moon turned around, revealing a flower-like smile. My, you are still young so you can't eat too much. How about giving the extra 10% to Big Sister? Don't worry, next time there is good food I can give you half. I won't let you suffer a loss. My shook her head. Big Sister Purple Moon, I may be small but I am not stupid. Big Sister Blue Sun will give us 10%, so we will each take half. If you don't agree, then we can discuss our previous agreement again. Purple Moon's smile faded. She looked at Mai without expression for a long time and then slowly nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. The three women, two large and one small, finally finished dividing up the pie. Qin Yu's soul opened his eyes, a look of helplessness on his face. You three, before you finish dividing up the pie, shouldn't you at least tell me what happened? Moreover, from start to finish, I have been excluded from the distribution of harvests. Isn't this a bit too excessive? A moment later, a part of Qin Yu's mind returned to the outside world. Beneath his black robes, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He never imagined that this mystic realm where the resurrection lily grew would actually hide such a great secret. Then, why did the Western Tomb Divine Church agree to the transaction and allow him and Hu Fu to enter? Weren't they afraid that they would discover something? Or, it could be said that the Western Tomb Divine Church didn't fear the two of them spreading any news about this place, and the dead were always the best at keeping secrets. Bang! Chapter 749. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. When the bone hand broke out of the lake, he confirmed his guess. The Western Tomb Divine Church really did want to kill people. Even though he didn't know the reason for the murder, it was clear that this wasn't the time to be thinking about it. Looking down at the bone hand whistling towards him, Qin Yu could feel the tyrannical aura it exuded. His heart shivered, but he also felt a trace of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Hu Fu was both shocked and enraged. He roared out, "The Western Tomb harmed me." This bone hand was so terrifying that it made his mind tremble. It was as if he had fallen into the abyss. It was impossible for him to resist it. This was not the so-called dangerous, it was simply a hopeless situation of death. The sinister intentions of the West Hill could be seen clearly. But, the Hidden Fog sect and the Western Tomb Divine Church didn't have any old grudges between them, so why would they do this? With a deep breath, Hu Fu stepped forwards and stood in front of Qin Yu. "Mister, please leave. I will block it." Today was the day he sacrificed himself for his sect. Even if the Hidden Fog sect suffered a crushing defeat in Dragon City, he still owed them a life-risking favor. With Mr. Ning Qin looking after them, the Hidden Fog sect's future situation wouldn't be too difficult. However, his plan to free the sect from its shackles was about to be destroyed. Hu Fu pursed his lips. Pain and unwillingness appeared in the depths of his eyes, but in the next moment, that was replaced by determination and coldness. If things couldn't be done, then he would settle for the next best thing. After all, he had contributed his life to the sect, and he would be able to see the sect's ancestors in the underworld with a clear conscience. Sure, there was the sound of wind in his ears and a shadow flashed past. Hu Fu's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Yu, who had taken the initiative to meet the bone hand. After being stunned for a moment, he shouted in panic, "Mister, don't." He stomped his feet and shot out like an arrow. There was no turning back. Hu Fu had already stepped onto the path of no return. No matter what happened to Dragon City, he would still be able to survive. Since that was the case, he would certainly use his life that was about to fade away to seek a future opportunity for the Hidden Fog sect. But the bone hand was extremely fast to begin with, and Qin Yu's speed was equally astonishing. No matter how Hu Fu chased after him with all his strength, he could only watch helplessly as the two of them collided. "No!" Hu Fu roared, his face twisted with pain. But in the next moment, he stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. On the soul-refining lake, Qin Yu lifted his hand and punched out, colliding with the bone hand. This scene gave off the feeling of an ant shaking a mountain. But the final result was unexpected. Hu Fu's eyes widened, and a shocking scene was clearly reflected in his eyes. The gigantic bone hand that broke through the magma, from the point of collision, countless cracks extended outwards, like a hot knife through butter, without stopping at all, as if the bone hand that was emitting a monstrous aura was like a clay jar, trembling and shattering, breaking into countless pieces, quickly falling into the soul-refining lake, directly crushing and dissipating the souls that were howling miserably, and these dissipating souls were never able to condense again. The soul-refining lake that was releasing a powerful devouring power quickly calmed down. Even the howling souls inside the lake widened their eyes in fear. Their mouths were tightly shut as they looked at the black-robed figure in the sky, not daring to make a single sound. "Go!" Qin Yu howled as he flew back. Hu Fu's body shook. It was only then that he regained his composure and hurriedly followed behind. Looking at Qin Yu's back, although he wasn't particularly tall, in Hu Fu's eyes, he was like a divine mountain that towered into the skies, piercing through the clouds and piercing a hole in the heaven. Not only was this Mr. a Grand Master Beast Trainer, but his terrifying cultivation absolutely stood at the peak of the world. It was likely he was an existence of the divine Tao. At this moment, Hu Fu's awe and respect towards Qin Yu reached an unprecedented peak. After a long time, they flew out of the range of the soul-refining lake. Qin Yu landed on the ground first. He stood on a slope and looked back. At this time, strong winds howled, causing his black robes to flutter in the wind. His aura was restrained, like a great boulder suppressing a storm in all directions. Of course, this was only Hu Fu's illusion. In truth, underneath the black robes, Qin Yu was feeling a lingering fear and rejoicing. Luckily, he had made the right bet, otherwise he feared he would have died in the soul-refining lake. With the aura emitted by that bone hand, even if Hu Fu went all out, he would only be able to resist a little. Qin Yu simply wouldn't have had time to escape. Thus, he chose to take action, leading to the scene that occurred just now. Of course, Qin Yu wasn't impulsive. The reason he dared to touch it on his own initiative was because he found out why this bone hand felt so familiar. When he first entered Dragon City, his mind had left his body and he had seen an astonishing scene. He had seen the powerful ancient that suppressed the dragon race and built Dragon City, and the feeling this bone hand gave off was nearly the same as that ancient's. Even so, this was still a grand gamble. He was gambling with his life. If he failed, he would die on the spot without even a corpse remaining. Within his soul space, the three women that didn't yield a single step to fight over how to divide the spoils fell silent. They clearly didn't expect that this mystic realm would be so dangerous. For instance, they weren't able to help Qin Yu with that bone hand just now. This left them feeling a bit embarrassed. They couldn't help but think, was it too excessive to isolate Qin Yu when dividing the spoils? Hu Fu bowed. "Thank you, mister, for saving my life. Without Qin Yu helping, he would have died already." The black-robed figure was silent for a moment. Then, a dignified voice sounded out, "Sect Master Hu Fu, this place is far more dangerous than I expected. That bone hand wasn't the greatest danger. If you continue to follow me, I might not be able to guarantee your safety." Hu Fu bitterly smiled. Then mister's meaning is. He originally thought that after entering the Western Tomb Divine Church's mystic realm, he would ensure mister's safety at all costs. But, he never imagined that he would become a burden instead. Qin Yu directly said, "My opinion is that you stay here. As for picking the resurrection lily, I will go myself." He lifted a hand and a stone that emitted a faint blood-red light appeared in his palm. "Take this stone and don't casually walk around. It should be able to guarantee your safety. If anything happens, leave through the portal." Hu Fu didn't hesitate. He received the stone with both hands. "I will follow mister's instructions. There isn't much time left. I will leave first." As his words fell, Qin Yu stepped forwards and shot into the skies, soon vanishing from sight. Soul-refining lake, where Qin Yu had shattered the bone hand, the silent souls on the surface of the lake suddenly screamed out in unison. Without hesitation, they turned and dove into the magma, ignoring the excruciating pain of being burned alive. In the next moment, strands of darkness appeared. They were like some kind of ink-soaked and rendered silk threads. They intertwined with each other and formed a thick layer of darkness. The tall and proud figure of a woman appeared in this curtain of darkness. Although it was blurry, one could clearly feel the shock in her bright eyes. Looking in the direction that Qin Yu and Hu Fu left in, the woman was silent for a long time. Then, she let out a long breath. "Impossible, how is this possible?" Her voice was low and hoarse, possessing a different kind of charm. Getting rid of Hu Fu was the agreement between Qin Yu and the three beauties. Only like this would it be more convenient for them to act without their hands and feet being tied. After flying for some time, Qin Yu said, "We can begin now. Lead the way for me." After a moment, Purple Moon's voice sounded out. "From where you are standing right now, turn 10 degrees to the left." "Okay." Qin Yu's figure turned and he howled forwards. At this time, his mind was solemn. He was guessing what he would encounter next, so he didn't notice the unnatural tone in Purple Moon's voice. "Stop. Wait a moment." Purple Moon's voice sounded out once more. Beneath them was a mountain range. The mountain rocks were pitch black, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Qin Yu was completely focused. His body tensed up, ready to erupt with his full strength at any moment. Luckily, there weren't any dangers in the Black Mountain range. After Purple Moon and the others finished their assessment, Qin Yu rapidly flew away. But what he didn't know was that not long after he left, the entire Black Mountain range stood up from the ground. A pair of giant eyes looked in the direction that Qin Yu left in. With a deep roar, the earth rumbled and the mountains shook as it flew away. But before the Black Mountain range could go too far, it stopped. It looked up at the ground, at the woman bathed in darkness. "I know that you don't like to meddle in matters, so I won't trouble you too much. As long as you tell me what feeling that person gives you, I will let you leave." The woman's hoarse voice echoed between the heavens and earth, as if an invisible bowstring was being plucked in the air. It was clear that this was a choice. If he said he could leave, then he could stay. The Black Mountain range was silent for a long time. Then, it roared out loud, as if it were a bit excited. The Black Mountain rocks that covered its body were pierced through by bone spikes. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly harmless mountain range had become a horrifying sight. The woman bathed in darkness didn't change her tone at all. "If you want to fight, I can satisfy your wish." It was clear that she wouldn't take a single step back. The Black Mountain range that was covered in bone spikes fell silent for a long time. Finally, it chose to compromise. With a deep roar, the woman stepped aside. The bone spikes faded away one by one. The Black Mountain range rumbled far away. After waiting for countless years, Master's clansmen have finally arrived. The woman whispered in a hoarse voice. There seemed to be a shadow floating between her eyebrows, but it was covered by a curtain of darkness, making it impossible to see it clearly. At this time, she stuffily coughed. Her body that was taller than an ordinary man fell to the ground, curling up into a ball. A speck of light appeared in the void above her head. It illuminated the darkness, as if the frost and snow were placed beneath the blazing sun. Zilolo, the sound of corrosion caused one's scalp to tingle. After a long time, the light vanished. The trembling darkness around the woman gradually calmed down. She gasped for breath, struggling to stand up from the ground. Her eyes became indifferent, no longer filled with excitement or joy. "Those who trespass into the Divine Church's divine remains must die." Her voice was cold to the bone. Every syllable was filled with thick killing intent. Although it wasn't cruel and ruthless, it penetrated deep into the heart. The woman turned and stepped forwards. Her body was like a stone that had fallen into a lake. In the ripples, she vanished from sight. Chapter 750. Although Purple Moon and Blue Sun had confirmed their suspicions, the burial ground was extremely secretive and was covered in layers by the Western Tomb Divine Church. Wanting to determine its exact location was a troublesome matter. But in this world, there was no such thing as reaping without sowing. Qin Yu didn't feel annoyed. On the contrary, as time passed, the anticipation in his heart became increasingly heavy. The one who suppressed the dragon race and built Dragon City was an ancient. With the formidable strength he displayed, ruling the world would be easy. But the Western Tomb Divine Church claimed that they had existed since ancient times and had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. They were the source of all Tao laws in the world. Then, he began to connect the dots. When that powerful ancient suppressed the dragon race and built Dragon City, did the Western Tomb Divine Church already exist? If they did, then with their tyrannical actions of suppressing the entire dragon race, would the ancient allow such a powerful religion to worship other gods in the world they ruled? Even an idiot would know that this was impossible. Since the Western Tomb Divine Church was able to survive until now, it was clear that there was another story behind it. If he continued to think about the relationship between the Western Tomb Divine Church and the ancient, he would reach a horrifying conclusion. Moreover, when he was at the Soul Refining Lake, Qin Yu had already felt the aura of that ancient. But what the Western Tomb Divine Church believed in was a Tao monarch that transcended the world. Even now, that Tao monarch hadn't perished and was able to help the believers of the Western Tomb control all sorts of inconceivable methods. When Qin Yu borrowed the power of divinity to construct the portal, he didn't feel the aura of the ancient from it. This caused his thoughts to fall into a paradox. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. His eyes became tranquil once more. As long as he could find the location of the burial ground, all of his puzzles would be easily solved. Western Tomb Divine Church, Holy Temple. Beneath the indescribably dignified statue of the Tao monarch, the Western Tomb Divine Seat suddenly opened his eyes. His eyebrows furrowed together and the air suddenly became heavy, as if it were about to condense. An invisible pressure filled the air. The spell within the sinful attendant's body had been activated once more after so many years. Did she recover her memories on her own, or did some other problem occur? And now, those two hidden fog sect cultivators just happened to be in the hell mystic realm. Ji Xiangtian's eyes flickered. If the problem really lay with these two people, then it was highly possible that the proposal to trade the red spider lilies was a conspiracy. In that case, he had to face this matter squarely and nip all possible hidden dangers in the bud. As the Western Tomb Divine Throne was considering this, a giant bell suddenly rang out from the red and white divine palaces. The sound waves caused the skies to tremble, causing the sunlight that shined down from the heavens to gently ripple like water. Hua Ji Xiangtian suddenly stood up. As he moved, the statue of the Tao Lord behind him let out a deep sigh that was filled with endless sorrow. Where the sacred palace was, a monstrous aura soared into the sky. The sunlight that shrouded it actually turned into flames, burning fiercely. Countless believers kneeling on both sides of the divine path were excited and fanatical at the sight before them. They kowtowed repeatedly and chanted loudly. This was a true miracle. In the scriptures of the Western Tomb, only the most devout believers had the qualifications to see this. This was the greatest affirmation for them. As the believers worshipped, the burning sunlight outside the holy temple became even hotter. Space began to twist, causing the already solemn and dignified sacred palace to seem even more ethereal, as if it would shatter the void and leave in the next moment. 108 divine officials gathered outside the holy temple. They watched as the two saints, the left and right emissaries of light, and the 6 cardinals stepped into the temple. Their expressions were solemn and respectful, but a trace of envy flashed in their eyes. Although they belonged to the high levels of the divine church, it was unknown how many years it would take for them to truly enter the highest levels of authority within the divine church. Your Excellency Divine Throne. With the saints in front, everyone bowed. The warning from the divine palace hadn't appeared for nearly 10,000 years, causing their hearts to shake. Of course, on the surface they remained calm, not revealing the slightest bit of panic. Ji Xiangtian had no expression. There is a change in the sacred ruin. Someone has discovered a secret of the Western Tomb. With these simple words, the temple fell deathly silent. As the highest level of the divine church, they shared authority with the divine throne and governed the endless territories together. The 10 people in the temple all had the qualifications to come into contact with the existence of the sacred ruin, so they naturally understood the meaning behind these words. In a more serious manner, this was related to the inheritance of the Western Tomb orthodoxy. If it wasn't handled well, there would be irreparable consequences. The white-robed first saint stepped forwards. He bowed and said, "Your Excellency Divine Throne, I am willing to descend upon the sacred ruin and purify all the sinners that have blasphemed my divine church's holy land." The divine throne thought for a moment and then slowly nodded. "Very well. I will have to trouble the first saint to make a trip." The first saint Du-Ermor had a solemn expression. "I will not disappoint your Excellency Divine Throne's expectations." In the depths of his heart, a thought that had been hidden for many years began to gently tumble about. Qin Yu gently gasped for breath. His chest burned with a burning pain. There were 2 long wounds on his body, nearly ripping open his intestines. The flesh around the wounds was a grayish-white color. A cold and burning aura made it difficult for the wounds to heal. Not too far away, there was the corpse of a humanoid monster that was over 10 feet tall lying on the ground. It had 3 heads, the largest one similar to a human. On the left was the head of a vicious dog and on the right was the head of a black snake. The humanoid head had been pierced through between its eyebrows by an invisible strength and a red and white substance flowed out. The head of the vicious dog on the left was mostly broken and hung limply to the side. This monster was already dead. But, The snake head that remained was still stubbornly staring at Qin Yu. The cold hatred in its eyes was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Qin Yu gasped for breath. After he completely absorbed all the poison energy circulating in his body, he walked in front of the monster's corpse and cut down with his fingers like a sword. Puff, the snake head tumbled about. It spat out a mouthful of poison that fell to the ground. In the next moment, it shattered into countless pieces in midair. As they approached the boneyard, Qin Yu began to encounter troubles. There were some things that Purple Moon and the other two could deal with. For instance, that powerful vengeful spirit from before. But there were some things that he had to face alone. Dangers existed. This was because the blood vitality of the ancients had no effect on the monsters here. Rather, it would cause them to fall into a berserk state. This was why Qin Yu's chest wound was injured. I found it. Within his soul space, Purple Moon's tired and excited voice echoed out. Qin Yu relaxed a little. He was worried that if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to last until the end and would die here. Qin Yu let out a deep breath. He asked, "Where is it?" Purple Moon hesitated for a moment. "Perhaps you should rest first." Qin Yu shook his head. "There's no time." With how important this mystic realm was, it was impossible for the Western Tomb Divine Church to not have made any arrangements and allow him to smoothly uncover their greatest secret. Without any surprise, his actions should have been discovered long ago. It was just that he didn't know why, but no one had come. Qin Yu naturally couldn't place his hopes on the Western Tomb Divine Church's slow response. The sooner he found the boneyard, the more advantageous it would be for him. Purple Moon clearly understood his meaning. She said, "Follow the directions. No matter what you see or feel, do not look back or be distracted." As her words fell, faint rays of light gathered in front of Qin Yu, condensing into a crescent purple moon and a faint blue sun. The sun and moon were like twin fish, attracting each other. They constantly spun around, seemingly slowly but actually rapidly drifting into the distance. This was clearly the guidance that Purple Moon spoke of. Qin Yu stepped forwards. His figure shot forwards, closely following behind the twin sun and moon shadows. Less than 100 miles away from where Qin Yu had killed the three-headed monster, a figure floated in the air. He seemed to be condensed from countless rays of pure light, as dazzling as a great sun. At this time, he lifted a hand and pointed a finger. Rays of light shot out from his fingertip, weaving together into a net that covered a black shadow. Faintly, one could see an extremely tall figure in the darkness. She crazily rushed forwards but couldn't escape. The figure's hoarse voice twisted with anger. "Your Excellency Saint, do you know what you are doing? Once the divine throne learns of this, he will never forgive you." The figure formed from light emitted a light chuckle. One could even see the corners of his lips curling up. "You lucky survivor, yet you still dare to threaten me. After today, I will have you kneel in front of me and let me do as I please." Looking up, the saint's eyes fell in the direction where the twin sun and moon shadows had gone. There was a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. It seemed that he had found the true crux of the saint relic. It wasn't in vain that he had helped suppress the sinful attendant here. "Go, open up a path for me that can reach the saint body. When the time comes, I will fuse into it and resurrect within the saint body. Then, what about the Ji family that had ruled the Western Tomb for hundreds of thousands of years? They would still have to prostrate themselves in front of him and hand over all their authority. For this goal, Duermore had prepared for tens of thousands of years. All of his waiting, all of his patience, all of it would bear fruit today. At some unknown time, the skies above his head had turned dark. This was a pitch black that was pure to the extreme, without the least bit of impurity. It was like the great maw of a monster, ready to swallow all. Qin Yu could clearly feel that in the pitch-black skies above his head, there was an extremely terrifying danger hidden within. A cold and damp aura lingered in his ears. It was like a pair of cold and callous eyes were floating near his face. If he turned his head, he could see them. But at this time, Qin Yu only silently walked forwards, as if he didn't sense any of this. He kept Purple Moon's warning in mind and hurried forwards, not turning his head or being distracted. The sky was getting darker and darker, like an overturned ink jar, gradually soaking the entire world. As a result, one could not even see their own fingers in front of them, and everything was pitch black. In this endless darkness, there were whispers, as if they were discussing something. Qin could even feel something cold like a tongue sweeping over his hand and face. His back sank, as if someone was riding on it. Then, he heard a child's laughter. Hee, big brother, stay and play with me. Not getting a response, she was obviously angry. Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Answer me, quickly answer me. The sharp howls were like rusty iron nails that pierced into the brain. It was so painful that one's nerves were twitching. Qin Yu's complexion was pale, but he didn't stop moving. Although he couldn't see the twin shadows of the sun and moon, he could still feel their existence. The little girl's shrill voice echoed in his ears for a long time. She seemed to discover that there was no way she could keep Qin Yu here. With a muffled bang, Qin Yu felt his body lighten. Then, he heard her resentful voice, "We will meet again." With these words, all sorts of whispers in the darkness, as well as those horrifying sensations, vanished like a tide. Then, the darkness gradually thinned and dissipated. Faint traces of light shined in, as if the sky was about to brighten. After an unknown period of time, the rapidly moving Qin Yu felt as if he had passed through an invisible membrane. Then, everything in front of him brightened and all sorts of noises entered his ears. Chapter 751. Shadow Clan Station. Ji-yoon looked at the expressionless Ju Li, who exuded a cold aura. He sighed inwardly. If he really didn't care, why would he be like this? The colder he appeared, the more it showed how much he cared. He suddenly discovered that he had underestimated the mark that Qin Yu had left in Ju Li's heart. If he continued to appear in Ju Li's life, things might not turn out as he imagined. Luckily, after today, he would never be able to return. He would be buried in the Hell Mystic Realm. Although the Western Tomb's response was vague, with Ji-yoon's understanding of his father, he could naturally sense the meaning behind it. But this matter wasn't targeted at Qin Yu to begin with. He was the one who had forced his way in. Even if he died, that was his own choice. He had a clear conscience. Ji-yoon sucked in a deep breath, calming his slightly restless heart. As he looked at Ju Li's profile, his eyes revealed a gentle warmth. He truly liked this proud and arrogant woman. Radiance Temple. A crowd of different beauties gathered together once more. Compared to before, today's atmosphere was much more relaxed and joyful. The hidden fog sect's Dark Star Ice Serpent had been severely wounded. According to the news they obtained, it was in a dying state. This was truly a pleasant surprise. The witchcraft sect had unexpectedly remained silent towards the hidden fog sect, causing them to feel anxious. Who would have thought that the Blue Origin sect would suddenly launch an attack? Although they couldn't figure out the reason, this wasn't important. What was important was that in the arena finals 3 days from now, no one would be able to resist Radiance Temple. Temple Master, the hidden fog sect has tightly sealed off information. We have only obtained vague information, but it seems that they haven't given up on treating the Dark Star Ice Serpent. An elder slowly said. Her long black hair fell to her hips and her face was incomparably beautiful. Another elder sneered. In a mere 3 days, do you think it can be cured? Everyone in the hidden fog sect is just daydreaming. With such serious injuries, it is already a miracle that the Dark Star Ice Serpent didn't die, but they still want to continue participating in the arena finals. How laughable. The Radiance Temple Master's eyes flashed. She suddenly said, there is a place in Dragon City that is incomparably marvelous. It can slow down the flow of time. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The faces of the upper echelons were filled with a sudden realization, before they were filled with admiration. As expected of the hall leader, his thoughts were more thorough than theirs. The black-haired elder stood up and said, Hall Master, my sect's spirit beasts need to rest before the finals begin. I'll go to the reserved place immediately so that my sect's Feng Luan can have the most adequate rest. Radiance Temple Master smiled and nodded. Good. Anything could happen in this world. Who dared to say that everything was under control? All she could do was be as cautious as possible and destroy the hidden fog sect's last chance. The city shrouded in light seemed to have paused because of the sudden intruder. All kinds of noises in the air faded away like the tide. There was a farmer carrying a pole on his shoulder and 2 bamboo baskets. Inside the baskets were neatly arranged green leaves with sparkling morning dew. Not far away, a chubby middle-aged man dressed in a rich family's official's attire was covering his nose with a white handkerchief. His eyes were filled with disgust. Slightly closer, there was a large and exquisitely decorated carriage parked. The driver wore a dark blue robe. As if he were bored from waiting, he stood to the side with the reins in his hands. Through the white gauze hanging from the carriage's windows, one could faintly see that there were 2 women sitting inside, a master and a maid. All sorts of people turned around, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Qin Yu. It was as if they never imagined that an outsider would come here. An old man wearing a silk scarf and holding a feather fan stepped forwards. He cupped his hands together and said, "May I ask where little friend has come from? And for what matter?" In a short several breaths of time, countless thoughts raced through Qin Yu's mind. He tried to ask, but his soul space was completely silent. It was clear that for some unknown reason, they had been blocked out. Only he could answer this question. Facing the old man's eyes, the black-robed man was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "I came from Dragon City to find a burial ground. Whose bones are buried here?" Qin Yu was silent for a moment. "It is the ancient burial land." The old man's feather fan fell to the ground. In the next moment, tears streamed down his face. He looked at Qin Yu, his body shaking with excitement. "How many years has it been? I've finally waited for you. This torment can finally end." Beside the carriage, the seemingly bored driver looked up. His face was old and wizened, as if his bones were covered with a layer of dry skin. Dark tears rolled down his face from his sunken eyes. Miss, did you hear that? We can finally go home." On the carriage, the master and maid behind the white gauze hugged each other and cried. The official with an impatient look suddenly jumped up. He pointed a trembling finger at Qin Yu. "They're here. They're here. Ha 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 ha, they're finally here." The farmer carrying the bamboo basket grinned. "I've waited for these 2 baskets of vegetables for hundreds of thousands of years. I can finally sell them." In front of the city, figures drew back, revealing a road that led straight to the city gates. "The people of Dragon City have arrived. Why haven't you opened the gates yet?" The old man wearing a silk scarf roared. After a short period of silence, there was a deep rumbling sound. The giant city gates trembled and slowly opened. Several tall and heavily armored gatekeepers stood behind the city gates. Behind their masks, their eyes were filled with relief and guilt. They fell to one knee. "Everyone, it isn't that we are ruthless and haven't opened the city yet, but the truth is that we have no other choice. Today, the city gates have opened and we brothers have completed our mission. We have no face to face you all, so we will take our leave first." As their words fell, the heavily armored gatekeepers turned into smoke and vanished from sight. The fat official angrily cursed, "You bunch of filthy fools, did you think that with just a few words, everything would be over? You must be dreaming." He strode forwards until he reached the city gates. His figure twisted and, like the gatekeepers, he turned into smoke and vanished. The old man picked up the feather fan that fell to the ground. He laughed, "Everyone, the tribulations we experienced have ended. If we don't leave now, then what are we waiting for?" He turned and walked towards the city gates. Then, figures began to pour into the city. A moment later, there was no one left in front of the giant city. There was only Qin Yu and the empty city gates. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu stepped forwards. As he approached the city gates, his heart began to beat faster and faster. Finally, he stepped into the city gates. A soft sigh echoed in his heart. "How many years has it been? You have finally arrived, my junior's clansman." Rumble rumble, the earth shook and the heavens shook. The majestic city in front of him began to disintegrate. Then, the entire world shattered and dissipated. How was this a giant city? It was clearly the summit of a mountain peak. There were traces of destruction everywhere, as if a great calamity had occurred. The entire mountain peak had been smashed apart. An astonishing skull lay at the bottom of the pit. From its 7 orifices, a milky white halo of light was released, filled with dignity and dignity. It was these lights that illuminated the darkness here. They slowly moved in the air, like ripples in water. In the midst of the light figures would appear from time to time. In these light figures, there were farmers who were picking vegetables to sell, smiling and greeting others. There were rich family members who were happily hugging women in a banquet. There were coachmen who were rushing their carriages home. A corner of the white veil was lifted, revealing the pretty faces of young girls. There was an old man with a feather fan and silk scarf, walking slowly in the academy. The young scholars who came and went bowed to greet him. These scenes constantly flashed and faded away. And these people were clearly the same people that Qin Yu had seen in front of the collapsed city just now. Mind into an illusion, a dream into a world. Purple Moon's deep and low voice echoed out, unable to conceal the shock in her voice. Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. He understood the meaning behind her words. That so-called giant city he had stepped into just now was actually someone else's dreamland. Moreover, based on what he had seen so far, there were many similar dreamlands. And in each dreamland, there were tens of millions of living beings. Perhaps they knew that they were born from a dreamland, or perhaps they didn't know at all and thought that they were just ordinary living beings in this world. If it was the former, then it was fine, but if it was the latter, just thinking about it left Qin Yu's heart cold. Who knew if he was the same as these people, living in the dream of some supreme being? Blue Sun's icy voice echoed out. You and I are not in a dreamland. She didn't explain too much, but her voice didn't contain any emotion at all. This caused Qin Yu's heartstrings to relax and the indescribable chaos in his heart began to rapidly dissipate. He looked up at the skull that had smashed into the mountain summit. At first glance, he knew that this was the skull of an ancient. And that familiar feeling made him even more certain that this skull was the one he saw with his divine sense, the powerful ancient who had built Dragon City. He had indeed perished. But just what sort of terrifying existence could suppress him, kill him, and dismember his corpse between the heavens and earth? As if sensing Qin Yu's thoughts, that sigh echoed out in his mind once more. The one who killed me is a transcendent Dao monarch. Dao monarch, a Dao monarch worshipped by the Western Tomb Divine Church. Qin Yu's heart shook. His previous guesses seemed to have deviated. He took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. He stepped forwards and bowed. Ancient Junior Qin Yu greets the ancestor. Since the ancient that built Dragon City was killed by the Dao monarch worshipped by the Western Tomb, then why would his skull be left in such an important place? Moreover, that milky white light that emitted from the holes in the head was the divine power controlled by the Western Tomb. How could this be explained? There were too many things he didn't understand. Qin Yu felt a trace of dread in his heart. His body tensed up, ready to respond at any moment. I know there are many things you don't understand. Don't worry, I will explain them to you. The voice suddenly stopped. A terrifying aura erupted between the heavens and earth. Beneath the ancient skull, a brilliant halo of light appeared, condensing into its body. Rumble, rumble, the mountain range beneath their feet trembled. The complete skeleton of the ancient stood between the heavens and earth, like a pillar that supported the heavens. It reared its head back and roared. Just what happened? Why is it that of my ancient race bloodline, you are the only one left alive? Every syllable was like a thunderclap, tearing apart the darkness above his head and widening his field of vision. Qin Yu's head was shaken until he was dizzy. Then, he could clearly see the path he had come from. It was a flight of stone steps, so long that he couldn't see the end. On both sides of the stone steps, there were sharp wooden stakes inserted into the ground. On each stake was a corpse that had been pierced through. Their blood had already flowed out, sinking into the earth along the wooden stakes. The stakes were dyed pitch black and cracked due to the wind. Among them, there was a small body that looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. Although he was far away, for some unknown reason, Qin Yu could clearly see it. It was unknown how many years had passed and the little girl's corpse had long since withered. But there was a strange smile hanging on the corners of her lips. When combined with her empty eye sockets, a cold chill rose up from the depths of his heart, piercing straight into his head. Without waiting for Qin Yu to give an answer, The ancient ray skeleton standing atop the mountain peak grasped towards the heavens. In an instant, 3,000 vortexes appeared. Within each vortex, trillions of streams of light appeared, flowing through them. They were far too fast, tens of thousands of times faster than lightning. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he actually couldn't see the true appearance of these streams of light. Suddenly, the ancient ray skeleton stuffily coughed. On its skull that shined with light, there was a light cracking sound as a crack appeared. Below, the ancient ray skeleton's body suddenly turned illusory. The 3,000 vortexes in the skies shattered and dissipated. After a long period of silence, the ancient ray skeleton's skull slowly fell to the ground. As I thought, the prophecy of the ancient path's great calamity in the past has come true. Its voice was filled with exhaustion and weakness. Its empty eye sockets swept over Qin Yu, giving off an intense feeling. But luckily, when the world was destroyed, the ancient path left behind a glimmer of life. In the moment that all of eternity perished, you became the new ancient. As long as you live, there will be a day when the ancient race will flourish. The ancient race that dissipated into the heavens and myriad worlds will eventually return. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He said in a low voice, "Ancestor, is there something I don't understand?" He had to determine whether or not the consciousness of this ancient race skeleton could be trusted. This was the prerequisite for everything. Of course, I will tell you everything and give you my final bit of strength. The ancient race skeleton's voice was calm. But right now, I need to deal with some other matters. You do not need to interfere, just watch from the sidelines. As its voice fell, faint traces of ash-gray light appeared. Starting from beneath Qin Yu's feet, it rapidly spread upwards. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body. His entire body was ash-gray and he looked like a stone statue. After his initial shock and anger, Qin Yu soon discovered that this ash-gray light didn't harm him at all. In fact, as long as he willed it, he could directly break through it. His eyes flashed. He chose to remain silent for the time being. He wanted to see what this ancient who had died for countless years and whose consciousness still hadn't faded would do next. Whoosh, the sound of breaking air howled out. A figure formed from pure light followed the long stone steps and landed on the shattered mountain summit. Du Ermor swept his eyes over Qin Yu's body that had turned into a stone statue. He chuckled, "So you're dead. At least I've saved myself some trouble."